go. We're live now. Say funny things.
Oh, hello. Hello, everybody. We're back again. Far fewer number of people than usual watching, and I assume that's because we just streamed last night. But we streamed last night to do a kind of experimental sort of stream with the Monarchy gang, watching some tanky videos. But we did not do the news this week, so we're back at it once again to do the news, and there's a lot of news. And also, we didn't finish watching the Tim Pool, Emma Vigeland video that we were watching on Saturday. And we've been doing a lot of streams. Holy crap, I just realized that was on Saturday or on Sunday. Fog. Oh, wow. So we're going to finish that. What happened that y'all need to be back today? Because we didn't do the news yesterday. That's all.
And the Supreme Court and the meltdown is just...
I know. It never ends. It never ends. Oh my god. Okay. Well, I didn't need to know that.
It's funny. It's thumping the desk at the moment as we speak.
Oh my god.
Like that.
Okay.
I can't move my chair, otherwise you'll hear scraping noises.
Oh god. Speaking of, why don't we let's just get right into the news, because I've got some stuff I want to cover.
There's a question, actually.
Obviously.
What country is Ralph supposed to be from? Scandinavia somewhere.
Rolf? No,
yes.
He's some kind of Eastern European.
I thought he was Swedish.
No, he's definitely supposed to be like some kind of, Eastern Europe kind of guy. He's probably from Romania, dude.
No,
where do they say he's from? No, he's not. Okay, Rolf, Ed, and Eddie. Home country.
He's gotta be Swedish.
They just called it the old country. I remember that. What is it supposed to be, though?
The old country.
It's an amalgam of many European cultures, source of many odd customs. I always assumed it to be Eastern Europe.
No, I always thought he was kind of like Scandinavian. He's generic Eastern Europe. Ralph's supposed to be foreign. Yeah.
Yeah, that's just he's just generically some generic form of European, I suppose. Yeah, I have no idea what it's supposed to be. I always assumed Eastern Europe, but you apparently assumed Scandinavia.
Yeah.
All right. James Rolfe, he's from Pittsburgh or something.
Yeah, vaguely non-Western European, yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But he's got goats.
And pigs.
Yes. And chickens. Yeah. Don't forget the chickens.
Yes, of course. Yes.
And bunnies.
That's true.
Take the chickens.
Well, we're bringing it up because, of course, I've named the title of the stream.
Play the song of his people, That's My Horse, yes.
That's
Please hit me over the head with a wheelbarrow. In case you can't tell, we're fans of Ed, and Eddie on this channel. I love that show. That was my favorite show growing up.
It was great.
Have you watched the show as an adult? There's a lot of jokes that I did not understand as a kid that I watched as an adult, and I'm like, well, that's kind of fucked up.
I watched Chad, and Chatty as an adult. I don't think I can play it on stream. I don't know if you can still even find it. It's because it's too.
He's the son of a shepherd. Oh god, that is such a good show.
Let me see. Is this still on the internet, or has it been
wondering my volume deleted? Should be all right now.
Fine. Yeah, this is short. Whatever. It's literally called Shorts. Here, just real quick.
Is this your screen?
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. So let's just see. Just you don't even know who Chad Warden is. This won't work for you.
I want to see the fucking registration, you asshole.
It's just replaced with like Chad Warden lines.
HD TV inside of your Cadillac.
I need to play some HD games while I'm rolling in my caddy.
You get the idea. I need to play some HD games while I'm rolling in my caddy. Sorry. Well, anywho. Serious news issues now. Supreme Court. There's no more Chad, and Chatty. The Supreme Court has made the decision that you can't do race-based college admissions. When Bill told me this earlier, it was very interesting because one of the studies that I was
hoping you would say something racist.
No. One of the studies that I've been reading, a whole bunch of their stimuli are about the idea of affirmative action, and it's a part of their stimuli in a couple of the studies. And it was just so serendipitous that now I get to throw that in to the new video.
It was the stimuli.
here, I'll read exactly what it is real quick.
How?
Just
I'm confused.
hang on, I'll explain. I'll explain. Affirmative.
Did Aiden say that Spoon was a mongoose for the VTuber joke? No, I'm the one who suggested I would be a mongoose.
Yeah, you did come up with that.
Yes,
so
that is my spirit animal.
Kennedy and Pronian, 2008, who began their initial study of these relationships by querying Princeton University students on their positions regarding 11 different political issues, including affirmative action in higher education. Like, it was right on point, and I wrote this, like, yesterday, this part. Okay, the subjects read a fictitious article that allegedly appeared in the Harvard Crimson student newspaper. The article featured an interview with the university's new president, a white woman, which covered a variety of benign topics such as enjoyment of her time at Harvard, allowing the reader to get to know the president better. The interview concluded with a question about affirmative action in colleges, to which the president described herself as a moderate. Of course, this was 2008, not 2023, when the Supreme Court ruled race-based affirmative action admissions as illegal. But I digress. Got to write that part in this afternoon. But after reading the article, respondents are asked about their perceptions of bias on the part of the president as influenced by a number of factors, including self-interest, political ideology, her personal experiences as a white woman, and her general biases towards the issue of affirmative action, and to what degree these factors might play a role in the president's perspective. So when I say stimuli, that's what I mean.
There we go.
And just happened to, again, manna from heaven, pure serendipity. And what happens today? Like right after I'm not even done. Oh, I did. No, I did finally I finished my review and report on that particular series of studies, but only just, I think I finished it yesterday. Still, very interesting timing. And now we have that SCOTUS has ruled that race can no longer be considered a factor in university admissions. Landmark ruling upends.
Supreme Court.
Decades
and that's Trump's justices that did that shit, by the way.
Yes. Upends decades-old U.S. policies on so-called affirmative action, also known as positive discrimination, says the BBC, by the way. The BBC described it as positive discrimination. It's one of the most contentious issues in U.S. education. Affirmative action first made its way into policy in the 1960s and has been defended as a measure to increase diversity. U.S. President Joe Biden said he strongly disagreed with Thursday's much-anticipated decision and that the country would, quote, need a new path forward that is consistent with the law. I think SCOTUS just told you what the law is.
I was about to say, that is the new path, you fucking moron. It's just that you don't have a say in it because the Supreme Court decided it.
We cannot let this decision be the last word, he said. Discrimination still exists in America. Yeah.
Yeah, and they just got rid of it. You have less of it now. What the
you can't discriminate college admission based on race anymore.
These people are dumb.
Sorry. I know you, Joe. I know how much you like I know how you feel about those racial jungles, but yeah, you can't discriminate based on race in college campuses anymore.
Just by the way, just out of
college admissions,
this can sound fucked up. But if you're concerned about a racial jungle, Joe, then you should support this. Think about it.
Mm-hmm. But it's because it's not anything he really believes in. He's just a puppet.
Only thing he believes in is pudding and ice cream.
And yeah, sniffing kids.
Yeah. And trying to, grab some tit.
This is not a normal court. He added of the 9 justices who were
ideologically
split. Yeah, it's the Supreme Court.
Yes.
You're right. It's not a normal court.
Wow, for once he actually said something true off the cuff.
But he doesn't. That's not why he said it.
I know, but broken clock and everything.
Yeah, the ruling covered 2 cases involving admissions at Harvard and the University of North Carolina. The court ruled 6-3 against UNC and 6-2 against Harvard. So even with your leftist justices in there, like, I mean, even the more moderates were against this because it is discriminatory. Let's be honest. It straight up is.
But it was Sotomayor and Ketanji who were in favor of the discrimination.
Ketanji Brown Jackson. Well, that would be at Harvard. Who's the third one? Who voted for it? I'm wondering.
I don't actually know.
It's hang on.
It won't be any of Trump's justices. It won't be Kavanaugh, Barrett, Alito, or Clarence.
Or Kagan. Who is it then?
Probably Kagan.
Was it Kagan?
Probably.
It's definitely Ketanji Brown Jackson and Sotomayor.
Yeah.
Who's the other one who voted for it? I'm wondering.
Women.
Why? Hang on. Let me actually see.
This is why you don't put women on the court. Because they don't belong in positions of power. They just fuck shit up.
Hang on, let me find this. Where's
Discrimination.
the... and I'm just looking up who voted what. Yeah, Wes Kagan, you were right.
There you go. Yeah.
I
Of
not
course,
surprised.
it was all the fucking women.
Well,
ruin-
Amy Coney Barrett, but that's, you know, a
Yeah,
Trump
but
justice,
she's
so...
based and attractive.
Yeah, and that's a Trump justice.
Yeah.
If you want to use that terminology.
What, Trump justice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know that's used as like a slur.
Is it?
Yeah,
No.
or not a slur, but you know what I mean, is like a
Sensible.
disparagement. Yeah. Justices sided with an organization called Students for Fair Admissions, founded by legal activist Edward Blum. You know who tends to be behind a lot of this, by the way? This push. Spoon.
Mm.
Do you think it's a bunch of like... I mean, I don't know where all the white supremacist organizations are. I keep being told that they're everywhere
Germany?
all of the time. Right, in 2023. But you know kind of like the major push for this, where that comes from.
Mm.
That has been listened to, that even the left can't deny. Asians.
Oh, of course, yeah, because that was
Asian
the main-
Americans
That was the
are-
biggest win
are-
of this.
Right, because they
Yeah,
for
they're the most
years now,
discriminated against the most.
they are
They're
the
the
most
smartest.
discriminated because they're considered essentially white.
Is it?
I
I
thought
thought they're essentially the smartest group. According to test scores, anyway.
But when it comes to affirmative action, they don't get picked.
Someone asked,
have
can you share a link to the article?
the BBC article,
Was it the BBC
sure.
article?
the one that I have on the screen.
Yes, apparently.
Yeah, there we go.
Chief Justice John Roberts, yeah.
So, it's gonna like it's Asian students who have disliked these affirmative action pushes because Asian students are basically considered white. They don't get any benefits from this, and in fact, it makes it far more difficult for them to get into schools because they're put on. Because it weights everything with racial bias.
Yes.
So, according to the number of Asians in the country, they weight that versus the number of Asians in these ultra elite Ivy League schools, and they are overrepresented. But blacks and Hispanics are massively underrepresented. So then they set quotas. So like it has to be 50% women. Why am I not archiving? Oh, I don't know. I archive a lot of stuff. I archive things if I think they're going to get deleted.
Because we're not sticks.
Yeah, I archive things if I think they're going to get
At least
deleted.
not yet, anyway.
If I don't think they're going to get deleted, I don't worry about it. But I know people want the archives because not to give them clicks. But normally, I'm just showing off the article and not sharing it. If I'm sharing it, I usually archive.
Yeah.
Anywho. So, yeah, it's Asian students who catch the most raw end of the stick because they make a very small portion of the population comparatively to whites, you know, and yet are vastly overrepresented in these schools because they do really well.
Wait a minute. Are you saying
Hang
that?
on. Part of it is genetics, but part of it's also Asian family values. A lot, you know, they just have different values. They have different family structures than the average white family, and it's again the average Asian family, not every single one, tends to be an extremely heavy focus on education and on pleasing your parents and doing a good job and being successful in a way that other groups in the United States just don't have. You know, I would say another group that has a very heavy please your parents, go to a great school, do very well academically background, besides Asians, and I mean East and South, is Jews, right? So you also see a representation of Jews in a lot of these institutions because it's part of the culture. And now it's going to mean, well, or what it's meant since the massive and increasing implementation of these programs, is that Asians have to work 10 times harder to get into schools. You know?
By the way, it's kind of funny that happens because if you're going to say, hey, look, Asians need to perform higher than everybody else to get in because of this crap, you're also going to get the most elite of Asians by doing this.
Yeah.
Which, well done, by the way. That's, you like, if you just say, hey, look, blacks have to clear this bar, but Asians have to clear this bar. If Asians are smarter on average already, and you're doing this, you're just, like, hyper-condensing the absolute uber best already.
Right.
Well done.
Yeah.
Idiots. Right. And then wonder, why is Asians kicking everybody's asses? Because you've made it so that the uber cream of the crop has to come in. That's why.
Do you have any
Math.
idea? Like, have you ever heard about what it's like to be a high school student in Japan? It's
Suicidal, apparently.
well, it produces that for a reason. It is so people get like a kind of cute idea about it from anime and stuff, but it is so
Ruthless.
Just look at the average day in the life of a Japanese high school student versus what an American high school is like, just in terms of there's this idea that they have all this time off, sort of, but that's not true. They're then supposed to go home, and they have it's huge mountains of homework to do. I mean, it's oh my gosh, it's pretty rough. Japanese high school, the amount of work that's required at Japanese high school is absolutely ludicrous compared to Western education systems. And so,
if they come to the West, it's probably like quite relaxed compared to
right? Honestly,
like, wow, this is all I have to do to be top of the class, man. I'm clear fucking shades here.
And it's not just Japan. It's just the one that the country I happen to know the most about. But they bring those values to the United States and in their own families, in their own homes when they come here.
Billy is absolutely right, by the way. You can throw all the money in the world at the African Americans or Australian abos. It won't make a lick of difference. Like, yeah, that is true.
Well, if the community doesn't want to, you can't enforce change from the outside.
Yes.
What as affirmative action is completely illustrative of being a failure is that you can't just say, well, if we just make the numbers right, we just make it so that it's representative, then somehow that will make it better, and that will make more Black people succeed in the United States, and it will decrease the wealth gap between the races. No,
also,
you can't force that on people.
Can I say something fucked up?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if I should say this, but I also think the sort of babies for cash mentality of the state, I don't think that necessarily produces high IQ individuals either. Because if you live in a society...
the welfare system has absolutely been
but if you live in a society where you value your lineage and you want to produce the best, you're not going to just lay down with any fucking cheap whore. You're going to lay down with like the best you can possibly get and breed a successful line.
But white people do that all the time too, though. Come on, like I'm just saying, like that does happen.
Yes, but like I said in the
welfare
video,
system,
hold on a second.
Specifically, inner city welfare state is in my opinion, and I've said this before, designed intentionally to keep Black people poor.
Okay, yes, but the policies of that were not designed specifically aimed at them. For some reason, they just gravitate more towards their policy, because when this was implemented in the 60s, they had a higher marriage rates than whites, and now it's almost 3 times as high from them. Why?
They were specifically targeted by Democrats.
Okay, but it's not specifically aimed at them. You can say, oh, it's
not
made...
it's not just that in a vacuum. It's not just welfare. It's the location of... Look at the locations of Planned Parenthood. Look at where specifically the communities where Planned Parenthood offices are. Black communities.
Okay.
Listen, the entire... I mean...
Well, it's a bit weird to say, like, we encourage you to be sexually reckless and also have kids, but then also abortion. Like, it has to be one or the other.
The Planned Parenthood... Okay, it's both, right?
My point is that if you keep cranking out stupid kids
they want them
because
to have
the
kids,
money... Yes.
But and also at the same time, what else has the Democrats and the left pushed for, which is no-fault divorce. And it's not just money from the state, but money from baby daddy.
Yes.
So they don't want the numbers to go completely out of control, which is pure Margaret Sanger, by the way. So they want to keep, they want a steady supply. But here's the thing, the Black population in the United States has not grown in like 100 years in terms of proportionality, right? They've pretty much stayed the same.
Yes, but here's the point I'm trying to make.
That's because of Dem policies.
Yes, but here's the point I'm trying to make. If you had a culture where you value your lineage, and you weren't just cracking kids out to get on welfare, you would produce a better society because they would think that's beneath them. Regardless of whether or not abortion is on the books, you should look at that from a cultural position of do not do this kind of shit because it is beneath you.
And it is a cultured position because, again, you go back to the 1960s, 1950s, and the Black family was more stable
intact than the white one.
And intact than the white family was. And this is absolutely the product of Democrat policy that's done this.
But Tommy Sotomayor, he said this, like, the fact that, oh, look, there was crack in the Black community. Yeah, well, we're not smart enough not to take it. Or these policies are, destroying the Black family. Like, yeah, well, it's our fault for, laying down with every fucking moron and breeding kids. So his point was that these policies exist maybe to screw with us, but Black people are too weak to not do them. That was essentially.
I think there's a lot of external factors, and I
yes.
Again,
This is my black guy, by the way. He's just like I can't.
I know.
He's annoyed by the fact
Tommy.
that these incentives are there,
Well,
and black people
hang
are still stupid enough to fucking gravitate towards them.
I said I know Tommy. I know. I watched Tommy's content. He's very based black guy. Like that's sometimes
I've
me,
actually
but he
been on
actually,
his show a fair few times.
I know, but he has no filter in terms of he does not care if you're offended by the shit he says.
That's probably why he's not on YouTube anymore. It's probably because of
obviously,
that shit.
Even though he's black, he can't get away with saying
something.
You know
but
what I mean?
the funny thing is that position. You know how I defended the sort of slave trade from the survivalist kind of perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I said that on his show.
Well, I mean, I know you're talking about it recently about like the.
Yes, I did in the video
slave
that
trade.
I just did a couple of minutes ago. Yeah, from like the survivalist perspective, if you can make people disappear, and you can trade it for advanced arms, and if people are trying to kill you, like that makes sense because you don't care about the people because people are trying to kill you.
Well, you know, it's interesting that you mentioned that. You remember that the Woman King movie that came out maybe like a year or two ago or whatever it was, that was supposed to be about like
Woman King, otherwise known as the Queen of the Sane People.
strong black queen of Africa, warrior woman. Her tribe, the Dahomey, that's specifically what they did. Is they enslaved anybody who was a problem, and sold them off. And Hollywood made a great big movie about look, this beautiful culture. You know, they totally left out the slavery part for some reason. Wonder why? Interesting. But if you want to have a fun time, if you want to have a fun time,
I can make fun of African accents. I'm from there.
Yeah, you're actually you're an African.
Yeah.
You can't even quite say African American, but you are an African.
Yeah.
If you want to see,
proudly so.
But if you want to see something really funny, Jay Longbone, and if you watch the D&D streams, a single player Carl, he's good friends with Jay, and so and he's in some of this too. She did like a whole reaction to the entirety of the Woman King. She's a black woman, right? And that shit is hilarious. But yeah, Carl's in the call as well, I think, at some point. I think he is.
You know what I find?
It's really funny to listen to
to
black people react to that movie. Sorry, go ahead, Spin.
I find it really, really weird the way that they are trying to colonize Western entertainment. But one thing that I find really strange is that it's kind of an admission that our history is based and your history is shit. Because if you're trying to colonize history by implementing black people into our shit, it kind of tells me that you can't do stories about where black people are originally from, either because A, it's unrelatable, or B, the values valued by the African tribes is antithetical with the woke one. Which is kind of curious.
What did I want to call him? I wanted to call him Tetragrammaton. What's his name? Come on. I'm trying to remember all these YouTubers' names.
Well, they're probably going to be known by the YouTuber's name anyway, so what do you...
No. If you know him, you know him. He also did a video about the Woman King and then actual African history. He does. He's friends with Shad.
Hey Disney, I'll respect you if you try to blackwash Tarzan. Let's see you try and do that.
I watch his videos all the time. Metatron also did a fantastic video. It's like 60 minutes long, and he goes through the actual like historical, like warrior cultures, things you could have based. If you want to do a movie about warrior cultures or women in... Yeah, I think everybody in the chat got it first. I said Tetragrammaton. That's related, but yeah, Metatron.
You know what's really funny? If you did a show about like African tribes, like based African, like Chad African leaders, white conservatives will like it more than anyone else. That's probably true.
Well, maybe.
Because like, hey, look, strong warrior class based.
People, but that's the thing. You know, in the video that Metatron made about it, he was like, look, there's all these examples of actual history you could have gone through. And instead of using a slaving state, you know what I mean? And it's a very, and also, clearly everyone here has heard of Metatron. Not Megatron, Metatron. And if you haven't, check out his channel. He does excellent history videos and videos about ancient arms and armor and things like that, if you're into that kind of thing. Anywho, back to, just to segue back to that, though, from the Woman King thing back to this, though. is, yeah, people actually would, I think, would much prefer to hear about their history. People would like to have real things to be proud of. We mentioned this, or I talked about it yesterday, where I mentioned the difference between hedonic pleasure and eudaimonia, which is that how really proud can you be of your accomplishments? How eudaimonic can it make you feel if you know it's the product of special treatment? Do you know what I mean? I've worried about that in my life. Like, did I ever get anything in my life for being a woman? I don't think so, by the way. I really don't think I ever got any special. No, I mean in terms of institutionally. I don't think I got institutionally helped out because here's the thing. Even when I was
I could make jokes, but I'm too nice to you.
No, you might be right. You're probably right on that side. Actually, you're totally right. Absolutely, it's way easier to get laid as a woman, obviously, than as a guy.
Especially if you're pretty. You could just show up and just say hi.
Pretty much. But not saying I've done that, but I'm saying women have.
I would hope not. I would degrade
women have
you.
it way. Yeah, I know women have it way easier. Well, I've known people. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I've seen that, and not just known them personally. I've seen it happen all over the world. You know, obviously it's easier.
Ew,
but
gross.
yeah.
No, I don't think Aiden is the kind of person to do that. Aiden's too shy to do that kind of shit.
No, but I don't think I got any particular special treatment because, well, when I was applying to college, it was 2008. It was right before Obama came in. And that was really, it's like, and at that point, the problem was I was a white woman. That was, that was on the out and out. I got into, I've said this before, I got into my two top choice schools. But they
Congratulations.
didn't, but they didn't give me scholarships. And so, and the top choice schools were American University and well, three, George Washington and Georgetown. Couldn't freaking afford to go to those schools. I mean, any idea, like, how much it costs? Those are all, by the way, and I've told you this before, if I had gone to any of those schools, I would not be sitting here talking to you right now. I would be in the chat, listening in from my FBI headquarters. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's absolutely, I was on straight and narrow towards the Fed boy route, speaking of the title of this stream. Oh, well, and I wanted to be.
It's being a monarchist is something that a Fed boy would be.
Oh, dude, I wanted to be a Fed. I wanted to be an FBI agent or CIA or NSA.
And then you look at it now like, oh god, organization's cringe as fuck.
I know, but I'm 18, right? And so.
Yes, you're 18 and you think like, oh look, secret agent kind of shit.
Yeah, I wanted to be Mulder. That's all. I wanted to be Mulder from the X-Files.
Oh.
It was that simple, like. Aiden doesn't have a university degree. Yeah, I have a master's degree. 3 undergraduates and a master's. And I was a PhD student. But I fucked that up.
And then she seemed to think I'm as smart as she is, which is like ridiculous. I can barely read.
Oh, education. Look, as we're discussing here, education does not mean intelligence. We all know that, by the way, now.
Michelle Obama.
Yeah, so we get it, basically. And let's get into the discussion about it, though. Harvard's admissions process rests on the pernicious stereotypes. This is Justice Roberts. I already said that. Pernicious stereotype that, quote, a black student can usually bring something that a white person cannot offer.
Crime. What?
Bruh. But that's the proposal, right? Is that you need diversity because it's our strength. Because without diversity, well then, you're no good. Then you're missing out. The rest of the students, the whole university system is missing out. Oh man, dude, I'm not even a little bit of a joke. I'm full ass. The only problem, and I was sitting there.
You could name your channel there.
Well, for real, when I'm 18 years old,
Agent Paladin does sound kind of dope. I'm not gonna lie.
About to go to college, and I have my top pick schools have all accepted me, but have not given me any kind of money towards a scholarship. And they are the DC Politico. They're the DC Politico schools. They're the schools that shit out federal agents and politicians.
That's not funny.
And here's the thing, as I've said before, but here's the thing. I'm sitting there with an offer from, again, I felt like the prettiest girl at the prom. Here's an offer. NSA, CIA, FBI. Sign here. We'll pay for your college tuition, but you owe us 7 years after you graduate. And I couldn't do it.
Yeah,
I was like, I don't know what I want to be in 4 years, let alone 10, let alone 11, 12, you know what I mean? And that was just too big of a decision to make when I was 18. I'm glad I didn't, obviously. But yeah, they wanted 7 years, and I said I couldn't do that. But it was right there. The offer was always there. I could have worked for
indentured servitude.
It is.
Yeah.
Because you have to understand, like the cost for me to the cost for me to go to Georgetown or George Washington, it's something like $70,000 to $80,000 a year.
Fuck
right?
that.
Right? So the FBI is taking on that burden, right? Or the NSA or CIA, whatever.
Yeah. It's not like
And
the
it's
state
just-
can afford to take a loan of $70,000.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it would take way longer to pay that off if I took out a loan.
Yeah.
But
It's not that they
and
can
and they're
have
gonna
like
pay
$40
you.
million to spend on some bullshit investigations like Russia or anything.
Yeah, and of course they pay you while you work there, but it was just like, I mean, that would have meant that at the age of 17, 18, I would have had to set basically the rest of my life in stone. And I wasn't willing to do that. Some people are. And you wasted 7 years on the internet. Yeah, I have. I'm much more happy, but it's my choice for the most part. Done what I've enjoyed. That is true, though. Anywho, okay. So, Justice Clarence Thomas, the nation's second black justice and conservative who has long called for an end to affirmative action, agreed. He wrote that such programs are patently unconstitutional. I agree.
They are.
I agree with Justice Thomas as usual. Universities' self-proclaimed righteousness does not afford them the license to discriminate on the basis of race. Thank you. Completely true. And that's the problem, is that this is discrimination. They can call
It
it
is.
positive discrimination, but it's discrimination.
Discrimination nonetheless, yeah.
Among the liberal justices who dissented was Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman appointed to the court. She said the decision was truly a tragedy for us all. Well, you know why it was for you, Ketanji. Because you're a diversity hire.
Because you're a diversity hire, yeah.
With the let them eat cake obliviousness today, the majority pulls the ripcord and announces color blindness for all by legal fiat, she wrote. Let them eat cake obliviousness? The fuck are you talking about?
I don't even know what that means.
I honestly don't know. I'm honestly struggling to understand what she's trying to say there.
Yeah,
What are they bequeathing upon what's the insulting statement here that
They're French?
No, I'm saying see, the problem with let them eat cake is that people are starving, and it's just like, well, just let them eat cake then, because of that's the obliviousness aspect of it. But what are you saying? I mean, you understand, I think, what the actual background behind this is that black people, I think that's what she's saying, black people can't get into college unless we have this affirmative action program in place.
I mean, in this kind of perspective, it comes across as true.
But it is true.
Yes.
Because, well, let's explain why. Because if we're talking about test scores, and here's the difference. With this not being, with rolling back affirmative action, you can't report what you're not gonna be able to report what your race is on your college application.
Based.
I mean, I assume so. Maybe some colleges will specifically ask for it, but I think that they could potentially get in trouble for doing that.
Yeah, good. They could
So
get
they
the funding
can't-
reduced.
Because otherwise, the way that with the affirmative action things in place, they ask for your race, and that's how then they do a bunch of calculations to figure out, oh, this is how we value this potential student based on their score of diversity, in addition to their actual scores on things like SAT or ACT. Well, without that measure in place, the
Basically
only
a oppression
way
operation here.
they can't judge by reported race, so that they're gonna inevitably what's gonna happen is that black admittance rates are going to drop.
Of course they will.
Because on average, black Americans score lower on SAT and ACT scores, and they tend to have lower GPAs.
Yeah.
So the admittance rates, particularly into like extremely elite schools like Harvard, and are going to
They're gonna
drop.
dip, yeah.
But that's not inherently unfair. You've made it unfair by saying, well, they have to give preferential treatment. Inherently, having preferential treatment rather than blind coding is unfair. That's it. Another dissenting liberal justice, Sonia Sotomayor, said the ruling cements a superficial rule of color blindness and a constitutional principle
How is
in
it
an
superficial?
endemically segregated society. But it's not. It's everything but. It's truly colorblind. It's blind analysis. in terms of surveying, you want to do this so you can avoid, discrimination.
Also, basically, every society is going to be segregated via
Prejudice.
some variable anyway, whether this be brains or
Right.
skin color or athletic ability
Yeah.
or work ethic or height or skin color or age. Like, there's myriads of freaking things. So the idea, like, oh, look, this one is the one that's really, really bad. Like, no, it isn't. Shut up.
Yeah.
The
But
fact that like,
Justice
this
Rob-
kind of crap is argued is just like,
mean,
dude,
our
our society must be great if we can if we can afford to spend this much time and energy on stupid shit like this. Society must be great.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Affirmative action is on its face racist.
Yeah, of course.
It's because the implicit implication of it,
anti-Asian.
implicit implication, that's a redundancy, but the implication of it is that black people can't succeed unless we give them a leg
helping
up.
hand. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry, I find that a bit offensive. I know it is realistic to a certain degree, but instead, black people have to, I know that this is a hated phrase, but you got to pick yourself up by the bootstraps. You have to fix your own community. You can't ask for help from the outside. You can't push other people into success.
Yes.
You just can't.
And you know who's most in favor of this? White people, because if they're the ones who constantly give you the leg up, they have power over you.
Oh my god, let's get into I got a thing. I was going to put safe
Someone
later,
should
but
actually make the. I should put that point in the video. Actually, that's a good point.
Actually, yeah, I've got a video that I was going to maybe save for later into like the woke section, but it actually fits better right after this. So Justice Roberts argued that the dissenting justices had ignored parts of the law they didn't like. Most troubling of all is when the dissent must make these omissions to defend a judiciary that picks winners and losers based on the color of their skin. Thank you, Justice Roberts.
Well done.
Exactly.
Same.
You're not making this is not based on law. It's not based on jurisprudence. It's based on race. Mr. Blum, founder of the Students for Fair Admission, celebrated the group's success in the blockbuster ruling. He called it the beginning of the restoration of the colorblind legal covenant that binds together our multiracial, multi-ethnic nation. These discriminatory admission practices undermined the integrity of our nation's civil rights laws, he said. In a statement, UNC, North Carolina, Chancellor Kevin Guskiewicz said that while it was not the outcome that the university hoped for, interesting, it will review the decision and take any necessary steps to comply with the law. Harvard President Lawrence Bacow says, "We will certainly comply with the court's decision."
No, they
You can
won't.
tell that they're going to have to get audited, essentially. They don't want to follow this.
No, of
But,
course they
I
don't.
mean, if they're going to try to ask questions, and I want to go back to this, the outcoming information, because there was something that I saw here. I wonder if it's still
Take
here.
necessary steps to try to circumvent the law.
Yeah. Here's what happened today. I saw a thing on this breaking news earlier, but it may have disappeared now because I didn't. It was just
Look at this. A community
Here it is,
compromising
here it is,
people
here
of
it is.
many backgrounds, perspective, and lived experience. Oh, it's fucking cringe.
students will now feel obligated to trauma dump in applications. Angie Gabot, the president
Oh,
of
I'm so
Harvard
sad.
Black
Life is very
Students
hard for me.
Association.
Please allow me to be in one of the most
But
prized
they do
fucking
that
colleges
already.
in the world.
Here's the thing: they already do that. I mean, like,
Can I just say?
they specifically tell in these prep programs, and I mean, like the public high school prep programs, they tell black, brown, gay, whatever, you're a minority in any kind of capacity, trauma dump. They already tell you to do this. Write a sob story.
Can I just say, if you're in a position where you can be potentially selected by Harvard to attend the college, you're not oppressed. Shut up.
Mm-hmm.
You're a whiny bitch.
I mean, technically anyone can apply.
Yeah,
I wonder,
but like, if you actually have a shot of getting in, then you're not oppressed. Didn't Jordan Peterson
If you
say? I guess
actually
he said like if you have an Ivy League location or an Ivy League education, my apologies, then you're not oppressed.
I would also like to point out if it's been a while since you've applied to college. Now, I don't know, but let's look up. I'm going to guess that the cost to even apply for admissions to Harvard is something like $150. As for Harvard admission application, I'm going to guess. Oh, it's $85. Okay. So you have to have $85. Man, that's less than American, by the way. I'm pretty sure American back in 2008 was like $100.
Do you remember back in the
Anywho,
day
so-
where you could afford to go to college basically with a summer job?
Well, yeah,
In
when
the
my dad was in
70s,
college.
yeah.
When my dad was in college, but
Yeah. Before the state decided to fuck it all up.
it's not just the state. The colleges also
Governments are
massive.
gay.
Well, no, the colleges also massively. They're profiting big time off this stuff. Everything's gone up in price though, so it's a
Yeah, inflation's a bitch. Ain't it?
general inflation issue. But the colleges really are the ones that are. They're really screwing over college kids because it became here's the thing, it became the norm.
bourgeois.
When my dad went to college, right? It was very few people did. Like, 20%, 30% of people went to college, right? Now it's like 85% of people go to college. 80%. It's completely flipped. So of course colleges, because they know everyone has to go in order to get a job doing anything, the requirement is now an undergraduate degree. Even if your job has nothing to do with needing a degree, they still demand one. And because of that, colleges have figured out and universities figured out, well, they can charge whatever the hell they want because everyone needs a degree. And
especially nowadays.
And different businesses and organizations, companies, they won't hire you based in sometimes just on the name of your institution. Do you know what I mean? It's different in different fields, but sometimes it's not just enough for you to have a degree.
Yeah.
But I mean, if they see the name Harvard, obviously,
yeah,
you're going anywhere.
You don't go for the education; you go for the credentials.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, but it's not just Harvard. Every single university
Cambridge.
has massively jacked up their prices because everyone's supposed to have a university degree.
See, this is why it's better if you can have a portfolio where you can just showcase your work. Then that's better off than a fucking piece of paper.
Qigong tea time. They paid my parents to go to grad school. Yeah, I got paid to go to grad school and doc school as well. But that's the nice thing about grad and doc school, right? Is that very often you will get paid because you'll be working as a graduate assistant. So it makes it a little bit easier. It's not easy because your pay is not great, but they at least pay you to go, and you're not paying to go there because that would be absurdist. Anywho, so Angie Gabot is very discouraged but not surprised by today's court ruling. Gabot, who is 21 and entering her final year at Harvard, says she believes her race 100% played a factor in my application, including through an application essay in which she mentions attending a predominantly white high school. So you admit that you were accepted into this, like the most prestigious college, one of the most prestigious colleges in the United States and in the whole world, actually, because you were born black. Does that, and you think that's a good thing? I can't believe she's arguing for that. Well, accepting, being aware that that's the only reason she's there.
Well, they don't care.
It's not because of the content of her character. It's not because of her intelligence. It's because she's black.
Yeah, but for them, it's like, hey, look, I have this advantage. I'm going to use it. That's their mentality.
That she says is because race affects my everyday life. I don't live without this identity. It affects everything that I am and brought to Harvard. See, there it is again. What am I bringing to Harvard?
No, that's total crap. To them, it's like, this is a cash cow, so I'm going to milk it.
Oh, this is... I just... Honey, just nice way of admitting that you probably shouldn't be there.
Yeah, basically.
That you didn't earn your role there whatsoever. You got there because of the color of your skin. She worries that quote, students are affected by their race in this country will now feel obligated to trauma dump in their applications to show how race is affecting their lives. They already do that. And she's, by the way, illustrating the way that they're going to try to get around this is that even though they're not supposed to take race into concert, they're not supposed to consider race anymore when accepting students. She just explained how they're going to get around it. In their student acceptance, in their application essays, they're going to write all about race. Here's how race affects my life. Even if the essay has nothing to do with it whatsoever. What was that? I mean, one girl got in, or person got into some elite university by just writing the words Black Lives Matter over on their essay.
The son of the Indian billionaire.
Right. Yeah, son of an Indian billionaire got into, I think, Princeton or something like that, some Ivy League institution, by just writing the words Black Lives Matter over and over. Yeah, as if you're not already trauma dumping in your essays. Come on. As if you didn't, by the way.
I would like to know how you have any trauma writing Black Lives Matter 100 fucking times.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm just going to appeal to woke. I almost said the F word.
Noting that colleges that already claim colorblindness in their applications show the reality of no affirmative action, she argues that Harvard already lacks real diversity in many ways. Like what, a diversity of thought? Probably. Diversity of opinion? Absolutely. I wouldn't be shocked with that at all. And the problem will quickly get worse following today's decision. Quote, most of the black and brown students on campus already come from elite private schools, she says, and few represent underprivileged parts of the country or come from under-resourced schools. It's the most prestigious school in the country. What do you expect?
them to have a
What
sense
the
of
hell do you
class. I
expect?
don't know.
I just... What? Okay, so you turn... What do you want to do? Turn Harvard into a Baltimore inner-city public school? And then what's the point of going to Harvard?
Again,
When you
credentials.
remove the elitism, what's the point in it?
Oh, nothing. That's the reason why
whole
it has a
point.
prestige.
When you remove the standards, you remove the prestige. I just wrote about this today, by the way, in the research I've been doing. Let me hit these super chats, then we'll move on because I've got a video for y'all. Amsang for 5 says, Crosby, where are you from anyway? Ben, Bakersfield. Originally, Crosby. No, I mean your ancestors. Ben. Oh, them? Pittsburgh. Short circuit. I'm not familiar with that. A lot of my family's from Pittsburgh, as they say there. Oh man, I try to see if I can put on the Pittsburgh accent besides just saying Pittsburgh. You're gonna wash your clothes into zinc, you know. I can't think of any Pittsburghian phrases right now. DRT's King for 10 says, Aiden, small request. Can you join Women's Hour view of the Barbie movie? Oh, I'd love to. I'll have to talk to them about that because I actually really want to watch the Barbie movie. It should be funny, and I want your media awareness would be fantastic. How much would you want to join this podcast? Oh, DRT, I'll do it for free. I want to watch the Barbie movie. I love Barbie. I grew up as a huge Barbie fan, and I want to see the Barbie movie. I just haven't seen it yet. So I'll have to reach out to them and yeah, let me know because I'm
in their podcast. That's unusual.
No, don't do that. By the way, don't do that. But yeah, I'd love to if they got an extra space. I'd love to talk about the Barbie movie whenever I get a chance to watch it. You know. Hasapa for 10 says affirmative action justice has to sit by while court rules affirmative action is illegal. Also, Aiden couldn't resist DMing you a meme that I'm inordinately proud of. All right, let me see. Hang on. Don't discriminate based on race. Okay, hang on. Let me open this up here. Hang on. I'm done with this. Oops. That didn't work. Here we go. Don't discriminate based on race. It's normal movement. The only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. Black people can't compete on an even playing field. Black poverty differs from white poverty. Using raw percentages is appropriate when I agree with the conclusions drawn. We need to discriminate as part of the reparations we will owe black people forever. Yay, there's your mental gymnastics. Thank you, Asahafa. That's excellent.
I'm gonna say the Spoon gonna watch the Barbie movie too. Yeah, not even if you paid me.
Spoon, you want to watch the Barbie movie with me? We can come on, Barbie. Let's go party.
There is no amount of words in the English language that can convey the amount of hatred I currently have for you. It's overwhelming. You can hear it in my voice. It's just disappointed disdain. Why?
You're not a Barbie girl in a Barbie world, is what you're telling me.
Does it look at my attire? Does it look like that's something I would ever have any interest in?
Yeah, Ken dresses up sometimes. You could put him in a little suit.
Ken does not dress up in a fucking top hat and Monica. Fuck out of
Absolutely. This shows
No,
your
it's not.
limited knowledge of Barbie products.
here. No, I'm terribly sorry. This is not my culture. Excuse me while I go off and listen to heavy metal.
DRT's King for 5 says, it was aimed specifically at the black community to see if they could spoon. Then Detroitify other American citizens, and then the West writ large. I'm not sure specifically what that was in reference to.
Oh god, the
welfare
chat's gonna
thing.
meme this now. Why?
Pure Stress for 5 says, could welfare be a disqualifier reproduction? Have to take care of yourself before kids? You can't stop people from doing that. But like, unless you want to go, unless you want to. Well, yeah, you want to engage in some forced sterilization. See how well that flies.
I do like the idea of, say, after 2 kids you don't pay any more taxes.
Yeah, I like that as well.
Yes.
Who brought that up the other day? Oh,
Tim Pool did, yes. But then Emma just went, that discriminates against gay couples. Yeah, gay couples shouldn't adopt. Because you know why? Because straight couples is how you produce
By the way,
kids, you biologically challenged nitwit.
It doesn't actually really discriminate against gay couples.
I don't think gay people should be able to adopt.
I'm looking at the data, and like particularly lesbian couples, holy shit.
Yes.
Those abuse rates are
Again,
And I'm not talking about
I quote Ben
abusing
Shapiro's
each other.
line, you are denying the child a mother and a father.
And that's my big problem, is that, children
Need both.
need both. Now, obviously, not every family has that.
No. Adam Unfriended, no.
Oh, hang on.
Aiden, I will
going
legitimately
on?
mute you if you fucking try that shit.
Adam Unfriended, member for 5 months, says, we need weeb cringe now. Aiden, please sing Barbie song in Japanese to annoy us. I don't know how to sing Barbie girl
Thank God for that.
in Japanese.
Aiden, no. No, I swear to God, I will get my phone and blast copyright music on this bloody thing.
Oh, I can work through it. I can work through it, Cliff.
Do not make me blast copyright music on the stream. I will do it.
I got the first line. You got one line out of me.
I will do it.
On the fly, trying to translate how to make that work with the lyrics. Okay. Let's see.
Tolerance for degenerates, Monsense. Yeah, I agree with that.
Don't do it or Spoon will say the gamer word.
Oh yeah, that's a good thread. Do it. Yeah, and I will say that word.
Lance for 5 says, most average people can't worry about their lineage when it comes to relationships. Yeah. We have to take what we can get, which is not much as of late. Yeah, it's also a good point. In terms of like picking the right person or whatever. But there is a difference between that. There's a difference between that and just being like, I will fuck anything
that moves, yeah,
and reproduce with it, which is and in most of these cases, it's not even like I can't get anyone. It's that I'm having one night stands. I'm not using protection. I don't care.
I'm getting Planned Parenthood like a fucking like a contraceptive. Yeah, no.
Intellectual Iconoclasm for 5 says, don't discriminate based on race, discriminate based on social value. Agreed.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Agreed. Very good. Yes. Second.
Write me an essay on Clarence Thomas.
Well, ask the Chat GPT for that. Hang on, because this is I didn't have a good place for this, but then I realized, it fits perfectly after this segment. So, oh my God,
I like
this
the
is
chat
the
right now. It's very
action.
peaceful.
We're in the affirmative action segment of the show. It's short, don't worry.
Oh
it's
God,
funding's been cut. Funding's been cut.
Not this. No.
Yes, this is infuriating.
And charged with simple assault and terroristic threats. Following his arrest, he was transported to the DeKalb County Jail.
Let's go to the SWAT car, please.
This guy's walking around with a knife, threatening to stab people. This dude making threats, threatening to stab some guy, kill some guy's family. Here he's getting arrested by the cops.
Why
in a children's park, right? By the way, also.
For what?
I'll be with you just 1 second. But still,
Here comes the cock.
I will need for you to fill out a statement for him.
I don't want him arrested. I just want him to leave us alone.
I know, but he had a weapon on him, and it was terrorist threats.
Brandishing is not a crime with a knife. Brandishing is only a crime for a gun.
Terroristic threats, though, sorry.
This is the guy who called the cops. White
Yes.
guy with a man bun. I like to point out, man bun, every time.
Because he said die to me and had his knife out.
It's ironic that it's called man bun when everyone who has one is not a man.
It's not exactly.
Yeah. Let's call it fem bun.
Threats, everything. Let me get a
If I
statement.
thought you were going to arrest him, I wouldn't call. I just wanted to leave us alone.
I understand.
Hold on a second.
I know.
But did you
If
just
I-
say, if I thought he would get arrested? This guy threatened to kill you and you're surprised he's being arrested.
Well, you know why?
How?
It's because the guy was threatening to kill him and he wanted something done about it. But now that he's gonna actually say it. He's gonna say it fully. We don't have to guess, guys, because he's gonna spell it out for us why he's upset now.
There, but we still have a job to do.
Now he's going to think I'm doing this because I'm white and he's black.
Oh my God.
Or he's homeless and I'm not. I don't want that.
But did he do what he did?
Yeah, but I don't want him thinking I did it because he's in whatever situation.
Put away the
he's in.
Dylan Mulvaney voice, for God's sakes.
Oh my God. And the look, I'm not one of those people who, someone who has spent a lot of time speaking out about men's rights. I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, men
Douche
never
knob.
cry. No. There's a couple of situations where it's acceptable for men to cry. Okay,
Yeah,
this
sports
is
retirement.
not even close to one. What the fuck? Like, I don't think men should like be totally ashamed of crying. You know, you cry at a funeral. You cry at a funeral. You know, you cry at things that
Yeah,
really
that's actually
fucking matter.
tragic.
Right, something that's really actually tragic. But this guy crying because what if he thinks I'm racist?
He tried to kill you. You.
He's threatened to kill you
Oh,
and your
I wanna
family. That's the horrifying part. Speaking of reproduction, this guy has a family.
The F
Allegedly
word.
here with him in this park.
The F word is extremely appropriate for creatures like this thing. Like, tell me I'm wrong.
Well, no, but this, I mean, just call him a leftist, because that's what he is. I guarantee he votes down ballot blue.
Can I be honest? What went through my mind when I first heard this? What went through my mind when I first saw this was just weak, conquer, evolutionary dead end. Don't breed.
Yeah, but I think he has.
Yes, because you make my race weaker.
Well, I think you make the human race weaker.
No, specifically my race. You make my race weaker, and you are a fucking bitch. Grow a pair of balls. White men are fucking pathetic.
This is truly
Swear
pathetic.
to God, like I want to kick your ass. Like, what if you were this weak? Like, I just want to kick you. I just want to beat you to pieces. Like, just so you can grow a spine.
It's pathetic.
Just wanted to leave us alone.
I doubt that. I'll be right back, okay?
This is the.
Also,
by the way,
the cop is. You can tell that she is like also disgusted by him.
Also, by the way, this is the reason these kind of men is why you have war. Because war will cleanse you of this kind of pathetic F word.
Strong times or
you
hard
need
times.
You need
strong
like
men,
you need some
Weak
violence
times,
or something
hard
to make sure like men like this do
I
not
can't get that right.
do not advance.
Man, I really screwed up that phrase, but yeah. Hard times strong men create strong men, and easy times create weak men. And this man, this is a weak man. This is a weak man who he's brought to tears because a random homeless dude who had a knife and threatened to kill him and his family might think he's racist.
Fucking bitch.
Guy you'll never see again if you're very lucky. But such is the way of things, right?
If a bunch of white people were to find this guy and kick the shit out of him, I'm not gonna be shitted here. I'd shake the hands of the people who kicked his ass.
So are you familiar with this guy, Sam?
Simon Atiba, yeah, he's
great.
He's one of my content folk.
Well, he's currently afraid that he's gonna get assassinated.
I wouldn't put it past him, actually.
Yeah, well, here's listen to this real quick.
And what you're saying, Simon. Simon, I played the exchange with Simon Atiba and Karine Jean-Pierre at the beginning of this segment. The White House has edited that entire exchange out of the official video on YouTube. This never happens ever. I don't think it's ever happened before. The White House has purged an entire portion of the video so that the public cannot see it. And you're pointing to that, saying that that's the beginning of something awful.
Just to be clear about what's happened, the White House YouTube, which normally just leaves stuff up even when it's really, really embarrassing, they just turn off comments. They went in and edited out Simon's question.
Is this recently, or is it the while ago, the one that went viral?
This is June 28th, yesterday.
Oh. What did he ask?
I don't know. It recently has repeatedly clashed. This is repeatedly. I don't know what this is over specifically.
Called on the briefing.
He told
that
WMOL
was
host
before.
and Daily Caller editorial director Vince Coglianese during an interview that he's afraid of being assassinated or having his phone bugged with the White House. So maybe maybe the interview was something from a while ago. But this is new. This part's new. It was it Monday? So Monday, it was Monday this week on the 26th. Interrupted Jean-Pierre Monday's White House press briefing, which led the press secretary to threaten to abruptly end the event. The White House then appeared to edit out the exchange.
Yeah, that was a while ago. I'm curious as to what he said now.
June 26th. I mean, I don't know.
When?
Happened June 26th.
No, go up.
Press briefing. Hang on. So let's go to the YouTube channel. 1 second. It's been edited out of this. What date? When was this? 3 days ago.
Oh, okay.
So this is brand new.
I'm curious as to what he asked.
Okay, what does it say? Atiba accused her of refusing to call on him for several months. Minutes later, Jean-Pierre said the administration is committed to freedom of the press. You've been discriminating against me for the past... I know.
Get real. Who the hell believes that?
Nobody.
You gotta be high as a kite to believe that shit.
Against me for the past 9 months, Atiba alleged. Stop. How is she discriminating? One reporter could be heard asking. She called on you. She gave you a few questions, Atiba responded. Please allow me to do my job and ask my question. Jean-Pierre attempted to call on another reporter, but Atiba continued, prompting Jean-Pierre to threaten to end the briefing. If this continues, we're going to end the press briefing. If this continues, you're being incredibly rude. You're being incredibly rude. You're talking over your colleagues. He didn't even get to ask her freaking question because she hasn't called him in for 9 months.
Yeah, wonder why. It's because he would beat the fuck out of him.
Let's see this. Speaking at the podium, beginning at the hour and 2 minute mark. Let's see here. Other feeds show Jean-Pierre and Atiba had a short heated exchange.
His war machine, and we have communicated that not just to the PRC, but to other countries.
You
all,
are the
all
perpetrators of the war machine.
What they do about this is going to be for them to speak to. All I can do is tell you what President Biden's focused on, and that's making sure, A, we're staying.
She's clearly acting secretary, and we are doing everything.
Did you see that cut?
It's kind of very obvious.
There it was. Massive freaking cut. And of course, YouTube does allow you to edit live streams and videos. Here's his reaction, because he responded.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if I'm safe. I don't know if they will kill me. I don't know what they will do next. They're trying to keep me out of the briefing room. I don't know how far do we go to silence me. Maybe they've tapped my phone. Maybe they've tapped my laptop. Maybe they've done other things I'm not really aware of. But for them to do that, or to even appear to do that, to try to edit me and counsel me and silence me, it's maybe the beginning of something really ugly. And I just want people to keep praying for me. Keep praying for me. I don't know what will happen to me tomorrow. I don't know what will happen to me in the White House.
I would say let's. If
he'll be fine.
You know that I think he'll be fine. I think someone might be a little bit overreacting. That's a bit overblown.
Yeah.
However,
they would remove him from the press room. That will happen.
However, the fact that they edited out him just trying to ask a question is ludicrous.
Yeah.
I mean, that's insane. That he didn't even ask her anything. It wasn't even like she said he got to ask her anything scandalous. He didn't even get to ask the question. And I want to just play a little bit of some of Simon's best work to see why they're doing this, though. Show you if you're not familiar.
This is China. This is not Russia. This is the United States. This is the White House.
Decorum!
Screaming decorum like the army.
They hate this based African man so much.
I've done that. All my emails have been ignored.
And the press corps is tired of dealing with this.
It isn't about you, Simon. I understand that you get questioned all the time and you don't understand why it's...
Yeah, there's only room for one black person in this room.
Yep.
Don't make assumptions about what the rest of us do. Mind your manners when you're in here. If you have a problem, you bring it up afterwards.
But you won't take his questions.
Everybody in here who's only trying to do their job.
What is
so is he, jackass?
Exactly. He's trying to do his freaking job.
10-15 minutes is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. So we're either going to continue the briefing, or we can just end the briefing right here.
And by the way, like, you don't get into White House press briefings because you're some random. Do you know what I mean? Like, Simon Atiba is a credentialed journalist, but he asks real questions. So they're literally editing his questions out now, or his non-questions, his inability to ask a question. They can't even show him being shut down that he can't ask a question. I
actually wonder what was being said.
Well, I do too. Boba, well, I read the part because he didn't. That was the part that was cut out because it's in other feeds. And Boba, why are we paying attention to this? Because this is pretty ridiculous.
Discrimination.
We're talking about discrimination, but also this is pretty egregious censorship that they cut out their own feed to even show the disagreement that it even happened. That's, to me, that's disconcerting. But since we're on the topic of race, as we're starting out, Reuters discovers that every single living U.S. president is descended from slaveholders, except for one bad orange man. This is from Not the Bee, because Trump tweeted about this, and it is just really funny.
Oh, Trump tweeted this?
Trump not tweeted, but it was on his Truth Social. He talked about it.
Oh my god.
I'm sure this turned out the way Reuters hoped it would. The news organization decided to do a deep dive into the past, attempting to stir up even more racial tension by pointing out just how many of America's political leaders are descended from slaveholders. Here's a summary of their report. Don't care enough. I honestly don't care enough, but here we go. Among America's political elite, Reuters found that 5 living presidents, 2 Supreme Court justices, 11 governors, and 100 legislators descend from ancestors who enslaved black
5
people.
living
By the way,
presidents. That'll be Bush, Carter,
there's a picture.
Biden.
Who could it be?
Oh, basically all the presidents except
Oh, who could it be?
Obama.
Obama.
Of course. But he's half white, so...
Right, he's half white. Obama, even Barack Obama is descended from slave owners on his mother's side. And heck, if you traced it back, I bet his father's side also owned African slaves at some point. Oh, most assuredly. The only one with a pure family history, according to Reuters, is Donald John Trump. Remember, these people want to judge everyone based on their connections to the sins of their forefathers. Now, again, I don't care about this.
No, of course,
by
but
the
it
way.
is just funny.
It's funny that they care about it.
You know,
and they are freaking out over this issue.
You know what's funny, though? It's just that this tells you the desperation of these people to try and kneecap him is so fucking bad they would dig into his past to try and expose him, and it exposes everyone else but him.
I actually don't think that was the purpose. I think Reuters was just trying to, no, I think Reuters was just trying to... I don't think it occurred to them. I think this was an accident. Reuters was like, look at how racist everybody is. Look at how everybody in the American government's an ex-slave, descendant of a slave owner.
Now, for one, I disagree with you.
And they just happened... Let's look at their report then. Let's see, I guarantee it doesn't say anything about Trump at all. People just noticed. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, look, it's this infographic style thing, right? It's just that people noticed. Do they say anything about Trump? In addition, they did point it out. They did say it. Interesting. I don't think, look at how long this article is. I do not think the point of this massive fucking post is to exonerate Trump or something. I think the point of this was...
a shitload of them.
You see what I'm talking about? I think the point was to say everybody is racist, and then they just accidentally found out that Donald Trump is not related to any slave owners.
Oh god, that's great.
So congratulations, you played yourself. Speaking of potentially playing themselves, and we'll see how this works out.
Trump was probably too busy providing them with a job.
Right. There's a supposed leaked audio tape of him allegedly showing a group of guests classified Pentagon documents at his golf club, and he says it was just bravado. He didn't have any document during the recorded chat. Trump has faced questions about the conversation. A day after CNN published the recording. Here, actually, we have it. Because this is their new thing, is he was bragging about having classified documents.
Oh yeah, and this turned out to be fake.
Duh. Yeah, this is, well, Trump's claiming that it's deepfakes. Does it actually play the audio here? No, of course they don't, because it stinks. What's the point? So we can't even hear the audio.
Yeah, because
maybe it's somewhere. But it looks like this is a deepfake. I mean, that's the accusation. During the 2-minute tape, the former president is heard speaking about a secret military plan drafted by Mark Milley. Huh?
Scroll up a bit more. Scroll down, sorry. There we go.
While meeting with one of Trump's staffers, an author, and repeatedly telling his guests to look at the document in question, Trump is also heard acknowledging that he could have declassified the document in question while in office, and the president tells the author a portion of their conversation is off record. But, where is it then? I'd say it's bravado, Trump said, according to reports from Scott and Talcott. If you wanted the truth, it was bravado. I was talking and just holding up papers and talking about them. I had no documents. I didn't have any documents. Trump was also asked about his comments to Fox News earlier in the day, where the former president said that he had a whole desk full of papers, mostly newspaper articles, copies of magazines, copies of different plans, having to do with many subjects during a conversation at Bedminster. Trump told Scott and Talcott that he was referring to plans for a golf course and building plans. My desk is loaded with papers, the former president continued, gesturing to a stack sitting nearby, while Scott and Talcott connected the interview from his plane. I have papers from 25 different things. Look at what I have. You see, I have all different kinds of stuff interspersed with newspapers. There's no highly classified documents in here. The former president also told reporters that he had no regrets regarding his handling of classified documents and repeated his assertion that he didn't have a classified document. Trump was also asked if he would consider a plea deal now that the audio tape had been leaked, to which the former president replied, "There's not even a thought of doing that because I did nothing wrong." On Monday, a spokesperson for Trump's campaign told Newsweek the audio recording provides context, providing once again that President Trump did nothing wrong at all, and said Trump was speaking rhetorically during the conversation. The media and Trump haters once again were all too willing to take the bait, falling for another Democrat DOJ hoax, hook, line, and sinker. Trump has also blamed the audio leak on special counsel Jack Smith. I've heard reports that this is just faked.
Yeah, so have I. Mainly from Tim.
Yeah. It's
Tim
interesting
would lie,
that I'm not sure where it is.
With the original one or what?
Where is this particular piece of audio? Yeah. Why is it not public?
Probably because it's been taken down because it's fake.
I would like to listen to it. Was it? Because I didn't hear it. I watched Tim's video on it.
I have CNN.
Oh, did they play it on CNN?
Yes.
But it's not in their CNN. It's not in CNN's article.
I don't know what it is now.
That's what I mean. Like, why? I've not been able to find this. Maybe I'm just stupid. Where's the audio?
Okay,
it's not in this. And this is not it. There's no audio in this.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's audio, but there's no. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait.
First ad.
News about the recording's existence was reported by CNN.
First ad.
Was transcribed in the charging document. Okay, so CNN aired it, but where is it?
First ad. Click on first ad.
Oh, did you find it? Oh, okay. Thank you. Because I hadn't heard this. All right, let's listen. Let's see.
To be a central piece of the government's case against Donald Trump. The actual audio recording of the former president talking as if he's showing a highly classified document on U.S. war plans against Iran, with people not cleared to even know it exists, let alone...
Oh, I'm sorry, real quick. Riley Robo says, I want a Trump singing a Little Mermaid thingamabob song. Look at these papers. Aren't they neat? Wouldn't you say my documentation's complete? Wouldn't you say I'm the guy who has everything?
What's in it. In a moment, only on CNN, you will hear what jurors will hear one day. The recording was made 2 summers ago, July 2021, at the former president's club in Bedminster, New Jersey.
Okay, Anderson
You will
Cooper.
clearly hear the former president as he is speaking to several people. According to the special counsel's indictment, they include a writer working on Mark Meadows' memoir, the publisher, and 2 of Trump's staff members. The president was aware he was being recorded. It is the first time it is being played publicly.
Let's listen carefully.
These are bad, sick people.
That was your coup, against you.
Well, it started right at the beginning.
Like when Millie's talking about, you were going to try to do a coup. No, they were trying to do that before you even were sworn in. That's right. Trying to overthrow your election.
Well, with Millie, let me see that. I'll show you an example. He said that I wanted to attack Iran. Isn't it amazing? I have a big pile of papers. This thing just came up. Look. This was him. They presented me this. This is off the record, but they presented me this. This was him. This was the Defense Department and him. Wow. We looked at some. This was him. This wasn't done by me. This was him. Also.
By the way, okay. I gotta look. If he's showing real papers, what's he doing? Like waving them around? He could be anything. It takes him 5 seconds to pull some shit off his desk out of I don't know. Like this classification shit is so weak. Considering everyone else has done this stuff. Look, Hillary Clinton's emails, just being full freaking open.
Oh, he's gonna mention that in a moment.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Lots of stuff. It's pages long. Look. Wait a minute, let's see here.
Yeah.
I just found, isn't that amazing? This totally wins my case, Except it is like highly confidential, secret. This is secret information. But look at this. You attack, and
Hillary would print that out all the time,
she'd send it to Anthony Weiner.
Wow, true though.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
I was just saying, because we were talking about it. And he said he wanted to attack Iran and what? These are the papers. This was done by the military.
So Trump said in the beginning of this recording that he knew it was being recorded.
I have no
So
idea.
it's not. No, he did though. He said he knew it was being recorded. So again, I don't know if this is real or not, but if it is real, right? Let's just assume it's real. What? He's talking to some people that he know this is being recorded. They're in his private office, and he is just waving papers around.
Apparently.
But he's not giving them to photocopy, or is he, or anything like that? Does it sound like it? He's just saying like, oh, here's some papers. As you do. I mean, I've done stuff like that. You know, it's like, I got this paper here, but it doesn't mean people can read it while you're holding it in your hand. I mean, unless you, what grandma-style giant text do you have it printed out on? I don't know. It's in his private office. I'm not sure, like, what a dunk this is. Really considering, yeah, Hillary Clinton, no problem there.
Given to me. I think we can probably, right?
I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to try to
Declassify.
figure out a yeah.
See, as president, I could have declassified
Yeah.
it. Now I can't, you know, but this is
Yeah,
classified.
now we have a problem.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
It's so cool. I mean, it's so, we heard
But it's right, too. He could have declassified it any time, and it is cool, by the way.
And you probably almost didn't believe me, but now you believe me.
No, I believe
It's
you.
incredible, right?
No,
Hey, bring some Cokes in, please.
Yeah, bring in some Cokes and some Burger King or McDonald's,
That
which
sounds
one he
like
likes
Trump,
better. It does actually sound like him. And he hasn't denied it from what I can tell. But I heard some people saying that it's deep fakes. I don't know. It sounds like something Trump would do. But it's not like he gave them the documents, did he? He was like waving them around in the room. I don't know. It's probably not very secure.
No.
Donald. It's not very secure, okay? You should have been safer about that. But
But it
doesn't
is
even
funny.
But it doesn't approach anything like what all the rest of these dinguses do all the time. If you want to go ham on this mishandling of classified documents, then things should be treated equally. Hillary Clinton having an open freaking Gmail account that anyone could have basically hacked into and did eventually, where they just full-on talked about DOJ secrets. I don't think he's done anything wrong here. I think he maybe was a little bit flippant, but I don't think he did really anything wrong. He's just like waving a paper around. He's not giving it to them. They're not taking pictures of it. They're not photocopying it. And he even said he knew they were recording. So it's not like this is a secret recording done behind his back. So, I don't know. Yeah, he was waving around some form of documentation, says No Pants Baby. It could have been a newspaper. Yeah, he even said it was full of newspapers.
Great name, by the way.
But he did say, though, that it was something that he could have declassified. But there's no video evidence. We have no freaking clue what like the actual context. What does this look like? We only have audio.
Yeah. We don't even know who the hell's in the room.
Why is there no video of this? He said he was okay with them recording. Why didn't they record video? It's just 2021. They're definitely recording. They're almost assuredly recording on their phones. Not like they have a handheld tape recorder. Why didn't you record video? I bet there is video, and that's the thing, and they've chosen not to post it. That's what I would bet. That's what I would bet. Let's see. 1 second. Just gonna get some chats here. Pure Stress for 5 says one night stands and welfare are grounds for allowing of reproduction. Oh yeah, sorry about that one. Intellectual iconoclasm. Thank you, Pure Stress. Intellectual iconoclasm for 2 says douche not. Yeah.
That is a good name for that, actually.
It is. Lamented Guide for 2 says, should I feel judged about the man bun dig?
Yes.
Lol. Oh, if you got a man bun, my dude. It's not a dig at everybody, but it's become so associated with just a certain kind of guy. Yeah. DRT is King for 5 says, a Dutch cover of Barbie Girl is based and must be played. There's a cohort of men that cannot get any woman. 30%
The man
millennial
bun is the
consumers
neckbeard
can't
of
get any.
hairstyles.
Yeah, but DRT's King is right. There's a percentage, it's about 30% of millennial and Zoomer men who said they cannot get any woman whatsoever, which is absolutely devastating to think about that reality. Like I said, women have the choice right now, when they always really have. And yeah, it's really sad for guys. I do truly feel I can't imagine how hard it is to be a young man trying to get a date in this environment. DRT is King, because even if you do get a girl, by the way, even if you do get a girl, you have, like, usually a psycho Encouraged to be a psycho.
I just need to beat them.
DRTS Gang for Two says, who were the 11 governors? Oh, I missed out on who they were.
That's not a joke, by the way. Women crave subjugation by men.
Let's see, where was that?
And people can say, oh, look, no, they don't. Like, yes, they absolutely do. Like, women do not like freedom. I know that sounds really weird, but if you looked at how the Karens behaved during COVID, they were the ones who were, like, most in favor of the most harshest of restrictions. It's because they want a man to tell them to shut the fuck up. They do. They absolutely do. And I will always say that. If you can just get a woman to, like, tell you... not tell you.
Yep.
But sort of, if you can find a woman that you can put in her place and she, like, sort of hates you for it, but also likes it at the same time, like, yeah, this is the reason why they like that. Is because they like men who don't take shit. And women can pretend, oh, I want to be independent. Like, no, bitch, you fucking don't. You just want the appearance of being able to be valid for your opinion. But at the end of the day, when shit hits the fan, you look to your man to lead. Like, shut up. Sick of your fucking LARPing crap.
I don't think it lists these. I think it highlights them, but I don't know people's appearance.
I wonder why.
Well, I mean, I don't know what they... I mean, I don't know by look. Like, I some people I can identify, some I can't. Sorry. The governors. So I don't know.
I can identify a few of them there.
Here we go. Here's the 11 governors. And I really can't. I also have minor face blindness because autism. Who is this woman? Wowee.
Can you scroll down a little bit?
When I do see it does that. Hang on. No, it's a stupid way. I can't. It's a stupid way this website's formatted.
No, I can see a little bit if you just scroll up.
I can't.
What do you mean? I can see it on the side.
I literally can't.
Oh, that's really dumb as hell.
Because if I scroll up, look what it does. Hang on. If I scroll up, it changes.
Hold on a second. Wait, give me a second. Yeah.
All right, here I'll send you the Reuters article.
Hold on. Oh, hold on. Help if I do that. There.
What?
Oh, I could just bring it down now. Go over it again.
There we go. Here's the governors. Doesn't name them. So I
recognize Youngkin.
Is Youngkin in there?
Yes.
I have total fucking like my face blindness really bad, dude. So don't ask me questions. This is like only a couple people I can recognize. And like Turtle Mitch, I can see there. Yeah. You know.
Isn't it cringe how they're called political elite? Mm-hmm. Not elitist at all.
Mitch is in there with the under legislators in general, but yeah, I don't know.
I see Kennedy is there.
It's weird they don't list them.
I wonder why.
Yeah, well, it's strange that they don't list them. Oh wait, here we go. Thank you. They did. Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Missouri, North Carolina, North Dakota, South Carolina, Tennessee, Virginia. Thank you. You had to scroll over it.
Southern states.
Reuters, I hate this kind of website format. I know it looks cool. I hate it. It makes it difficult to obtain information. So, back to Trump, though. Oh, wait, sorry, when the rest of these super chats. Drenegi for 10 says, leaked audio tapes. I'm sure Trump, Bush, Barry, and Brandon all going to Waterworld and playing Uno was real, too. Yeah, I know.
The gay choir.
I think that's the problem.
No, they don't wear enough makeup for that.
And yeah, Drenegi, it does sound realistic. It does sound fairly real, but like, even if it's real, it's like
makes Trump
yes
look great.
And it's like yes and it's nowhere. It's nothing even approaching. Like he's waving a paper around in front of people, not giving it to them, not sending it to them, doesn't have a freaking email server while running the Department of Justice.
Google you mean the paper thing?
Yeah, I think it's really nothing. It's another pathetic attempt to try and destroy him. Minnesota Fats for 5 says, boss, good news. I've got a new job starting next week. Hey, congratulations, man. Bad news, the Parkland resource officer was found not guilty on all charges against him. Oh, I did see that. I did see that. Of course. Of course. Nilthina for 2 says, thank you, Nilthina. We have here. This is looks like Trump is going to be countersuing E. John Carroll, the absolute crazy woman.
Based, he should.
Countersued for Carroll for defamation. Why? Because the jury only found him liable for sexual assault, not rape. that was the whole thing that was so bizarre. I mean, this is the full document, right? But this is a nice little legal rundown. This is in fact his argument. Like, this woman's, you know, complaining about it, but that's the reality. They didn't even find him liable for sexual assault, not rape. They didn't find him on anything. They just said they couldn't disprove it, so found him guilty. And it wasn't of rape or sexual assault, it was of defaming her. They specifically said they couldn't find him guilty of having raped her, but that the problem wasn't whether or not she was lying or telling the truth about him raping or sexually assaulting her, Lisa Rubin. The problem, and in the countersuit, the issue, is that they said the issue was not whether or not he raped her, but whether or not he disparaged her for saying it. And then saying she's lying. Him saying that she is lying is what she's claiming was defamation. She says, Donald Trump raped me in 1990. He says, no, I didn't. She says, that's defamation.
Oh my god, Justice Dankula, he went back to that. And
yes, let's examine. Let's take a moment here to examine Justice Dankula.
He just loved the fact that he just went like, yeah, I'm don't you love the way that how are you not following the fine L's? What the fuck?
We're talking about
on the right hand side.
Oh, I don't know. Whoops, now I am.
Yeah.
I'm not following Alex Stein. Whoops, sorry. Sorry.
Look at that. Do you know the way that you need to have a parody in your account? He's like, no, fuck that. I'm not keeping the parody. It's like, shit.
He says he's go to Supreme Court of the Underachiever Squadron.
Yeah.
Guns, God, Liberty, Trump, baby killers, DNI. Together we'll end systemic racism.
God bless him.
We will strive to ensure that people of all backgrounds can attend university, no matter if you're Black, Latino, Asian, or normal.
Oh god, I love him. God damn, that is. I need to retweet that. That's god damn.
What is this? Be careful.
Black, Latino, Asian.
Be careful. You mean stacking the courts to vote in favor of the majority of what Americans want? Yeah, that's kind of the point of the courts, is to not just go along with what you want.
Yes.
How did that work out for you on overturning Roe, dumbass?
By the way, does that not tell me something?
Does this person think that? Hang on. Does this person think that Dank's actually SCOTUS?
Yes.
Oh, maybe.
By the way,
dumbass.
By the way, that person right there is why democracy fails.
Yeah, just you have to do
the
what we
whole
tell
point
you
of the
to.
court is to
A
follow
big mob.
the Constitution, not the mob. You fucking moron. My
Why
god.
don't you use punctuation?
And then they say
properly?
dumbass at the end, like, oh my god, the supreme irony is just.
Oh my god, it's okay. I can learn
At
punctuation
a university.
Oh, why is it only until right-wing rhetoric contests the very basics of systemic racism, which objectively exists? No, prove to it objectively. Prove to it objectively, Brendan, that precedent is ignored and this is overturned. I don't know, Brendan. Why are you so gay? Of course, this won't affect your children. No, since my children are smart enough to get in. Oh, fucking, let's go. Round of applause.
How are you so stupid? His name is Justice Dankula. Like, how do you think that's an actual name of a SCOTUS justice? Like, oh my god.
Oh my god. Speaking of the
This
guy,
is like an hour ago as well. Like, Jesus
I know it's all
Christ.
just now. Like he's just fucking with them so actively. Oh my god.
Affirmative
a
action
friend of
was a
mine
safeguard to prevent racism. Yeah, looks like it didn't work.
Yeah. We're gonna need more studs like Brett Baby Kavanaugh in Yale. We did that hot babe Christine Blasey Ford.
Oh my god! I'm looking at the
I
replies.
know.
Jesus Christ! This is
Excuse
unbelievably
me.
stupid.
Justice Dankula responds, excuse me, he's a dear friend of mine. Throws killer parties.
By the way, you see what it says here? You should all watch my my favorite YouTube small penis YouTuber, Count Dankula. He has a new video.
Yes.
Oh my god, how did people fall for this? How stupid!
Because they need to vote for their justices. That's why, Spoon.
God.
Because look at the power of the intelligence
She's
of the
breastfeeding while
masses.
doing the dishes. She can't hear you. Oh my god.
Oh my god. So hang on, I got some far significantly less space, but I was pretty pleased with RFK on this. I'm not trying to go on the RFK wagon altogether.
Can we just point out something? He is the most threatening person to the establishment right now. Not
Oh yes. I mean, I would
he's
say
Trump with like more class.
I would say he's gonna get Kennedy'd, but
Nah, it's a bit too obvious right now. I would
yeah.
say.
Anywho, this was an interesting little clip here about
You were probably going to demonetize if you put him on. I've
Kennedy?
noticed, yes, he is the most hated person right now on YouTube. The YouTube algorithm does not like him. Anything with Kennedy in the fucking name gets demonetized. Quick as shit.
We're already demonetized, whatever. So,
Now what else is new?
the live streams always get demonetized because we say curse words and laugh at stupid stuff.
Oh.
Anywho, so they always get yellowed. You know what I mean? They always get the yellow mark.
Yeah.
Anywho, Kennedy had some. Of course, they want him to come out and disparage Trump. They want him to talk about how much he hates Trump. Here's his response.
Democrat. But you're getting a lot of support from a lot of leading voices on the right, like Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, Alex
How
Jones,
dare they?
former President Donald Trump. Many
We can't have any kind of agreement across the line. We must be eternal enemies forever. We can't agree on anything.
How
That's
dare
why
you
democracy
dislike the
is so
same
great.
people that the Republicans do?
Isn't democracy great where we can,
Gay.
come together and make decisions? And if you talk to the other party, you're the fucking devil.
But let's be honest, the main reason that we like him is because he is disliked by the machine.
Yeah, true.
Yes.
Yeah, I like some of the things he says.
Yeah, so do I.
fear that you're a spoiler in the race, that you will damage
Based.
President Biden in the
Yeah,
primary
good.
and grease
Sexy.
the skids for former President Trump.
Not even supposed to be a
return
primary.
the Oval Office.
They are DNC already said they're not going to hold a primary, so I don't know what you're talking about, but okay.
Yeah, if that's not draconian, then I don't freaking know what is. Like, we're not going to have debates, we're not going to have a primary, we're just going to anoint the person in charge, even though the majority of the countries, including our own fucking voter base, do not want Biden to run again.
Yeah, but no, this is who we've decided.
Just openly,
And
just
how dare
draconian
you
and shit.
Be a reasonable Democrat. You're not allowed to
Yeah.
do that.
How dare you
have to-
disagree with the oligarchy, you peasant?
Yeah, it's fast. I mean, they did this with who was it, a woman out of Hawaii that Tim Pool
Tulsi
liked a
Gabbard.
lot. Tulsi Gabbard.
He was
Anytime there's a
simping the
reasonable,
hell off of that chick.
I know, but anytime
Because
there's
he
a
wants to
reasonable
shag her.
Democrat,
I don't really blame him. though.
anytime there's a reasonable Democrat, because she's a gun grabber, he's a gun grabber, okay? But anytime there's any sort of reasonable Democrat, the entire establishment machine comes out in full force to try and destroy them.
Yeah.
But this is interesting. I do like RFK. I mean, if I wanted I really thought democracy could work, and did work, I would want it RFK versus Trump. That's a fair fight.
Yeah.
I'd say, but it's not going to be that way. I don't think so.
Can you imagine if that was the last two standing?
Kennedy.
If it was the Kennedy versus Trump? Oh my god!
my God.
The media would lose
That's
their
a real
fucking
fight.
minds.
But that's a real
Yes.
damn fight.
But they would lose no matter who wins. That's the thing. The people would win either way.
The people would win either way. I think. You know,
Yeah.
I don't like the gun grabbing from Kennedy. Trust me. But
I
other
would
than that,
like him
I-
to pick Kennedy as his VP.
Could you imagine that?
Oh
Doing
my
a
god!
non-Republican
Hey Kennedy, here's what the
VP?
CIA did to your family. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Oh,
you have
Tulsi
powers to go
retired, I
kick
think,
their
beyond
asses.
suspenders. That's why she kind of fell off. She retired. Well, she said she retired from politics.
Yeah. Oh, she still goes
He's
around.
smart and he's a common sense guy. What kind of man do you think Donald Trump is?
Well, you know, here's what I'm not going to do in this race. I'm not going to attack other people personally. I don't think it's good for our country. And I think, you know, what I'm trying to do in this race is bring people together, is to try to bridge the divide between Americans. And guess what? You know, when my dad died and we took this train ride from, you know, this 7.5-hour train ride that was supposed to be 2 hours, I was with him when he died in Los Angeles, and then we brought his body from New York, Penn Station to Union Station, and then
Can you just pause it for a moment?
DC, and
Already his answer seems authentic.
Well, he just said. I mean, he said it before he gets into his personal story. It's like, no, I'm not gonna fucking do that.
Yes, because he knows what they want him to do, and he's like, no, I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, they just want him to say, oh, so when are you gonna start attacking Trump? When are you gonna attack him personally? When are you gonna engage in our games with us? He's like,
yeah.
no.
Like, no, I'm not going to.
I do appreciate that. Nope, I don't think so.
Didn't he have a stroke or something?
2.5 hours.
No, he's got a vocal cord issue.
Oh, okay. Well, then he can't fix it.
No, but what I find very interesting, I don't think he can, but what I find really fascinating is that anyone who pays any attention to RFK is like, they really like this guy, and he's able to attain the level of influence that he has, despite the fact that his voice is kind of scuffed, right? Okay, let's be honest. But it's what he says matters more, and that's rare, because as someone who's studied political persuasion my entire life, adult life, usually something like that would be it's called a peripheral cue, and normally that would throw people off, and I think it does throw people off. But once they start listening to what Kennedy's actually saying, they're like, oh yeah, I like what this guy's saying, and I appreciate when he's like, no, I'm not gonna play your stupid game. I'm not gonna attack Trump.
You know what it says a lot about this guy is the amount of Democrats in the machinery who says that he should run as the Republican, not the Democrat, because he's more in line with the Republicans. Like, that really says something about you more than it does him.
He's a lifelong Democrat.
Yes.
And again, like you said, that says something more about them than it does him.
Remember that CNN article I linked you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God, yeah. I should really rewrite that. I kind of want to do a segment where I just go, like, stir this, where I just rewrite the article, what it actually means. Because I read that and I thought, like, oh my god, these people live in, like, complete fucking fantasy land. Because we went through it and I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is so contradictory. Like, the end and the beginning is otherworldly. It's nuts.
Oh, nope. Everybody in the chat asked about his voice. He didn't do anything. He had some sort of... let me look it up. He had some sort of disease that caused this. RFK voice. I think it's some sort of disease. Neurological disease, yeah. So, he didn't do anything. He didn't smoke a bunch of cigarettes. He didn't, get in an accident. He has a disease that causes his voice to be, the way it is. But I still, if he didn't have the neurological disease, I think he'd be even way more popular.
Yeah. He's still more coherent than Biden.
This guy who's got a neurological disease that makes it difficult for him to talk is way more coherent than Joe Biden, which is
he can actually talk without needing notes.
Yeah, right. You can speak extemporaneously. Yeah.
You see, and it was a 2.5 hour ride, but it took 7.5 hours because there were 2.5 million people on that train track. And it was the cross-section of America, and all of the major urban stations in Trenton, Newark, Wilmington, and Baltimore. There were black Americans singing Battle Hymn of the Republic. There were whites in the rural areas who are holding up signs, "Goodbye, Bobby, pray for us, Bobby," American flag, standing, saluting. 4 years later, and they had supported my father in the primaries in 1968. 4 years later, in 1972, they were not supporting my father, and they were not supporting George McGovern, who was aligned with my father on all these issues. Instead, the vast majority of them were supporting George Wallace. And, my father was able to harness these populist energies. In the last day of his life, he won the most rural state in this country, South Dakota, and the most urban. He was able to bridge the divide among people who would otherwise be Republican, but wanted somebody who was common sense, who was able to appeal to their idealism, who was able to find the hero in each of them, who was able to get them to transcend narrow self-interest and see themselves as part of a community and part of this, incredible American adventure in modeling self-governance for the rest of the world. And so I'm proud that President Trump...
I don't agree with that part, but...
Yeah.
But here's what he has to say about Trump, though, because this is an interesting thing.
That President Trump likes me, even though I don't agree with him on most of his issues. Because I don't want to alienate people. I want to bring people together.
Oh, okay. Hold on a sec.
Yeah, this is pure politics. But
yes.
But you have to understand, that is a fucking ballsy move to say as a Democrat. I'm proud that President Trump likes me.
Yeah, because he sees him as authentic. And also, Trump is not a divider. Trump is a unifier. The media is the divider.
The media is the divider.
Because when I first became aware of Trump, and the fact that he won, and I sort of like, why is the media hating this guy so much? And then I just watched him talk to an audience, and I went, this is the guy they hate so much. Where is the why? He he just seems like an authentic dude who just speaks off the cuff. I don't see what is the hatred about. And then when I saw him in the policies that he was enacting, I'm like, that'd be the reason why. Because like him himself, if you just listen to him talk, like if you find Trump hateful and you just watch him, I think you're insane. There's nothing about him that's particularly hateful. He just likes his country. He just hates the press. Like, fucking everyone hates the press.
Well, look at how they're trying right now in this interview to try and get RFK to hate him, to say, oh, I hate him. And, you know, I do think, like, is that playing politics? A little bit. But to come out as a Democrat and say, I'm proud that Donald Trump likes me, is actually...
That's a way to respect his audience as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to gain you respect from people who actually care, but the people who are pure partisans are going to hear that and pull their hair out. And they're not, I mean, that is, like I said, that's not plain politics in that sense. That's a ballsy move on RFK's part.
People like me, and that I have independent supporters and Democratic supporters, and that I'm able to bring a lot of people. You know, every Democrat says, I want to end the polarization. But how do you do that without talking to people who don't agree with you?
Good point. All they do is they say they hate everybody and they won't talk.
Because they're not interested in unity.
My new video on this,
that's a slogan, not an actual policy.
Well, based on the video with Emma and Tim, yeah.
Somebody gave me a suggestion you should do for a video.
Yeah.
They should say, like, how do different cultures react emotionally to things?
Oh, that's such a big, giant, massive topic. I had to think about that, yeah.
I said I don't know if there's actually academic research on that.
Oh, for sure.
Is there?
Hundo. Oh, Hundo. I haven't read it, but Hundo that I can tell you right now that's a massive field of inquiry. The reason I would be a little bit hesitant is because that's going to be so huge. And let's finish this off because I just realized I got a lot of stuff.
How do you do that without talking to people who don't agree with you? How do you do that without appealing to people? Without my purpose is to find the issues, the values that we have in common, rather than, you know, focus on the issues and the personalities that keep us all apart.
Thank you for watching. Okay.
To be fair, Trump actually does that.
I think
Trump touts the issues constantly. It's the main thing he talks about every fucking time. He's like, look what I've done. He doesn't give a crap about whether the hell you like him or not. It's like, this is what I've done for the country. This is why. Yeah, this is the fucking article.
This is. I don't want to go through it. It's just.
It's funny as hell because it's so stupid.
It's actually pretty short. We can do it. There's a politician running for president who plans to address the conservative Moms for Liberty group this week. He also trafficked in baseless conspiracy theories on everything from gun violence to vaccines and has been publicly praised by some of the right-wing's most unsavory characters from Steve Bannon to Roger Stone and Tucker Carlson. Can you guess which party this candidate belongs to? I'm betting no say Republican. Who wrote? Dean Obadiah.
He's a moron, by the way.
Obadiah.
I like the way when you know when you say RFK in the fucking headline and then you're writing like this, you make it sound like a moron.
Yeah.
Because you mentioned him in the title.
Yeah. No, I'm referring to RFK, who's running for president as a Democrat. Kennedy, of course, has every right to run. When you put it like that, it's like you're implying he doesn't.
He doesn't. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
But there's no question that his views align far better with the GOP. If he seeks any presidential nomination, that's the one he should be vying for.
Which, you know what that actually means? The Democrat window is closed off.
The Democrat window is closed off to you.
Yep,
you're
that's
a
what
threat.
that means. Yep.
And you're a threat to Joe Biden.
Yep.
You are a threat
to be fair,
Joe
so is Kamala
Biden.
Harris.
Right. Kennedy will travel to Philly this week to address a convention, blah, 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 or a Moms for Liberty group, which has been condemned by the Southern Poverty Law Center.
That's a great endorsement, by the way.
No, for what the SPLC characterizes as an extremist anti-government view, including advocating for the abolishment of the Department of Education.
Extremely based. Unfathomably based.
Former President Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis, a couple other conservatives, plan to address the Moms for Liberty audience as well. The SPLC alleges that Moms for Liberty is following the playbook of the segregationist parents group that emerged in the wake of 1954 Supreme Court decision in Brown v. Board. Yeah. What did they meet over?
Segregation.
Seriously, like, what were they fucking meeting over?
Probably
It was probably trans stuff.
Yes.
I would assume.
Probably. Hey, look, guess what parents are not fans of? You trying to propagandize their children with sex education. Or fucking perverts. Because, like, as Dank said, I'm starting to get the impression all teachers are pedophiles.
I would assume, it doesn't say here, but I assume that it's over the trans stuff, probably. Or that's at least going to be part of the issue, right? And they're, of course, bringing up Brown versus Board, which is, racial integration of schools. And they're saying, having men in dresses teach your children about dildos, that's basically Brown versus Board.
That's very progressive.
I guarantee, I don't know, but I guarantee that that's something along those lines. Maybe. Oof. In a statement to NPR earlier this month, Moms for Liberty said in response to the SPLC report, 2/3 of Americans think the public education system is on the wrong track. That's why our organization is devoted to empowering parents to be part of their children's public school education. Oh, how dare you!
Parents' rights, yeah.
How, no,
I can already hear Emma seething in the background.
The government owns your children.
No, they don't.
The statement added, we believe that parental rights do not stop at the classroom door with no amount of hate. And no amount of hate from groups like that is going to stop that. And it is hate. The Southern Poverty Law Center was supposed to be an anti-hate group. It's just like labeling this
the same
particular
with
organization and saying,
supposed to be Antifa.
Yeah, precisely.
Oh God.
Some of Kennedy's views are so far-fetched that one has to believe they would draw criticism from many voters on either side of the political divide. Among the long list of conspiracy theories Kennedy is associated with, like the death of his uncle?
Or
how the CIA did that?
You people have been pending Russia was a conspiracy for like 4 fucking years with no evidence whatsoever. You are the last people to have any credibility on fucking conspiracy.
By the way, I don't think he even peddles the Kennedy conspiracy. Even though I fairly call it conspiracy. Yeah, it's a fact. He is perhaps best known for anti-vaccine misinformation that he has peddled for nearly 2 decades.
You know who's the biggest vaccine misinformation right now in the government? Biden.
Yeah.
If you get these vaccines, you're not going to get COVID, you're not going to die. And remember when he said that?
COVID?
Yeah.
Remember
and what happened? People got COVID, people got the vaccine, and they still died.
You get this vaccine, you're not going to get COVID. That wasn't labeled misinformation.
Yeah, you know why that?
I guarantee you know that. It's still not labeled that way.
You know why he said that? On a CNN town hall.
Yes, he did. Yep. This includes a claim that a mercury-based ingredient in vaccines cause autism. Look, I don't know about that. I've looked into that a little bit. I don't know, but
I wouldn't have anything mercury-based, to be honest.
I wouldn't put mercury-based shit in my body. Yeah, come on now. If I could help it. But the thing is that like they know that the anti-vaccine thing is really big right now. That's a super contentious issue. So they're saying, oh, he's always
only with people who are not morons.
I just did the research on this. The anti-vaccine stuff has been moderately split between right and left for decades, up until very recently. It's only very recently that the left became super pro-vaccine.
We hate vaccines.
They used to be,
now
they
you
used to be
take them or you'll die.
Skeptical.
And then, survival kicks in, and then they simp their fucking balls off the big pharma.
I have the data on it. They used to be very skeptical of vaccines, but then all of a sudden, once COVID came, then they became very, very in favor of vaccines.
Because these people like safety.
Yes, I think you're right.
Except if it's done by black people, then for some reason they don't.
Oof. Echoing remarks against vaccine mandates once again, MTG, the Georgia Republican, Kennedy declared at a rally last year, quote, even in Hitler's Germany, you could cross the Alps into Switzerland.
True.
You could hide in an attic like Anne Frank did. Remarks were as inaccurate as they were offensive.
No, that's accurate, so I don't know how that's offensive either. You could.
You made it so people can't. You made it so they couldn't leave the country. They couldn't leave their state. They couldn't go anywhere.
They couldn't
have a job.
Yeah, they couldn't get a job if they didn't get.
They couldn't go to school. I mean, it's not. He is going. Look, I don't like making the Nazi references. Okay, it's really pedantic. Don't do it. But he's not really totally off base in that one. You know, he's not totally off base.
Yeah.
And like GOP presidential candidate DeSantis, Kennedy has gone on attack against Dr. Saint Holy Anthony Fauci, the infectious disease expert who served under 7 U.S. presidents and guided the nation through the worst of the COVID-19 crisis. Could you have more bias, CNN?
Yeah, they probably could, actually.
In 2021, Kennedy published The Real Anthony Fauci, a book accusing the doctor of promoting a, quote, historic coup d'etat against Western democracy. I mean, maybe depends whether or not that's based. Not the way he did it, though. His assertions on COVID-19 vaccines were so off the deep end that members of his storied political family wrote an opinion article in 2019 disavowing his views. On gun violence, meanwhile, Kennedy has peddled and particularly quixotic conspiracy theory, claiming that school shootings are somehow linked to antidepressants. Duh. No shit. Antidepressants have massively gone up. We know from meta-analysis that antidepressants actually increase depression. It came out last year. A meta-analysis of meta-analysis found that antidepressants are terrible and they increase problems with depression. So duh. Yeah, that would be a problem why then people want to go shoot up schools and things. You still there, Spin?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. You didn't say anything for a second, so maybe dipped out. And then I was worried, like, am I saying something that's so bad that we got kicked from YouTube or something? This helps explain why some of his relatives have publicly stated they will not be supporting him in 2024. Who cares? Whatever. Like, just like the amount of rage in this stupid CNN article.
Were you the one that told me that someone pointed that to him out recently and his response?
Which was what?
Someone pointed that out, that most of his family doesn't support him. You know what his reply was?
Well, what was it?
How many of your family members agree with everything you have to say?
Very good point.
Like,
it's weird. What a weird thing to bring up. What a strange thing to bring up. Well, I mean, actually, all of Biden's family agree with what he has to say because.
But it's because he's getting funding from the Chinese.
Because they're all getting funded by him.
It's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to get away with crack and prostitution if your father happens to be president.
Yeah, then they have to say that he's getting drubbed by Biden. Biden's doing way better in the polls. People don't know who RFK is yet in terms of the national sphere, okay? We'll see what happens. I'm curious. Also, he's jacked. People aren't aware. Dude, look at this. Getting in shape for my debates with Biden.
How old is RFK? He's like in his 70s, isn't he?
He's gotta be.
That's a good boy.
There's a lot of testosterone replacement therapy.
Yeah, well, probably.
But still, he's actually in great shape. Well done to him.
No. I need the current one, not that one.
Which
Here we go,
current
RFK Jr.
Getting in shape for my
69.
debate. 69,
nice.
okay. Can you imagine if you put him in a debate with Biden? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Biden
Even with his voice thing.
Biden wouldn't even know who that is.
Destroy him. No, he'd be. I also have a wholesome Trump clip to go along with the cool RFK clip. This is just like this. Is that this is in New Hampshire? They gave him a license plate, a state license plate that reads "fake news."
Fake news. You know, they used to be the policemen and women, not anymore. The perpetrators.
The perpetrators.
You can't teach that.
No, he's just natural
yeah,
charisma.
he's just naturally charismatic. Also, I think it's because he also he behaves like the way the king does, with the peasantry against the nobles. That he is the king against the nobles, and he plays into it extremely well. Like, God bless him.
Yeah. This is very brief. I don't want to talk about this too much.
Oh, there we go. He says, "I feel so sorry for you guys having to listen to me." RFK explains why his voice is so raspy. There you go. You should probably read that.
Oh, where's
on the right-hand side?
Oh.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, we covered it
That's
briefly.
That's oddly humble.
It is very humble.
Yes.
When I was 14 years old, I was struck with a neurological disease, injury called spasmodic dysphonia. It makes my voice tremble. The now 69-year-old. I didn't know it was wrong. I feel sorry if you guys haven't listened to me. The condition was actually worse than a recent surgical procedure he underwent in Japan. It made my voice much better, which you probably won't believe, but it was much worse than this before. Johns Hopkins says spasmodic dysphonia causes involuntary spasms in the muscles of the voice box or larynx. This causes the voice to break and have a tight, strained, or strangled sound. Well, maybe, there's some hope. He's got one surgery.
Just guzzle a lot of honey.
I mean, but that is again like very humble. Just being like, sorry, like I know it's rough, and just honest. Good for him. This is interesting though. Kevin McCarthy and Elise Stefanik and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Elise Stefanik specifically are saying they want to wipe the record of Trump's impeachments.
Based.
Don't know if it's going to go anywhere. Doubt it. Just thought it was
This is basically symbolism.
Yeah, it's symbolic, but interesting. There's some people behind him.
If you ever see anything in the government that isn't going to go anywhere, it is because of symbolism.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the Democrat side of the aisle, here is Hugh Hewitt and the presidential candidate Francis Suarez discussing politics. This guy's running for.
He's the mayor
he's
of
not
Miami.
GOP. He's a right. I'm sorry. I said
Yes,
Democrat.
I recognize
no,
him because
sorry.
he
I read it that wrong.
Dave Rubin did an interview
Republican
with him
candidate. Yeah, well, this is Trump's
opponent.
Opponent. This is his competition, right? I don't know why I said Democrat. It's not even written down that way, and I know who this guy is. Oh well. Anywho, here it is.
Will you be talking about the Uyghurs in your campaign?
The what?
The Uyghurs.
What's a Uyghur?
Okay, we'll come back to that. You won't be. You got to get smart on that.
You really do. You're aware of the "What's Aleppo" moment. That thing.
I'm aware.
This guy will never live
of
it down.
What the Uyghurs
What's Aleppo?
are. No, as far as the Uyghurs.
Do you know about what's Aleppo?
I'm wondering who did you ask that answered the question.
Okay, this absolutely tanked forever Gary Johnson. This clip.
Gary Johnson, former governor of New Mexico, was on TV this morning, and he was asked about Aleppo. Here's what happened.
What would you do if you were elected about Aleppo? About Aleppo. And what is Aleppo? You're kidding. Aleppo is in Syria. It's the epicenter of the refugee crisis.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Well, with regard to Syria, I do think that it's a mess.
Okay, if you've never seen it, Gary Johnson never ever lived that down. It's worse than him sticking out his tongue. Which, have you seen that one?
No.
I think I could stand up there for the whole debate.
Oh, you fucking bastard. Can I just see it? Thank you.
Debate and not say anything.
I can't play this because there's stupid music in the background. Fuck you, New York Post. Whatever, you get the idea.
Yeah.
I think I got stand up there for the whole debate and stick out my tongue and do pretty well. But anyways, this is the what's Aleppo moment. And here it gets worse. Here we go.
You gave me homework, Hugh. I'll look at what was it? What did you call it? A weeble?
The Uyghurs. You really...
I mean,
what did you call it? A weeble? The Uyghurs.
I mean, it's kind of weird to ask him about this situation. Like, what would you do by the Uyghurs? Like, that's in fucking China.
I mean, yeah, true,
Uyghurs,
but
right.
what a
But
first of all, not know what's going on.
That's like asking Xi Jinping, what are you going to do about the rainbow community in fucking America?
No, but it's the fact he doesn't know what it is, and then he's like, "What do you want me to look up? My homework? The Weebles? What's that?" My God.
Hugh, I'll look at what was it? What did you call it? A weeble?
The Uyghurs. You really need to know about the Uyghurs, Mayor. You got to talk about it every day.
Why?
I will talk about.
I know. It's,
It's like a really weird thing to ask a presidential candidate about. Oh, you just know about the fucking
They
genocide
should know
in China.
about foreign policy. Obviously people don't know about foreign policy. Going back to Biden though, sorry, I said that was just because I had this marked. That was actually in my going back to Biden segment. So
You want to see something funny?
yeah.
We'll just have one screen. It's only like 10 seconds long, but just the optics is fucking hilarious.
Oh, okay.
Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Nicole, I
much. It's
appreciate
great to
it.
have you. It's great to have you.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere. It's a very exciting day around here.
Just like Grandpa's just gonna go get a sandwich.
It just optically looks so fucking bad. It looks so awkward.
I mean, it just no, because it looks like he's just wandering off.
Offset, yes. He
He's
does
like,
not know where he is.
No shit.
He has
meanwhile,
no fucking idea.
Meanwhile, just days after his son, Hunter Biden, receives, there's no way of describing this other than a sweetheart plea deal to get off on an illegal weapons charge. Because remember, Hunter Biden had drug charges on his file. Wasn't allowed to legally own a firearm.
He is an illegal gun-owning, crack-smoking, whoremongering son of a bitch.
And then took his illegal firearm and threw it into a dumpster behind a school.
Of course it did.
And
because he was probably dating someone there.
Right. And when brought back up on this, he just took a plea and they just let him go. And within days, here he is at the White House, rubbing elbows with everybody at the White House dinner. Here he is.
Please make your way to your seats. Dinner will begin shortly.
Just look, he's so happy. He just got off absolutely scot-free. No, I mean, like, okay, say what you want about Trump. Trump's waving documents around in front of some people, right? This guy was not allowed to have a firearm because he was a drug addict, and then threw his illegally owned firearm into a dumpster behind, I believe, a middle school.
By the way, this scene right now is just the epitome of the corrupt cesspool of American
here it
nobility.
is. Here's the oligarchy.
Yep.
Here it is. You're not part of the club.
It's
That's
a
why
big
you don't
club
get.
and you ain't in it.
Yep, and that's why you don't get sweetheart plea deals. If you were to throw an illegally owned firearm into a dumpster behind a school, tee-hee, we're having such a great time. It's so much fun. Ha ha ha. We're. Of course, they're not even answering questions about him. Here's KJP not answering questions.
To be fair, she doesn't ever answer questions either.
She doesn't answer questions about anything, but
No.
this was. Here we go.
Secondly, the president invited his son Hunter to the state dinner last night.
It made her so mad.
Decision making of why the president decided to invite.
I'm just not going to get into family discussion, personal family discussion. As you know,
Weird, the left is totally cool and constantly asked about Trump's family all the time. Never seen anything about his family. His sons, his wife. Oh, they constantly made fun of his wife. Now, I know they normally was in the press, releases, but I don't want to get into family stuff. Okay, Karine.
Hunter is his son. I'm just not going to get into
Let me
it.
ask you this. If Hunter Biden wasn't the president's son, would he have invited someone who had just reached a plea agreement with federal prosecutors
Well,
2 days earlier?
a couple of things. Again, that's
Federal prosecutors days earlier over disposing of an illegally owned firearm behind a school. The answer is no.
his son. He's a family member. It is not uncommon for family members to attend events at the White House.
God.
You could look at past presidents. I'm sure you have. So that is not uncommon. As it relates to anything related to Hunter, I'm just not going to respond to it from here.
Oh no, not going to respond to it from here, and that's it. That's it. Won't answer the question. And it's gotten worse, because it always gets worse with Hunter, because he's a degenerate. Whistleblower reveals what Hunter Biden used to menace foreign officials.
His penis?
Warnings fell on deaf ears. In August of 2020, a search warrant uncovered a text between Hunter and Henry Shao, an executive at a Chinese company paid Hunter $100,000. The text mentioned Joe Biden repeatedly. Investigators were not allowed to verify the information. Let's pull up the tweet here so you can see the full text. I am sitting here with my father. We would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled. Tell the director that I would like to resolve this now before it gets out of hand, and now means tonight. And Z, if I get a call or text from anyone involved in this other than you, Shang, or the chairman, I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows, and my ability to forever hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here waiting. I'm sitting here waiting for the call with my father.
What a tyrannical little fuck.
If true, yeah.
What a piece of shit.
Yep.
Fuck him.
I'm
What
sorry.
an absolute words I can't say.
Is intervening and overstepping when it comes to the investigation of the president's son. Despite what whistleblowers...
Well, we read the message. That's the alleged message. So he just gets away with doing shit like that. Hunter has received money from Ukraine, China, and Romania. All taxpayers are not treated the same. The Biden DOJ engaged in attempts to delay, divulge, and deny IRS investigators, whistleblowers to face retaliation for telling the truth. For years, Hunter didn't report all his income to the IRS. Whistleblowers say he broke multiple laws in the process. Money came flowing in from all over the world, or Ukraine, China, Romania, much of it unreported, and much of it from foreign sources. And he's just allowed to get away with it. He throws a gun in a dumpster that he's not allowed to own behind a school, and then he's out there, rubbing elbows at a
Someone
White
in
House
chat said he's
party.
such a Joffrey.
Oh, he really is, though.
Oh
But
my god,
it's
that's basically like a code for the F word now.
It
That's
really
you, by
is.
the way. That's
Well, yeah, I did that, right? Yay. It would be one
By
thing.
the way, the gayest thing you did is you apologized for saying that. That was yeah. You had the base moment that you made it cringe.
Sorry.
You should own
okay.
the F word, Aiden.
I know. It's one thing, though, if your father, even if he's the president, is being a nepotistic piece of shit, trying to defend you because you're his son. It's another thing when Anna Navarro does it. Okay?
Oh, God, I saw this.
I've known Joe Biden since he was a senator for about 20-some years. I can't tell you how much his
The bigger
life
the hoop,
has
the bigger
been
the
marked
asshole.
by losing not one child, but 2 children. Yeah. And once you've lost a child, I think you are absolutely determined. It's even more urgent. It's even a bigger issue that you will not lose another one. Yeah. The Hunter Biden story, the scandal, the this, the that, it's also the story of a father's love.
It's the story of a father's love,
Fuck,
Spoon.
are you smoking? Did you
Well,
get into his stash?
Well, I think he
Does
certainly
he
loves
share
certain
drugs
people.
with you?
I think
Are
he
you
might
on
have-
his uppers?
I
Did
think he
you
might have
fuck
had
his son as well as Kamala Harris? You stupid bitch.
Well, you don't bury the lead. Spoiler alert.
Oh, I didn't even leave with that.
No, don't worry about it.
My
I'm just joking.
God, like how much do you sim for this family? You fucking pathetic
It's a
whore.
father's love. That's called
Jesus.
nepotism. And if Trump did anything even minorly approaching this, if he did anything to even minorly help one of his kids out of a legal problem, to say nothing about one of his kids
The thing
getting
it is,
paid
right?
off by multiple foreign powers, including Ukraine, which is actually involved in a war with Russia,
But
which is one of our biggest enemies, supposedly, and China, another one of our biggest threats, who both paid him off. You would be losing your mind, let alone the thing about the gun
By
in
the
the
way,
dumpster.
Trump's
Smoking
kids,
crack.
Trump's kids have actual business acumen, so I don't really
Yeah.
mind if he were to put them in the administration because they actually have chops. And I can sort of understand, sort of like people like, oh, it's nepotistic. Yeah, but like his family members are not stupid, so I can sort of understand that. Whereas with Hunter had no fucking business being on Burisma. He was only there because of the name. Whereas Trump will put his kids in charge because he actually knows his kids will do a fucking good job.
His kids have experience. His kids
Yes.
have educations. Hunter Biden has no bona fides whatsoever outside of being Joe Biden's crackhead son. But a father's love. That's called nepotism. It's called nepotism, Anna.
And Joe Biden has never and will never give up on his son Hunter.
Yeah, because his son
and
is
will
his
never
supply.
treat him lesser than. And so he is a father first. Take it or leave it. That's who he is.
We would rather leave
That
it,
is
actually.
part of his heart.
Do we have that option?
Yeah, really,
There was
leave it.
380 people at this dinner. It's not like Hunter was sitting at Merrick Garland's lap.
He may as well have
There
been.
was a
It's a White House dinner. State dinner. 380 people. It is a small world, by the way. And he is
It's not
connected
very
to all
often
these
you
people,
see
obviously.
a female being this much of a simp.
I mean, could you imagine? Like, it's like, oh, it's just they invite just some random criminal, you know?
What a soulless
There's only
cunt you have to
380
be to
people
say
there.
this kind of shit.
Oh,
Sorry.
because she's married to the regime, to the politic, to the party, more than anything else. Anything else, she is married to the party.
bunch of people, and I think part of the reason that Hunter Biden has been able to get out of addiction is because Joe...
Out of addiction? Get away from addiction. I think I get out of addiction. Weird way to phrase it, but all right.
I don't think he's clean.
He's
You
never
think
been
he's
clean.
It's not clean, man.
That guy has
He-
STDs that haven't been around since fucking Clinton was in the White House.
This man was snorting cheese. Come on, he's not clean. I mean,
No.
if he is, I guess good for him. But he's also like a degenerate in every single way, in ways that make me actually sick. If some of the claims about him are true with the underage people, I mean, like
It is
he's a
true.
degenerate
We've seen
all
fucking
over.
photos of it.
I don't think there's been confirmation that they were underage, but
They
I've
sure as
seen
hell
only
don't look
blurred-
overage.
I've only fucking seen blurred photos. Thank God. But it's man, if he's disgusting. He's disgusting.
Yes, he's a piece of shit.
You know, yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Biden embraced him entirely the entire time. When
Again,
he was vice
stash.
president, when he was candidate, when he was out of office, and now as president. And I was going to add to
Oh, we need a little clap. Oh, and claps for Anna.
Half of these women right now look high.
I know. Oh, hey, Flamenco, how's it going? God, it's just so infuriating. And by the way, speaking of the Hunter Biden plea deal, I want to let you know how that's going. Because it's set. Because here's the thing. When you do things in the law, you know, when you make a ruling, what does that do, Spin?
The which?
You make a judge makes a ruling on an issue. What does that do for future cases?
Sets a precedent?
Oh, it sure does. Oh, it sure does. Lawyer will use Hunter Biden plea deal for leniency in case of mom of kid who shot teacher.
What did the teacher do? I'm curious.
One Virginia lawyer is pointing to the president's son's plea deal to argue against jail time for his own client facing federal firearm charges.
I kind of want to know what the teachers are not in a good standing right now, so I kind of want to know what.
It's a 6-year-old who shot a teacher.
Same question applies. I still want to know what the kid was taught.
Yeah, I don't know. But all I'm saying is that
normally I would instantly side with the teacher, but now considering teachers' reputation is of ill repute, let's say, I'm like, okay, what did the kid do? And what did the teacher say? I'm like, I want to know.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing that's interesting about this, right? They want to send the mother to prison for this, which I kind of, come on, like, how'd the kid get it done? But now that, again, her lawyers are arguing, well, I shouldn't get jail time because from this exact same crime, you just let Hunter Biden off on. So it was fine.
Good point.
So, I mean...
Oh, the kid was black? Okay, no, never mind then. I'll take it back.
Oh my god, dude. But still, the mother is
I understand you're a bigger YouTuber, so you can't say shit that I can say, but I know you're thinking the same thing. Don't worry about it.
The mother was gonna get time.
I'm at a place where I can be more based than you.
How do you let a 6-year-old get a gun?
Just by stealing it.
And then use it on a teacher. Normally, like, when a 6-year-old gets a gun, gets access to a gun, they accidentally off themselves because they don't understand because it's not a toy.
Yeah.
It's a fucking 6-year-old. Instead, it goes and shoots a teacher. I don't even understand, man. But now, of course, they're using the Hunter Biden situation to say, like, well, Hunter Biden was fine to just put a gun near an elementary or
this is
like
the
a
reason
middle
people
school.
watch
That's
me is
fine.
because I say shit like that.
Oh my god. There was another story of
it's true, and don't deny it.
There was another story about Biden. I'm sure. Did you see these?
I guarantee you. Someone just said single mother. I can guarantee you the gun.
Yeah, obviously.
The gun probably belonged to the dude she was fucking.
Boyfriend, yeah.
100%. 100%.
So did you see these photos that all came out? Like these, you know.
Oh, the fact
they're
that
not AI. Well, no, people are saying it's a ball gag. They're saying now it's a CPAP machine, right?
I'm just saying it's like perfect for a ball gag.
Really, just like a ball gag. But they're claiming it's a CPAP machine.
God, it looks like a fucking zombie, doesn't he?
We're getting close. It is the end of June, which is the end of Pride Month. Thank
God.
But remember, it's Pride season.
There hasn't been
ends.
a lot of it, actually.
Oh, I got
it's been
stories for you,
surprisingly
dude.
downplayed.
Oh no, you haven't been paying attention then.
No, I don't. I don't look at homosexuals.
Biden has rejected a request to fire off fireworks at on Kristi Noem, who I think is very based and who I like quite a lot, Republican.
I would, by the way.
Oh, yeah, she's very, very pretty. To shoot off fireworks at Mount Rushmore.
Why not?
Yeah. Because Kristi Noem's a Republican. You're not gonna be able to, you can't celebrate the 4th of July with fireworks over one of its greatest national symbols. No real reason given. Permits. And you know why the real reason is. It's because Kristi Noem's a Republican. Meanwhile, however, in Yosemite...
Hello, in case you didn't know, gay people are literally taking over the national park system. I just hope throw Pride in Yosemite for the 3rd year in a row. But this isn't a Pride for visitors to the valley. This is a Pride for the park employees, of which...
Here's the park employees at Yosemite National Park.
My God.
As you can see, there are literal hundreds of queer Yosemite employees. We danced, we marched, we celebrated, and we got wet. I am so proud of all the community organizers within the park system who are making safe space for queer people all year round. No planet, no pride. Mother Nature is a lesbian. Goodbye.
Mother Nature is a lesbian.
I'm in pain.
I can't take this level of cringe. That was unbearable.
I know. I'm going to get through the end of the Biden segment, and then I'll cover those super chats, because I imagine that hurt you all too. I'm sorry, everyone. I apologize.
The level of pain... Ow.
Speaking of pain, is an allegation that Joe Biden's son, Beau, had an affair with Kamala Harris, while his brother Hunter Biden was having an affair with Beau's wife, Hallie. Yeah, if you forgot about that.
It's a fucking rat's nest, this place.
It really is that Hunter Biden was fucking his wife, or his brother's wife. But between 1994 and 95, Harris, 30, was dating 60-year-old Willie Brown, who was married. Of course, in his capacity as a Democratic Speaker of the California Legislature, Brown appointed her to 2 political posts. So she's a nepotism hire, of course. As we've talked about before, always on her knees. First to the California Unemployment Insurance Appeals Board, and then to Medical Assistance Commission. Position paid over $70,000 per year, $120,000 in current money. Harris served on the board till 98. The medical commission met twice a month, and Harris was present for missed 20% of the meetings each year, according to commission records. Yes, we dated. It was more than 20 years ago. Yes, I may have influenced her career by appointing her to 2 state commissions when I was Assembly Speaker, Brown wrote. Harris responds, I refuse to design my campaign around criticizing Willie Brown for the sake of appearing to be an independent when I have no doubt that I am independent of him. Anyways, she's just got a history. And then
yeah, right.
Goes on. I was prepared for them to come after me. Well, prepared for someone to come, but I wasn't prepared for the person coming at me the way she came at me, Biden told CNN. She knew Beau. She knows me. This is when, remember, Kamala totally shit-talked Joe Biden in the primaries.
Yep.
Beau was Kamala's beau. Harris, quote, there were times when I was getting hot that Beau and I talked every day, sometimes several times a day, Harris writes. We supported each other. Hunter had already been kicked out of his marital home with estranged wife Kathleen over his heroin addiction, says he became close with Hallie, Beau Biden's wife, after a 2016 trip with her to the Hamptons, and began spending most nights at her house while, quote, sharing a very specific grief over Beau's 2015 death. Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of moaning going on, but there's been speculation that while Beau was dying, Hunter was having an affair with Hallie. This indicates there was something amiss in Beau's relationship with his wife, and he may have looked to Harris for sexual gratification. Right out of the Kama Sutra. I don't know. This is a claim. Weird thing to write. There were times when I was getting hot that Beau and I talked every day, sometimes several times a day. Weird, Kamala. Very weird. These people are all so freaking weird. Speaking of Kamala Harris, though, I want to show you some polls. These are these are recent. These are from the other day, the 23rd.
They are tiny.
I think. I'm going to scroll in because I'm trying to get to the right thing.
Oh, there we go.
So these are approval ratings. Donald Trump, very positive, up 21%. Plus 13, so that is a total of 34% positive towards Donald Trump. Very negative is 49. This was an NBC News survey, by the way, so it's skewed against Trump. But what I found more interesting, Kamala Harris, very positive, 11%.
That's still too high.
32, but I mean, like, again, this is NBC. I agree it's too high. SCOTUS, that's because they think it's conservative.
Yeah.
It's 31% as well. The FBI, very positive, 15%. In total, 37. I mean, DOJ, even lower, coming in at all positive ratings at 35.
Oof.
These are not... Oh, get fucked, Mike Pence, honestly. But I thought it was interesting, DeSantis. So DeSantis is, what is this? 30%. So he's even below Trump. But even on this NBC, entirely leftist sample, right? Even in across all the leftists, they because this is a leftist sample. Even they don't like. I just thought I'd point out that Kamala Harris's strongly approve had reached 11%, while Trump's had gone up in the same time frame. Just thought that was interesting.
And it's from NBC.
Yeah, extremely biased, but
Which
still.
Really
so amongst extreme, like far leftists,
nobody
even they don't like Kamala
Harris.
Here's Joe Biden.
He's clearly losing the war in Iraq. He's losing the war at home.
Who's losing the war in Iraq? What war in Iraq is that, old man?
It's hard to tell, but he's clearly losing the war in Iraq. He's losing the war at home. And he has become a bit of a pariah around the world.
No, he hasn't.
It's not just NATO. It's not just the European Union. It's Japan. It's
Japan.
40 nations.
Japan?
What fucking decade do you think you live in? Yes.
Okay. All right, Grandpa. Time for your nap.
Time for you to nap,
cookies.
yeah.
So I didn't want to. We're not gonna have time to get to all this because there's way too much stuff. But Tucker had some pretty interesting takes on Ukraine. I'm gonna play just a couple minutes of this, just a little bit, just a little taste.
You must watch Tucker.
You may have found yourself wondering recently, as the world slides closer to nuclear annihilation than any time in human history.
Yeah, louder.
Why exactly are we at?
Give me 1 second. Let me change my volume settings here. Let me see if I can help it out. Tell me this is better.
War with Russia.
A little bit,
Seems
yes.
like there's a pretty
Little
significant
bit. Okay, 1 second.
downside to this particular foreign policy decision, starting with economic collapse and ending potentially with extinction. So is there a good reason we're doing it? So many innocent young people have been killed. So many hundreds of billions of dollars have been wasted, some of them from the U.S. Treasury. So what's the point? Are we really doing this so the Biden family can repay its debts to the oligarchs who financed their beach house in Rehoboth?
Yeah.
Yes.
We're doing it so our government can continue to lie about its illicit biolabs in Eastern Europe?
Yeah. Yep.
So that flabby losers like Victoria Nuland and Tony Blinken can feel like they're doing something.
Oh no, you said the name Victoria Nuland, but she didn't do
Yep.
anything. It wasn't a real deal.
Honestly, there's got to be a better reason for waging this, the most pointless war of all.
Nope.
What is it? Well, thankfully, we have an answer. The war against Russia, ladies and gentlemen, the war against Putin and for Ukraine is in fact a war for democracy. Watch and recall the motive.
The president has said many times we're focused on what we can do to support Ukraine's effort to fight for their democracy.
Democracy must prevail.
Ding,
Ukrainian
ding, ding. Where's
people
my
are
bell?
fighting
Ding,
for
ding,
their
ding, 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 ding,
democracy,
ding.
And in doing so, for ours as well.
Assisting and helping Ukraine win this fight for democracy. And
Democracy. I got it.
Quick,
Sorry, we got it.
Democracy is the road to tyranny.
Democracy must prevail. You just heard noted democracy expert Nancy Pelosi say, the daughter of the mobbed-up mayor of Baltimore. As Pelosi puts it, the Ukrainian people are fighting the fight for their democracy and for ours as well. The fight for ours as well.
I don't even know how that makes any
Without
sense.
Ukrainian democracy, in other words,
doesn't.
we can have no democracy here. If the
Because it's a
Ukrainians are
global
free,
democracy.
Neither are we. We must make sure they can vote in Kiev so we can continue to vote in Kansas City. It's really that simple. And yet tonight, we regret to tell you that we have a problem. It looks like they're not going to be able to vote in Kiev anymore. And no, for once, it's not Putin's fault. Democracy in Ukraine seems to be suspended by the world's foremost democracy advocate himself, Field Marshal Zelensky.
Oh, yes. Oh, glorious Zelensky.
будуть в Україні наступного року вибори?
Can you pause for a second?
Yeah.
Who is that girl? And is she
I don't know,
single?
she's hot though. you gonna go to Ukraine and find out?
That makes the phrase "fuck around and find out" a whole new meaning.
Speaking of you going to Ukraine and finding out, I just realized in this just particular image, from this particular vantage point, speaking of Ukraine, Zelensky looks a bit like Callum.
Oh God, he does. That's offensive to poor Callum. How dare you relate him to
You
a British boy?
understand that it hurt me. Callum's great. I think Callum's hilarious. But he does look like Callum here. Please just tell me it's the pause. And you, so are there going to, I'm so sorry, Callum. Are there going to be elections in Ukraine? This is a global question. If we win, there will be. Oh, interesting. So there will be no wartime, martial law, no war. Elections should be held in peacetime when there's no war, according to the law.
Oh, do you know what? Do you know
Curious.
What, you know what America's gonna say? They're gonna use that same fucking line.
Obviously.
Yep.
Obviously. Everyone's saying they can't unsee Zelensky looking like Callum.
Yep.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
Neither can I.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's offensive to poor Callum.
So when you have an election, well, he says if we win, we'll let people vote. Otherwise, no. You vote when we feel like it, because ultimately we're completely in charge and make all the rules. Your job is to obey or be punished. That's our version of self-government. Self means me. I'm the government.
I just wanted to play a little bit of Tucker's clip there. It goes on for a little bit longer, but I thought that was an interesting bit from Zelensky. and I liked Tucker's coverage of it. Speaking of Tucker, though, who's been, of course, fired essentially from Fox News, CNN is for sale.
Oh yeah, and Jeff Zucker wants to buy it.
Jeff Zucker's talking about buying it?
Jeff Zucker was the former CEO that was ousted.
Yes, the former CEO, because CNN is a completely failing network. So CNN is up for sale.
Why would he buy it? What was he going to do different then?
Nice, nothing. No reason to buy it. But there is something I would like someone to buy.
Why doesn't Trump buy it?
Twitter can handle the full-length video features I could produce and offer similar monetization system like YouTube does. I would consider uploading my full videos here too, for sure. We can do 42-minute chunks. With Monroe Live, we earned $7 per hour per 1,000 views. Sandy's interview with you earned about 2,200 for 3.3 million views. We could get a small cut of Twitter Blue revenue and 40% of the ads in the long-run content.
Better than
that would
YouTube,
be perfect.
actually.
Interesting. We can beat that. I know we're on YouTube here, guys, but look, my videos, obviously, they get censored all the time on YouTube. And by censored, I mean they don't get, like, stream gets censored to a certain degree. My videos don't get shown to people. I spent a month working on a video and YouTube just doesn't serve it to anyone. And I can go scream, you know, in my Discord servers and on Twitter and on my YouTube channel and try to get people to watch it, and it will not serve the video to people. It's infuriating. Now, the one thing that is the one saving grace that my videos have that yours don't, Spoon, I'm not saying this in a rude way, is that my videos are made to be more perennial. I do that on purpose. Like, you can watch a video of mine at any point in time, and like that's why I've stopped even covering current events. I will take a current event and use it as a framework, like as something to frame it around.
No, I've said this is one of the problems with my content, so you could know about it.
No, but I mean, like, it's just different styles, right? It's very different. And I am a little bit upset that my conspiracy theory video that I put like some of the most effort into doing the visual effects into I've ever done has completely tanked. Like, no one has watched it. It's a little upsetting. But speaking of conspiracy theories, let's not dwell on that.
By the way, if, the thing is,
I want to watch the memology version. Yeah.
Is that I don't have nearly the following that I do on YouTube as I do on Twitter as I do on YouTube.
Well, if you could stop getting banned for 5 seconds.
Fuck you. Okay, but secondly, I don't know how good the search would be in on Twitter as it would be on YouTube, because I don't know how the promotion would work on Twitter. But I mean, if I can say, I don't want to say gamer words, but if I can say certain things on Twitter, subject-wise, that I can't do on YouTube, then I would happily move the content on Twitter. Basically, if I can get people, I keep saying this, I've been saying this for like months now, to open like a Patreon or a Locals or something, and do that instead. I've never
You might do well on
yet.
Locals, I think. I think you do really well on Locals.
Okay, because like I know
Locals is very interactive based, which
Yes.
I'm a fucking like.
Yeah, because I've had people tell me like open a Patreon, a subscribe star, and in Locals because people want to support me, and I never fucking do. I've had people tell me to do merch as well.
You should. Yeah.
You know? I should at least make a t-shirt.
We have merch here on this channel,
Yes.
which has your avatar on it.
Yes.
Oh, and guys, don't
people want a t-shirt that says "Be gone, you dozy bin."
Guys, also, everybody in the chat, if you didn't watch my conspiracy video, don't fucking feel bad. Here's what I also realized about that, just to be clear. One, the video is an hour and 45 minutes long. I know
That's
that,
a long
first
time,
of all, that's a lot of time. And I know that some people like, and I know because I do this. I see a video from a creator I really like, and I go, oh, I really want to watch that, or I'm interested in watching that, but I'm going to watch it later. You know, it's not, I want to watch it some other time. And what I noticed is that, for example, another video of mine, my Eliza Blue video, did terribly when I first put it out. And then I noticed that like a month later, it started to pick up. So you never really know. And because my videos are perennial, it doesn't matter. It's just sometimes, it's just a little bit disheartening. That's all. Yeah. It's not gonna, I'm not quitting or anything like that. Like, it's just, you know, that's all I'm saying.
I've had people telling me that I should do books and put them on YouTube.
You should. Absolutely.
Yeah.
People love that stuff.
Yes.
You put that stuff on when they sleep. And that's actually how you get a shit ton of views. because people will put it on while they sleep, so you get like full runtime. And then, I mean, that's not. I've obviously never done that, but I myself, in terms of my channel, but I do that with other people's videos. So you know,
I think what I could try is do like a half an hour segment, because I don't want to do a whole book, because first of all, I don't think anyone would do a whole book.
People do though.
Yes, but to put the amount of money I could get for my channel size versus to watch a whole book would be nowhere near worth my time. Like, not even remotely.
Yeah.
If I could get a bunch of people to say like, hey, look, it's like pay 10, and then I can get a fair chunk of change to then do a book, I can do that. But to invest, like if I were to read like that Good Pagan's Failure book, if I were to do that, the whole book, that would take me several days.
What you do is just release it in bits.
Yes.
As sorry, who recommended this?
I could do like a half an hour.
Ziggymac recommended uploading it in smaller chapters.
Yes.
The problem is my formatting. I write essentially a literature review, and there's no really easy way to break it down into smaller videos. I actually even thought about it, and I've tried, and it's like, oh, there's no way to easily do this. I have to totally rewrite it, and I have to totally change everything I do. And the reality is that YouTube does like long form content, but right now YouTube is only actively promoting two things: live streams and shorts.
Oh, that explains our views.
I cannot do shorts. You guys know me. You've heard me talk. You think I can do a YouTube short? You think I can do 90 seconds?
No.
And explain anything? No, because I have to show you scientific evidence for it. So I cannot do shorts. It's just that it's not something I can do.
Yeah.
But otherwise, we had the live stream here, and I'm happy with that. And I'm happy still making my regular content. I had so much fun editing that conspiracy theory video and getting to do like all kinds of like kind of neat little effects with like the paper tearing and the, you know, UFO stuff and all that. It was fun. It was fun for me to make that video. I'm not really salty. I'm
disappointed.
So disappointed. I'm not, because again, I had fun making the video. So like I enjoyed making the video, so it doesn't make me upset. I'm just disappointed that it's not. But here's the thing. I bet I would not be surprised in any way if in like 6 months at absolute random that video just picks up because it gets caught in the algorithm somewhere and spirals, you know. And it's happened to me before. So
no. I could try doing half-hour segments, because if I could read, get paid for the reading, that means I can read the book at the same time personally, and I can also get paid for reading the book. If I could do that, and just to see how people, if I can get like a video and I can get 1,000 likes on a half an hour of reading, because half an hour reading is okay. I don't have to edit the character, the emotion. I could just let them run on normal.
No. You don't have to do any kind of other editing, because I listen to people read books all the time on YouTube. Just have like get some generic, you know, like soothing, copyright-free background music, and put like a looping thing on it, and you're fine. Like a looping image of like a babbling brook. You're all cool. Hire an editor. Don't think about it. I don't trust anyone else but myself.
I could just I could do two versions. I could do one without music or with music in the background.
Oh, so yeah, make the Dozy Bent shirt real quick.
Yes.
Speaking of, I want to I want to address the super chats.
Fucking black man.
If only. I'm gonna read the super chats. Then we're gonna
ask
move
the chat
on.
if they want me to do like a half an hour of that book, like the Good Pagan's Failure.
Well, it probably wouldn't be like a chapter.
No, it'd be like a half an hour.
Okay. Should Spoon
as a test
do
run.
half-hour reading?
Because that wouldn't be. Yeah, I won't use jazz. Looping Fireplace. Oh yeah, actually.
Yeah, Looping Fireplace. There you go.
Yeah, but I kind of want to have.
I don't think anyone's gonna say no. By the way, Spoon. Maybe some people will. No, they're gonna say it because I said they won't.
Oh,
they're
obscure
gonna just
books.
troll you. Let's see, real quick. EHF 45 says, if Simon gets removed from press briefings, Tucker should hire him as a field reporter. That would be fantastic.
That's not a bad idea, actually.
Lance
read a Garrus
said,
fanfic in his voice.
Oh, don't do it to me. I'll be too weak.
Aiden would be like, my co-host sounds great.
No, don't do it. I haven't finished it. I'm sitting there with I haven't finished the game. I'm just sitting there I'm not going to do it. I don't want to finish the game. I'm just like, no, I'm going to research
a rogue
and do.
Spectre without C-Sec. Get in
Stop
my way.
Stop it! once I finish the game, I'll get the Garrus thing out of my system.
And calibrating to do.
Stop telling me the calibrations. Oh, you, dude. Once I legitimately like looked up and I was like, okay, I need to get this fucking Mass Effect shit out of my system. After I'm done with this, I need to find another game. It's like, okay, the obvious choices. I'll just go replay Dragon
You guys
Age,
realize I
what I'll
can't
do.
read copyright books.
Yeah, right. You can't read anything that's copyrighted. No, but
Yes.
you could read Mass Effect fan fiction in Garrus's voice and and get women to pay you.
Yeah, let's start with you.
No, I won't do it. No.
Aiden totally would.
Denied.
I will.
No.
Yeah. I will.
I'm a happily married woman. I'll let you know.
It's a reading. I don't know what the hell you're gonna do while you read. That's fucking up to you.
Happily married to Garrus. Just kidding. Okay.
I'll fucking get a super chat one day from AP and wonder who the hell it is.
Oh my god. Lance has been a member for 1 month, says, since Indy 5 is coming out this weekend, I've got a little bit about that. It's 5th Indiana Jones movie. It's apparently terrible.
Apparently you're a simp, Aiden.
For Garrus, yes. What did George Lucas mean by having the holy artifact of the Jews, the Ark of the Covenant, being filled with evil spirits, but the Holy Grail of Jesus grants eternal life? Well, I don't know. What did he mean by this? What did Georgie boy mean by this?
It's kind of weird though
Georgie
because
Porgy.
because if you look at YouTube, people read Thomas Sowell's books and his book is copyrighted. It's kind of weird.
This is funny. Asking where's my body pillow. I talked about this before, but there was a Garrus body pillow at an anime convention I was at years ago, but it was like $80. I didn't have enough money to buy it. I did have enough money, but it was like the last
God, Bellum.
And then when I was gonna buy it. I forgot I was gonna buy it, and then I came back the next day and it was sold, and I was really sad.
By the way, Bailam, do you know how many people have told me to read erotica novels? It's disturbing.
Yeah, well, I've also been asked that. Okay.
Yeah,
So.
I just don't want to do that because it's like if OnlyFans did verbal. Like,
Yeah.
No. Even if it was lucrative, there's just something in my soul. The idea that a bunch of like middle-aged women would get off to me reading is no. It disturbs me.
Gary Thomas for 10 says, "Hey, dynamic duo. In your opinions, what country in the modern day would be most open to switching from democracies to monarchies? The UK, Japan, and oddly enough, Brazil would be my top picks. Japan, out of those ones. UK, it might be moving that direction, but I actually think
King Charles is
you have
not
a far
that based.
better. What was the country that I read about? Oh, in Australia, actually, there was growing support for the monarchy when I read some recent research around Australia. Yeah, weirdly.
New Zealand
and then
probably
I think it was Thailand. Also, there's growing support for the monarchy. You find it all across the world.
Because there's a
you find-
dissatisfaction with democracy. You can tell it's not fucking working.
Yeah, and people are searching for their history. They're searching for their past. They're not happy with modernity.
I could get up to spoon reading a washing machine, man. Fucking Jesus Christ.
Goddamn. DRT's King for 5 says, I don't care how based he seems, I can't support a Kennedy. JFK had the political acumen of Biden. A Kennedy has brought us close to Armageddon. Understandable, man. I do understand that. And I'm not gonna support RFK personally. I think he represents what it's supposed to be in the American democratic system of like a decent Democrat candidate versus a good Republican candidate. You know what I mean? But yeah, I understand where you're coming from. Hasselhoff for 2 says, let's see a full range of motion that's Bush's league. Full range of motion. What was that about? Oh, that was Biden.
Full range of
shambling along.
motion means exercise, Aiden.
Oh no, that was about RFK,
Push-ups.
right? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Hasselhoff.
As soon as you said range of
DRT
motion, like, I know what that means.
Yeah, you got it, and I
Yeah.
didn't. DRT is King for 5 says, the Miami mayor was talking with Hugh Hewitt about foreign policy stuff and China, so it fit within the subject matter as Hewitt is a neocon type. Thank you for the context, DRT. I just saw that clip and I started laughing, but interesting
To be
that
fair,
they were
the fact
specifically
that-
talking about China.
To be fair,
It was just out of nowhere.
the fact that he doesn't know about it is probably a good thing then.
You don't think he should know about it?
No, that just means he's not going to
Extermination?
invade.
You don't think, though, that it's important that he know about an ethnic cleansing that's
No,
happening in China?
I don't. What the fuck is the US going to do about it? Seriously.
I'm not saying the U.S. should do anything about it, but I think it's important knowledge if you're talking about foreign policy.
For God's sakes, George W. Bush didn't even know who the fucking Prime Minister of Pakistan was when he was fucking running.
And that's a good thing.
Well, he invaded Iraq. And he knew who the fuck was leader
I'm
there.
I'm not understanding why this is a good thing then.
Because I would rather have an isolationist.
Me too. So why is George? Your argument there doesn't make any sense. Why is it a good thing?
Because
George Bush doesn't know anything, but he invades.
Because he knew who the leader of Iraq was and decided to fuck it up.
Spoon. I think you walked yourself into a trap there. DRT is King for 5 says, I watched and enjoyed your video, Aiden.
No. He didn't invade fucking Pakistan.
I didn't say Pakistan.
No, but that's what he didn't know. It was Bush.
Oh.
Bush did not invade. He didn't know who Pakistan was, and he didn't invade Pakistan. That's my fucking point.
Okay, well, it's kind of important in terms of the politics of that region.
Oh, for God's sakes. How many people do you think in the State Department right now would know fucking anything about China?
I would really hope if any of that anybody did. It's astonishing that we all, as like regular people here, okay, you know, here's a more important question since this has come up. The poll, by the way, was
he's not gonna fuck with shit he doesn't know. Basically,
87% of the audience would like to hear you reading obscure books, but I'd like to ask the audience this question.
Oh God.
No, do you know
African
who the Uyghurs are? And I have to make sure I'm spelling that correctly.
Uyghurs are, yes. Well, we've fucking mentioned them, so most people probably know at this point.
Well, I know, but did you know who they were before this episode of the podcast or whatever?
Yes.
Do you know who? Did you
Yes.
know who the Uyghurs are?
I should maybe explain my point better. The fact that he didn't know who the fucking leader of Pakistan was means he didn't fuck with them. That was kind of like, that was the point I was trying to make.
All right.
That makes more sense now.
I gotcha. DRT
Yes.
continues, will the foil and X-Files covers be available? I did post the foil cover in the Discord, but I need to make it more public so people can see it.
Or is it generous?
Have more access to it, into it. Because I did have that did you listen to it? Did you listen to the remix I had done?
The remix? Oh, yeah, you showed it me. The one of Weird Al Yankovic, yeah.
Yeah, I put money, I put a lot of money and time into the video, but I also had a remix done for it at the end of it.
You'd be surprised how many people I've met who can't even point to their own state on a map. Actually, I probably wouldn't be surprised. That's the tragedy. That's the tragedy of the situation.
Horwitz Feinberg and Horwitz for 10. Thank you, man. Says, curses and more curses. I thought I had my allotment of Broken Crown for the week, and I'm 2 hours late for this one. Drat and blast. No, thank you, Horwitz, for showing up at all.
You said curses and more curses, so there you go. There's the curses.
We did a Saturday show. We did the show yesterday that was not the regular news show, but we have to do the news today. So we're all over the place. Now, I would say on to the top. Speaking of getting back on target, back onto what the name of the stream is about, the mask off moment. Life has many doors, Fed boy. I thought we just watched Memology's video before we get into it, because Memology always does very succinct
shorts.
Little shorts covering what's happening. And thank you, Memology. I'm not subscribed on this channel. Whoops. I'm not subscribed on like anything on Broken Ground. It's not a slight. I'm only subscribed to my main channel. Remember the Patriot Front?
Yes, we do, the cringe Fed boys.
They're a group of right-wing, in quotes, white men are totally not feds in disguise. Yeah, how about you read it? If there's any more, there is more text, so. All dressed exactly the same, in a uniform.
Yes. Totally peaceful, yeah.
Exactly the same.
It's so staged. It's so
losers.
Somehow they always get better treatment than other right-wing groups. I wonder why.
Or literally anyone. Weird.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Patriot Front members free on bail after arrest at Idaho LGBTQ event. I wonder why. I like the beat, actually. Weird, right? Well, recently things got even more sus than usual. As a group of Proud Boys were doing demonstration, Patriot Front tried to infiltrate it. Not very well, actually.
No, because they recognized them as feds.
The Proud Boys didn't like that one bit, and so they stopped Patriot Front in their tracks.
The reason why I'm playing the Memology clip is because they're trying to remove this video from the internet. Of course, they don't want people to see this.
Yeah.
So I want you all to pay close attention to this video. If you can't tell, this man who is holding an American flag and I don't know looks like a conservative.
Yep.
Is one of the Proud Boys. The people who look like feds are Patriot Front in their flak jackets and all matching beige pants.
We have all the fucking muscle mass of rodent.
Telling them to get out.
Bruh.
Yeah, something hilarious happened. Oh yeah, he was demasked.
Let's watch it. Oh, did they have to? Is he gonna have to demask in this? I assumed he did.
I don't think so. It's for legal reasons, I think.
I think it's for legal reasons that you can't. It's in the thumbnail, but but as Adam Kinzinger says, these people, all blue checks, are celebrating a seeming MAGA assault on federal officers. Now I don't know what this really is, but take a gander at the comments of the patriots who love America. So Adam Kinzinger,
You were such a retard, Adam Kinzinger. You were like the
what a
dumbest
complete
fucking
idiot,
moron I've ever met.
confirmed that this guy was a Fed. And by the way, they ripped his mask off. So that's, I assume that we can't show it. And I can't find this anymore on YouTube. I can try one more check, I suppose. We'll get in trouble for it, I guarantee it. The actual video of him getting demasked.
It's on Twitter.
Do you have it for me on Twitter? I did have it earlier, actually. Hang on.
It's probably in my...
Oh, no, hang on. I just have the images. We can just see it here. We're fine. So, stupid Adam Kinzinger. Here's the picture. It's in the thumbnail. You got it. People have accused him of being some guy called Ben Brody, Patriot Front member, demasked by MAGA supporters in the viral video, ? I don't know if this is this guy or not, by the way. This is the accusation that it's this guy. He claims it's absolutely not him. Viral video depicts the unmasking of they used to say it. Controversy and conspiracy theories arise around it. 2 unmasked members of Patriot Front. These are either federal agents masquerading as racist or leftists masquerading as far right.
Probably the latter.
Well, Kissinger seemingly confirmed. Why are you attacking the federal agent?
God, you're dumb.
Now, here's why people think it's this guy, Ben Brody, who he says he is a senior political science major from the San Fernando Valley, has been actively involved in various positions, including Brothers at Large, an art chair known for his love of hanging out with friends, snowboarding, and mountain biking. Brody has expressed aspirations of working for the government after graduation.
Did.
Well, that's why he looks like him, right? He looks like the same guy.
He does.
People have assumed it's him. And again, here's the thing.
Has he came out and said it's not him?
If I go to this, yes, he has. Here's the video. You'll see it's gone. The original video on Twitter is gone. So I can show you the parts leading up to it, but I can't show you the demasking. It's kind of interesting, right?
Yeah.
Elon's asking who are the masked individuals. That's who they're saying, but the video is gone.
Yeah, I wonder why.
This is very odd. Why is the video deleted?
To be fair, it doesn't really matter because the guy that was demasked.
The screenshots.
Yeah, the screenshots all over the place. Yeah.
There's screenshots everywhere of him. But here we go. That's it. 2 seconds is all I can get. They're trying to remove this from freaking everywhere. This to me stinks.
Oh, Fed boys.
Why is this video being removed everywhere? The account gets suspended. Weird. That's Elon. You get on control. It's your freaking site.
Oh, I probably hold on a second. I probably still have the original file.
You think you have it saved?
Hold on a second. Give me a second.
I mean, some people do. Obviously, a lot of people do.
Let me see.
But I will bring this up.
Oh yeah, I still have the original file.
Oh hell yeah, dude.
Oh yeah, here it is. I still have it.
Oh.
I downloaded it from Twitter, so yeah.
Nice. You can see that it's been removed from everywhere else. Like they really want to get rid of it. Do you want to play it on stream? We got the idea.
You want to take that chance?
No, we got the idea.
Yeah.
The
main person that we're looking for, his face is the one that's been at... Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, hold on.
So, appalled. FBI gets obliterated after issuing statement regarding the Proud Boys confronting unmasking white nationalists. Brian Lupo reported during a flag wave at an Oregon City protest on Saturday, a white nationalist group known as Rose City Nationalists attempted to mix ranks with the Portland chapter of the Proud Boys. After pushing and shouting and a brief confrontation, several of the white nationalist group members had their masks ripped off as they fled while attempting to cover their faces. Video. This is a different angle, I think. So maybe we can get this one.
Antifa.
Original videos. screwed though. So I really want you. The hilarious thing is that the second his mask comes off, he doesn't care about anything else. He loses all concern with protecting his body. Besides, don't look at my face. Don't look at my face. Don't look at my face.
He instantly
Organizations have a lot of muscle.
What'd you say? Sorry.
He said as soon as he gets to your mask, he instantly pulls up like his collar to his face.
Yeah.
Because he's a bitch.
Weird. No, because maybe.
He's definitely a bitch.
They're organized. They don't have military
Have
uniforms
you heard
on,
that
guys. Another day in Oregon City.
And then they run away. Run away. Run away. Run
Half of
away.
those guys have never been in a fight in their entire lives.
No. Fed boy is terrified of actual Americans. Like, why do they do this, Spoon? If you're going to pretend to be regular people, why do you all dress in a uniform?
Oh, it's to discredit the movement.
I guess, yeah, it's
it's
like, oh,
it's just purely for mockery. That's the reason why they do that.
because it's like, but it makes you instantly identifiable as a Fed when you're in a uniform.
Yep.
And all the different Fed groups that claim, or all the Feds that claim to be different kind of groups, like, you know, it's Patriot Front. This one is Rose City Nationalists. I actually thought it was Patriot Front, so I reported that wrong. Rose City Nationalists, but they all dress exactly the same. They would have literally the exact same uniform, the same khaki pants, the same blue, navy blue long sleeve shirts to avoid any identification from tattoos or whatever, and they're always wearing masks and hats. Every single time, identical uniforms. If you wanted to fit in and infiltrate these groups, why dress in a uniform?
You want to see a really good cell phone?
What?
Oh god, this is hilariously racist.
Today's Supreme Court decision is a direct attack on black people. No black person will be able to succeed in a merit-based system, which is really why affirmative-based actions programs were needed. Today's decision is a travesty. Wow.
You're openly saying black people are too stupid to actually succeed in a merit-based
I
system.
mean,
Wow, well done.
hang on, just bring this up real quick just so you can see. I was not saying that. It was this tweet that was saying it. Maybe Erica Marsh is a troll.
Proud Democrat.
But, how democratic
Former
of you.
field organizer of Joe Biden.
Oh, really?
Volunteer of the Obama Foundation.
Oh, she's
and with
real?
pronouns in the bio. Yeah.
Of course. All right, so it's real.
And 5 hours ago, there was a picture of Clarence Thomas and her saying, fuck you. Wow, what a great person she is.
Oh, yeah, I'm not even the slightest bit surprised. A little bit. I was kind of expecting it to be a troll, but nope, that makes sense.
Clarence Thomas said the court should go after gay marriage, birth control, and basic right to privacy.
Good. That's why I please don't die anytime soon, Clarence. Take your heart meds, please.
Look at this. President Biden has called out Elon Musk for Elon Musk ties with Russia, China, and Saudi Arabia. Are you fucking kidding me? That's all the shit you try to get them.
Yeah.
You had ties with the Russian oligarch. You're the one who tried to say to Saudi Arabia, hey, can you please keep the oil a bit pumping so I don't get fucked in the midterms? And as far as China goes, get the fuck out of here, you lame-ass trick bitch.
Yeah.
Fuck out of here. What a joke. Don't you fucking attack my
Speaking
countrymen,
of
you
fuck out of here.
Fucking wanker.
Be gone, Feds. Be gone.
Sorry, I went off there in a moment.
No, you're fine. But anywho, the FBI denies that they're the FBI. Or whatever. So, Rose City Nationals is a self-proclaimed pro-white group in the Pacific Northwest that attempted to join ranks with the Proud Boys protesting the grooming of children. Many on social media alleged afterwards that the white nationalists were actually FBI agents in disguise who wanted to provoke the Proud Boys, which they were actively trying to do. They were actually trying to provoke them.
Oh, it's Elon Musk's birthday yesterday.
Oh, happy birthday. The Biden regime has falsely blamed the Proud Boys for January 6th and tossing their members into prison. Like everybody, even Jimmy Dore says even the dumbest guy at CNN knows Patriot Front is an FBI psyop pretending to be MAGA. Thank you, Jimmy. Because you're right. Everyone does know it.
Jimmy would make a great conservative.
The FBI issued a statement declaring themselves appalled that anyone would dare suggest they were involved in the brawl.
So
we all know they
funny.
would never adopt such methods. We are appalled, yeah.
And now
In an
Kinzinger looks
ironic
like a
twist,
moron.
their response left Kinzinger, one of their biggest fans, with egg on his face. I mean, because Kinzinger, again, as we said, he's just like, oh, they're federal agents. Then the FBI says, no, we're not no, that's not us. Well, which one is it then? I do have the response from Brody. He has responded. We've seen some pictures of the guy. You can decide what you think. He says he's not part of Patriot Front and needs to stop before things get out of hand. I know you all think you're professional investigators, but I don't know for this guy. By the way, I don't know. He and his family, he says, are being harassed, which I'm sure they are. His life is ruined. He's just a college student. I don't know. But here's the guy.
It doesn't look like him.
It really looks like him. Now, I don't know. Here's his response.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Ben Brody, and I wanted to address the false accusations against me. I wanted to first off say that I am not a part of the Patriotic Front as a member, and that people who are claiming I am.
Do you think if he was,
he sucks at acting.
But if he was, would he not call it the Patriotic Front wrong on purpose?
Yeah.
Rather than the Patriot Front?
Yeah.
There's nothing you can, look at my dude. Whether or not it is you, there's nothing you can do to get out of this, which is unfortunate. It just looks real sus.
Yeah.
It just looks really sus. And if it's not you, I am really fucking sorry. And I really hope you don't get. It really was not you. I am sorry.
Do you know why? He just sounds. It just sounds off.
Well, if it really is not him, I do feel sorry for this guy. But
also how
it just seems like such a fetty thing. If you were really serious about this, if you were really being attacked, now again, I don't know. But if you were really being attacked, your family was being attacked, and you're like the Patriotic Front, you don't bother yourself to look into the name of the group that you're being associated with. That reads as strange to me.
Yeah.
That reads as something that feds would think to do to throw off of it. But again, maybe reading too much into it. I'm just saying, I don't know. Nobody knows as of yet. But it seems that if it was you, and you wanted to throw people off the scent, you'd be like, I don't know what this Patriotic Front thing is. Is it the People's Front of Judea? I don't know. The Judean People's Front? I don't know. Not familiar. Just saying. It's not a great... You should have pronounced it correctly, my dude. You should have said exactly what it was instead of pulling this. Because if you were really being attacked, you would fucking know. As someone who's been attacked in my life, I know the labels that are applied to me. Okay, I'm not confused by them. Just saying.
Yeah,
if you are innocent.
Bollocks. I'm being confused with someone who looks similar to me. And I've never been to Oregon City for any protest whatsoever. Recently, I've just been so busy in terms of graduation from UC Riverside and stuff like that. I've been in Riverside only. This is just crazy to me. And I graduated on June 21st, and I've just been hanging out with my friends. And then all these accusations are kind of just crazy and incorrect.
Okay, just stop.
I would.
Yeah.
It's because the way he talks is so annoying.
He posted a video also allegedly of him. Hang on, I didn't have it here.
I've just been going to graduation. I've just been so terribly busy. I don't even know. I'm so dear Lord, learn how to fucking talk.
I didn't have this in here, but he posted another video allegedly. Here it is of him supposedly. Well, this is
okay. If you have to put out multiple videos instead of just one, sus.
Well, this is the new video that shows him allegedly. This poor innocent random college student's been doxxed. He's like buying a coffee or something when this was happening, from security cam footage. Which I don't know how you got the security cam footage, so that's interesting. But okay.
Not me. Here is 6.
How did you get security cam footage from this coffee shop? Did you ask them? How'd you get it so quickly?
That's kind of sus.
Well, I don't know.
12:51 p.m. There I am, paying at a Chinese
restaurant.
Looking. So how could
I don't know, guys. I wanted to just show you this. Like, I don't know. But this all stinks to me. This seems very odd to me, this entire thing.
Security footage of this fucking place.
of a well, it's maybe the China. It's in California. They
Now you're
probably
gonna go,
rob all
hey,
the time.
look, I would like to get security footage to prove that I'm not a fed.
This guy's saying the clock's an overlay. Video shows completely different restaurant, not the one that claims to be in the screenshot. No green booth seating. Yeah, I don't know. Like,
Welcome to the internet where autism is gonna point.
yeah,
to you as
and here's the
bullshit.
thing: you can't like if you're trying to hide some shit like this.
The internet is gonna find out and fuck
Yeah,
with
he's
you.
saying that here he is. It shows that he was at this boba tea house. The image though is apparently that's not the same place.
It's not the same place at fucking all.
Whoa,
The
look,
floor is
just a
different.
wood floor. Wood floor is different. You just see that instantaneously. It's not the same place. My dude, have a better lie than this. I don't know. Have any better lie than this. Anywho, speaking of, the Inspector General's office has released a 128-page report, we will not be reading, on the failings involved in the death of Jeffrey Epstein. The report has been long coming, and with the original expectation for
Who
the public
definitely killed himself.
publication being within months of the man's 2019 expiration. And I'm going to give you the TLDR of this, because I scrolled through this, looked through this. We have investigated ourselves and determined that we did nothing wrong.
Ah, okay.
Typical
Classic
Fetty boy
classic
behavior.
DOJ defense. Learn to.
Every
That's a great hashtag. Keep up in the
single
chat.
time.
Learn to fed.
Every single time.
Oh.
We're gonna get into the Pride Month stuff here a little bit, and I'm not gonna. I don't want to finish actually watching the Emma and Tim debate. It's been covered to death. I want to watch their response, but I want to get into a little bit of the Pride stuff because there's some crazy shit. Okay, so I'm not gonna watch all this either.
Already, I'm.
But this is Biden admin trans propaganda podcast with everybody's favorite
for the
Rachel
trans-
What the hell is
Levine.
that thing?
We were talking
Rachel
before about
Levine.
your songs and
That
how
thing is-
they give a message
no.
of hope and compassion, but also protest. How
This
do you
is
mix
the
all that
U.S.
together?
Department of Health and Human Services.
I think it naturally
the
mixes together. As a trans person, as a trans man, I know
That's a
that
woman.
my
That's a
body
woman.
is politicized, my identity is politicized.
No,
right
you've
now,
done that yourself.
especially with all of the anti-trans legislation and bills that are happening
To protect
right
people
now
from
in our community
yourselves.
and our country, and
Not your
it just
country.
naturally flows because
well, no, it's their country.
the
That's how they
thing
feel
that
about
I
it.
am most
Interesting choice of word.
passionate about is
Look,
how-
there's no. It's 15 minutes of them waffling on about this.
Yeah, no one cares.
LGBTQI plus community, but particularly for the transgender community.
But it's just like this is the
It's like the
fucking
new- this
U.S.
is like the
Department of Health
new
and Human
man,
Services
yeah.
puts this shit out. Curiously, though, while putting out that kind of shit, here's a little win. Biden administration won't defend a transgender mandate on Catholic doctors and hospitals. So
Good.
they're not Biden, who claims to be a Catholic, by the way, are not going to force by law Catholic hospitals and doctors at Catholic universities to do gender affirming care.
Probably because he would lose votes.
Well, everyone already knows you're not a Catholic,
No.
but Joe. But yeah, small mercies.
Although he might be
You know?
considering one of the kids he likes to touch.
Potentially.
It's like, no offense to Catholics, I'm sorry.
We do have
Oh,
a new
God.
transgender candidate
One of the-
for Congress. Here
Who
we
the
go.
Oh, God.
Questions that I
Sarah
get asked the
McBride.
most is what does it take to make government work
Do you have a
better for
penis?
people? Some people say it's
I'm not
compassion
gonna answer
for
that
others,
question, by
a
the way.
willingness to work with anyone, or having a thick skin. That's all true. And for me, it definitely takes one more thing.
A penis.
My morning coffee.
Sponsored by Keurig.
Every day I get up and go to work. My job is to represent 50,000 of my neighbors. It can be tough out there. Too many politicians want to divide us, to tell us that teachers, doctors, even our own neighbors.
Yeah, and why are they upset about that?
Yeah.
What group is making them
Too
upset
many
by
people
that?
like, yeah, how dare you have an opinion?
By the way,
Do you not know the science?
Link to Act Blue, by the way, to donate.
Oh, it's Act Blue.
Uh-huh.
I'm familiar with the organization.
Yeah, Act Blue.
Basically
which,
a rinse fund for the DNC.
Yep.
It's a
No
money
way to
laundering
describe what Act
operation.
Blue is. Yep.
Neighbors are the enemy. Blocking out the noise and focusing on what actually matters isn't easy. That part takes more than coffee. It takes guts and a backbone. That's how we finally got paid family and medical leave in Delaware. For For years, working people had to choose between their job and supporting a family member with cancer, between their paycheck and spending a few weeks with their newborn child. So, I ran for the state senate to change that. We listened to unions and small business owners.
Oh my god! Oh, that reminded me so much of that picture of the really tiny woman next to the
And small business owners. Small business owners want
Yeah.
tax breaks and you to fuck off.
I'm so sorry, but no.
Small business owners brought people together, stood up to some big lobbyists, and got it done. This law is a good start, but government should do more to make it easier for people to raise a family.
By fucking off.
So I'm running for Congress. My commitment is to the people in Delaware who aren't seen, who don't shout the loudest or fund political campaigns.
That's funny because your group shouts the loudest.
Parents busy raising their children.
I'd like you to not be involved with that at all.
Seniors worried about paying for prescription drugs. Working people struggle.
By the way, I've been doing this for so long. When I start to recognize the actors from my stock footage website, I know where you got your stock footage from. It's Storyblocks. Got it. I recognize the stock footage.
Struggling to keep up. Everyone deserves a member of Congress who sees them and who respects them. Making a difference in Congress will take a lot of hard work and a lot of coffee. I hope you'll join me.
It's like not a terrible political ad, but
it's very, it's just very just standard shit.
Yeah, it's very standard
I would
shit,
represent you and do what you tell me to do, like, bitch, no, you fucking won't.
and you know they're gonna get elected probably in Delaware because they're transgender.
Yeah, fucking cringe.
Only 80% of our audience knew who the Uyghurs were before tonight, allegedly. That's interesting. They are a group of, if it wasn't actually made clear, but they're a group of Muslims living in China who are being ethnically genocided. We're
Because
here,
the
we're
Chinese do
clear,
not play that shit.
and we're coming for your children. Speaking of, this is the big news of the week about in the culture war segment. Topless drag queens spark outrage with inflammatory chant at NYC Pride March. Let's watch some clips.
And this is why you must homeschool.
Now, I want to point out, when that song came out, like 2 or 3 years ago, of the San Francisco Gay Men's Choir, which some of the members have been accused of being convicted
sex offenders?
Registered sex offenders. I've never been able to confirm any of that. A lot of them look a hell of a lot like convicted sex offenders, but none of that's ever been confirmed. I just want to put that out there. And when that song came out, they went, oh, the song is just saying we're going to teach them tolerance. But they are saying, you don't have the right to your children. We do. We're coming for your children. And at the time they were saying like, oh, it's just like, oh, no. Well, here they are again, doing the same thing. We're queer. We're not going shopping. Okay. Something that Lotus Eaters brought up that I also wanted to reiterate is that it does sound like there's like one voice that does the "we're coming for your children." But here's the thing: even if if it's like a bad actor who came in and shouted it, they all got in on the next line. In the next verse, they all like jumped in, like, yeah, we're coming for your children. Even if there was an infiltrator, which is essentially that's what they're claiming about this, is that someone infiltrated us to make us look like pedos. Then why'd they all sing along, all clapping, wearing pasties in public, by the way? Ugh. Look at this shit. It never ends, man. Covered in fake blood. It's just never-ending degeneracy. Ugh. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what else to add to it, other than what I already did. Left says we're making it up. Then they say, yeah, we're coming for your children.
I want to see a horde of people dressed as crusaders.
I have my crusader costume.
And
I have
just
a crusader.
with like actual swords and just see what happens.
I went as a crusader for Halloween. I made a crusader costume. Like bring that out. Backlash on transgender people. I don't understand. Don't say shit like that. The reality is that it's just they're saying the quiet part out loud.
What? That they're pedophiles?
Yes, that it's about indoctrinating children. And before we get more into the woke stuff, I do want to say,
fuck yes.
I just want to put aside real quick here.
Ultima
They're not the
ratio
only
Reagan.
ones. They're not the only ones who are trying to indoctrinate children. It happens on all kinds of front on the left. Look at this bizarre shit.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Singing about the NHS.
This is children singing "Happy Birthday" to the NHS, which is the
Symbolically, this
National
is literally
Health-
worshipping the state.
It is literally
State
worshiping
worship.
the state and forcing children to do it. Innocence.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, NHS. Happy birthday to you.
Fucking the
Sickening.
tone on that. Ugh.
Sickening. Worshipping the state.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Probably my comment on
grotesque.
that says that same.
Did you have a comment on this?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, welcome to symbolism of state worship. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's because that is what it is.
It is.
Thank you.
It really is. So
Hans
okay,
gets the
I
flammen
just want to tell you guys, like, it's about to get like nasty here. I have some things. Oh, whoop, hang on. That's because I missed the HTTPS. Here we go.
You're singing the search bar, not the. Oh,
No, I got it. Just want to watch
My
this.
name is Abigail Martinez. It
Face
has
Latino.
been 3 years and
Casey, that is it all like way too big.
No, that's good.
64 days since I lost my daughter, Yaylee. I miss her every single day. Let me tell you how she died. My daughter was murdered by a gender ideology. CPS took my daughter when she was 16 years old.
CPS.
She was held by her public
I'm the
school
priest of the
counselor
berserker.
and LGBTQ group rights and another trans-identified girl. My daughter was taken from her loving home because the state of California claimed I was abusive.
So, 16-year-old girl is in public school in California. Suddenly comes out as trans. Mom doesn't affirm. Claim abuse. Daughter's taken away.
For not affirming her trans identity. I lost my daughter over a name and a pronouns. Even after
This woman doesn't speak English, obviously it's her first language.
Someone said like even the fascists and the Nazis couldn't get the kids to say happy birthday to the state. That's fucking true.
Holy shit, that is true.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to the state. I know that this woman doesn't speak English as her first language, so if she's struggling, understand this woman's daughter's dead. Okay.
promised to call her a male name, it wasn't enough. My daughter was not a boy trapped in a girl's body. She had mental health issues.
I told you guys, trigger warning.
Against my consent, my daughter was given testosterone.
And but when I say trigger warning, I mean like for actual like emotional stuff that really matters. Like this is so. Ugh. It's gonna be rough from here on out, guys.
Therapy. The LGBTQ group used her to raise money for them.
Of
Look
course.
at the poor reject trans boy, they said. Why are there so many transgender in foster care? Because this state take them from their families, tell them to run, then steal them. Parents are given one option to treat their distressed child, affirm, drug, and remove their healthy body part, or else lose your child. The abuse claim against me was finally dropped, but it was too late.
Yep. Oh God.
The damage was done. By then, my daughter was in a horrible mental and physical pain. My daughter knelt down in front of a train. She was murdered by gender ideology. I beg you, stop pushing gender ideology. I don't want any parent to feel what I feel every day. affirmation is not good for the health, safety, and welfare of any child.
This is the kind of stuff that makes you pray Satan is real, so I hope you burn in hell for all eternity.
Estoy muy triste.
Also,
Por la mamá.
by the way, did the kid commit suicide?
Yes, she's dead. She put her head on a train track. Lo siento, mama. That's fucking terrible.
Yeah, so,
But they never bring these up, do they?
Yeah, the idea that giving a prepubescent child hormones that would potentially scar them from ever reproducing. I don't give a fuck where you lie politically. In any other circumstance, you would get Nuremberg. Like it's like I don't give a fuck who the hell you are. Like you deserve to be called from the human species because you're demonic. You're new.
Yeah, and they never hear about this from their side, would you?
Of course not.
You'd never hear from their side. They'd never even let you hear those
Like,
words. If they did, they'd call her transphobic. She must have been doing something transphobic to her daughter.
If you're
16 years old, 16-year-old child.
If you're
dead.
If you're a physician who advocates for this stuff, you should be the rest of your life in jail, and you can pray to God that you don't get the death penalty, which you rightly fucking deserve. Like this is not good for the species. This is not good like for humanity. Like in any other circumstance, you would get called because you're actively harming the human race.
It's so fucked. Lo siento mucho. And you got to hear my Spanish for once, which is a Japanese accent. But really, this poor woman. Look at this shit. Literal shit they do. That poor woman's child is dead. And look at the shit they're doing in Canada, in Saskatchewan. Suspends Planned Parenthood over inappropriate sexual handouts to children. You see in the image, guys? Because it's going to get worse. I've seen what these full things are. I sent them to you, I think, didn't I?
Yeah, this stuff that just makes me canon.
Yeah, I believe I sent these to you because I
like whenever I see this stuff, all of my thoughts involve.
Just have to go find them again. I forgot that they weren't in the article.
How can I say this? Noose, wood chipper, a cannon, cleanse, demon, hell.
The people who were the children who were being given this book were aged 14 to 15. And it's interesting that they don't have the full images on here. That's why I thought maybe they were in this article, but they're not. I have them here, though. I'm going to open them in the browser. So this is, see this little, what does this look like? You think it's a little ghost? It's letter F. F is for felching, the act of sucking semen from your partner's butt, as if semen didn't taste good enough already.
Okay, stop.
Nothing.
Stop. No, take it off my fucking screen now.
Okay.
Fucking Christ.
Yellow and brown showers.
Take it off. I don't want to see this on my screen.
This was being given to 14 and 15-year-olds in Canada. Sex from A to Z, a deck of 26 cards with sexual terms accompanying every letter of the alphabet. The cards are targeted towards young people as, quote, a discussion tool in workshops, instruction to affirm and be sex positive about every one of the sex acts described. Now, I do want to say something about one of these, okay? I'm going to not read it, put it on the screen.
You know what Uncle Ted advocated for and people thought his messages were extreme? I'm starting to think that he may have a point.
I'm just going to read it. So on the yellow and brown showers page, it says, yes, pissing and crapping on your partner. If you're going to experiment with bodily fluids, best keep them on the outside of your body to reduce the risk of parasites and viruses. And the felching one, the act of sucking.
Why are you reading this?
Because I want to tell you what they even say.
Why?
If you're going to chow down on some ass-marinated semen, just know that your partner and you are at high risk for HIV and sexually transmitted infections. Children 14 and 15 years old.
Why is this tolerated in our society?
Canada. This is being given out in Planned Parenthoods. to children.
This is
And remember, they'll say,
this-
like,
by the
Planned
way,
Parenthood, well, Planned Parenthood doesn't just do abortion, do they, Spoon? How dare you say that all Planned Parenthood does is abortion? No, they don't. They also give out disgusting sexual degenerate books to teenagers.
This is what you get liberalism.
Well, you know what? To the left, for once I agree with you. For once I agree with you. Planned Parenthood does not just do abortions, they also do this. Congratulations. Speaking of Canada, Canadian Navy member takes to social media to validate P-wordism.
Military members are supposed to...
I think, is this the actual clip in here? No, it's just the, is it just the post? Okay. Yeah, we got the post. I'm just gonna play it, whatever.
Be the most upstanding citizens. The ultimate to bring you a now deleted post by a Canadian Navy member who goes by the name of Navy Jessica on social media. Many of you have been sounding the
I know. Well, or woman or trans, you know.
alarm on the increasingly fetishized and sexual deviancy seen in pride celebrations, from the never-ending alphabet of inclusivity to forcing the whole of society to engage in and validate media. Pride is for everyone, and every sexuality is valid, and every experience is valid. MAP rights are human rights, and MAP is a legitimate part of the queer community and culture. At least one commenter pushed back on this discussion.
Yes. We knew it was happening. We knew it was going to come to this. We always knew it was going to come to this. Of course.
Interesting comment by saying, no, minors cannot consent. Those who are older have significant power over minors. It is not a consensual or equal relationship. But Navy Jessica responds further, reinforcing her position as valid. The UN 8 March Principles for Human Rights
Of course,
states,
drawing from the UN. Of course. Thank you.
Sexual conduct involving persons below the domestically prescribed minimum age of consent to sex may be consensual in fact, if not in law. The Geneva-based international
Wood chipper.
National Commission of Jurists wrote in March with an assist from UNAIDS and the Office of the United Nations Commissioner for Human Rights. This particular statement received a lot of backlash on social media, with some saying that
So overtly evil. It's so overtly evil.
the UN was essentially calling for the decriminalization of sex between minors and adults.
And by the way, we did look at the document in full. We looked at it a couple weeks ago, maybe like a month ago. We looked at the full document, or at least parts of it that were relevant to this. And yeah, they were saying that, oh yeah, whatever, it's fine. Sex with minors is fine. It was in the UN's document.
Prompting the UN to issue clarification where they state, in the application of law, it is recognized that criminal sanctions are not appropriate.
Yeah. Thank you, Aboba. Yeah, I'll read the super chats in a minute. I'm sorry. Oh my god, this stuff makes me want to...
against adolescents of similar ages for consensual, non-expletive sexual activity.
How is this ever a fucking question? How is this ever a goddamn question?
The UN is resolute in fighting the sexual exploitation of children, upholds that sexual exploitation and abuse of children is a crime, and supports countries to protect children. So even Jessica misrepresented what they were saying as some...
And the UN is already, like, fucked. But yeah. They've been allegedly put on...
Stupid fucking League of Nations is what built that fucking thing.
This person has supposedly been put on leave.
Cunt.
But you think anything's gonna happen?
No.
I highly doubt. Highly doubt.
No, she'll be brought back in after it dies down a bit.
Naval, yes, that's what they always do. Naval officer says, "I need to protect our brave maps." It gets worse, guys. I'm gonna go through the worst. Guys, I'm gonna go through the worst part, and then when we come out the other side, we'll.
Why do you want to make this worse?
Because I want people to know about these things.
We already know.
No, I want people to know about, and people shouldn't. It's the purifying, cleansing light of day that lets people really know how bad things are getting. To know what they should fight for, what they should be upset about. Children found living with cross-dressing men in shocking conditions. A shocking discovery 4 young children were uncovered residing in a squalid apartment overseen by the Boston Housing Authority. Reports indicate that the premises were occupied by cross-dressing adults and littered with a horrifying collection of illicit drugs, alcohol, adult paraphernalia, and even a deceased individual.
No, it's cross-dressing
Now,
men.
yeah. To be fair, that's why the fire department was called, but it wasn't like there was just a body there for forever. Herald procured a fire department report that corroborated a police response stating that a team from the Boston Fire Department was dispatched to the Old Colony Avenue on Saturday morning, following a distress call that a man was suffering from a cardiac arrest. The location, whatever. Upon arrival, the responders were met with a scene far beyond typical medical emergency. The condition of the apartment was shockingly unsanitary. The report detailed the presence of 6 adults, apparently males, in the apartment. The shocking discovery was amplified when 4 children were found in the back bedroom, concealed by an adult male from the first responders. So it was 6 men dressed as women. And when the police were called, because one of them died, probably from a drug overdose, I'm guessing, cardiac arrest, but that can happen as a result of drug overdose, they tried to hide the children from the fire department. Now, fire department reports all this. Shocking incident transpired on Juneteenth weekend. They're on a real fun, great Pride weekend. Children were identified between the ages of 5 and 10. The Boston Police Department confirmed their response to the event, stating officers responded in the area. No suspicious circumstances had been reported. This is very interesting. The fire department showed up. They were like, what the fuck? The police, however, in Boston, said they didn't see anything weird. City Councilor Michael Flaherty expressed his revulsion at the disturbing scene, noting reports from the scene suggest drugs, alcohol, adult paraphernalia scattered around the apartment, as well as a deceased individual on the floor. Numerous sources confirmed to the Herald that several of the adults were cross-dressed when responders reached the site. Adding to the chaos, the report noted that all of the adult parties were uncooperative and failed to provide any useful information, and that all adults presented denied having children in the apartment. But it gets worse. Somehow. The mayor of Boston responded. Now, this was the report from the fire department. This is the mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu, says reports of kids found with drugs and sex toys inside unsanitary south the apartment are false.
Again,
so
it's a woman. Why?
Woman says the fire department is lying.
Always fucking women.
Every goddamn time, am I right? This fucking woman says has just accused her city's fire department of lying.
Every time.
Why would they lie?
Always fucking women.
Why would the fire department lie? There have not actually been reports directly from first responders. Yes, there were from the fire department. She's saying not from the police. Not from the police. From the fire department, there was. Some of the information that's been floating around there has been second and third hand accounts from those who were not at the scene. It was firsthand from the first responders, the actual first responders, the fire department. And I think it's an important reminder that it's important that we have a grounding in facts. I have a grounding in facts. Michelle Wu. Of what's occurred, and let the proper authorities do the investigations. Also, not the fire department, which is not really their job. But they're the ones who saw it. No. We will do whatever it takes to protect our children in the city from being protected, from being molested. Surely.
Okay.
You know what this is about.
Hold on
they
a
got
second.
caught.
Hold on a second. What is the false information?
They're saying all of the entire report is false.
Okay, but then what is if the entire thing is false? What's the fakeness about the children?
Everything. The entire report is false.
Okay, so there was no children found. There were no sex toys.
Well, hang on.
Okay, but here's the thing. If that's not the case, why mention children at all? Do you see what I mean?
I know. Let's go on, because that's a very good question, Spoon. We're in the Boston Fire Department said we're not an investigative agency, so we're not investigating anyone. That's a police issue. He stands by what his firefighters report. What our firefighters put into our report is accurate and should not be questioned. As for what the city councilors were reporting, they were reporting what they were told. As far as I'm concerned, it's all hearsay. It's all politics, said Dylan. So the firefighters did take custody of 4 children. So we know for a fact there were 4 children there. And the chief of the fire department says, commissioner says, they didn't lie. The police and the mayor of Boston are now accusing the fire department of lying.
I don't know, why would they?
You know why. Gender ideology. This shit does not align with what they want to be the case. So, yeah.
Who the hell is paying you to be this demonic?
Moloch. Speaking of demonic.
No, that's just stupid.
Now I want to just let you know what's happening. This man here, he's a preacher. He's a street preacher. He is just coming there to just preach the Bible. Look at how they treat him. Ugh, the rolls. Obviously doing everything they can to not physically assault him, but coming right up to doing it. Remember, they're supposed to be being oppressed by this guy. He's oppressing them, according to them, right? Does he seem like he's oppressing them?
There's not a single person in shape among that whole thing.
No. I was born this way. Okay, anyway,
I'm more
whatever.
offended
Look
by
at
their
this.
just lack of shape.
Yeah, of course they are. Like, does this guy look like he's oppressing them? He's on the floor just trying to read Bible verses. This is this is not the Westboro Baptist Church.
I really wish just a light from heaven would to come down and just radiate from him and just blow them all to fucking smithereens.
But again, they see themselves as being victimized by this guy, which is interesting because they always see themselves as being victimized. They see themselves as being victimized to such a degree that they're willing to perpetuate hate hoaxes. That's the degree that they'll go to. Man who claimed to be a victim of San Diego gay bashing that left him with burns actually was the perpetrator of beating a pregnant woman, police say. Scott Roman, 39, originally alleged he had been gay bashed. Well, we did talk about this, I think, before. While walking in his San Diego neighborhood, a story that was parodied by the media and local Antifa
gay
networks.
bash just sounds like you had your asshole violated.
Right. CCTV footage, however, showed that he was torched by the expecting mother as she defended herself from his violent actions that landed her in the hospital with injuries.
We know that fentanyl.
I don't know if this is in this clip because I don't think they have any footage of it because it's extremely violent.
Louis C.K.
But yeah, that's it. That's the basic story. He tried to attack a pregnant woman, and she set him on fire. He was trying to beat the shit out of a pregnant woman, and she set him on fire to defend herself. So there we go. According to the San Diego Police Department, incident took place on June 12th. Officers responded to numerous 911 calls. Just under a man beating up a pregnant woman. However, when they arrived, he had already fled the scene. Just under 2 hours later, a man called 911 reporting he had been set on fire, and it's quickly determined he was the suspect wanted for the aforementioned beating, and that she had burned him. In the day since the attack, investigators tracked down the CCTV footage revealing the initial physical assault by the man on the pregnant woman and the subsequent use of fire as a weapon by the pregnant woman on the man. The man was identified as Rowan.
That's what was identified as burned.
Look at all these posts. Look at all these posts. Poor gay man bashed for being gay. He tried to kill a pregnant woman. Rowan told the local TV news outlet following the attack that he had been simply walking home when he heard two people shouting homophobic slurs. He yelled back and he was subsequently set on fire. Immediately after that, I went up and it went up kind of like coals on a barbecue, he claimed. Instantly went into flames. Because you're a flamer, yeah. Nobody walks around with flammable liquid like that without an agenda. They were obviously targeting the LGBTQ community. No, you wanted to beat up on a pregnant woman, and she clearly did whatever she could to try and defend herself. What a piece of shit. Now, on the positive side, Pride is not profitable. Financial toll of right-wing backlash, says Axios, is at least $28 billion in market value. Here we can see the S&P 500, which is in the orange here. It's the total, stock market. And then we see Kohl's, Anheuser-Busch, and Target. Uh-oh. Oh, no. You go woke, you're going broke. They are recovering, which is unfortunate. That's unfortunate, but the ones that are recovering better are like Kohl's, which didn't have the massive surge. But look at Target and Anheuser-Busch. Target and Anheuser-Busch are not recovering to the same degree. They're down there in the dumps. And part of the reason for that, in terms of Anheuser-Busch, is because Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light, has never stopped. They never apologized. They've never stopped promoting this. Here it is. Toronto Pride Parade, June 25th. Official sponsor, Bud Light. They did put out a new pandering ad, which I cannot play the sound for, and I'm not going to play more than the second of because you understand immediately why I can't play the music. It's just everyone loves Bud Light. We're having a nice little family get-together. We all like the Bud Light. We're doing normal human things. Look, we're all having a get-together. Whatever. Doesn't work. What might have worked is it does appear that perhaps two of the top marketing execs are out of the company. We don't know for sure, because I've heard mixed reports on this. But it does appeal that Elisa Heinerschneid, who was the one who said that Bud Light stinks because it's all, it doesn't appeal to millennials and Zoomers and people who can't. It's so fratty and out of touch, and we need to get underage people into drinking our beer. Allegedly, they're out. After given deadline, Anheuser-Busch reached out with the following statement, did not address the questions asked by the caller, and said instead, given the circumstances, Alyssa has decided to take a leave of absence, which we support. In the interest of our employees' safety and privacy, we're not providing additional information. Daniel is taking a leave of absence. In the interest of employee safety, we're not providing additional information. So, who knows? People said this on YouTube. They made YouTube videos saying they were fired, but it's actually not been confirmed, just to be clear.
I just realized something funny.
Yeah?
Clarence Thomas has presided over the ending of Roe versus Wade and affirmative action.
Based. Bud Light is offering free beer over July 4th. Bud Light touted a new $15 rebate during the July 4th holiday weekend to jumpstart its cratering sales. The rebate applies to purchases of up to $15 made between June 15th and July 8th. That means that Bud Light is effectively giving away the beer in areas where 15 packs sell for less than $15. So they are they're just totally giving away their beer in France. Oh, Bill talked about that. I haven't had enough time to look into that, so
France is on fire.
Well,
you say what you like with the French, at least have the basis to go and fucking call their leaders.
It's that time of year. Speaking of being on fire, New York City rules crackdown on coal wood-fired pizzerias. Must cut carbon emissions up to 75%.
Fuck off.
Historic Big Apple pizza joints will be forced to dish out mounds of dough under proposed city edict targeting pollutant-spewing coal and wood-fired ovens.
Yeah, they've only existed for fucking decades.
For forever. The rule would require pizzerias with such ovens to install, prior to May 2016, to buy pricey emission control devices. The owner of one Brooklyn joint saying he's already tossed $20,000 on an air filter system in anticipation of the new mandate. Oh yeah, it's a big expense, said Paul Gianni. I can't do Italian names, sorry guys. Owner of Paulie G's at Greenpoint. It's not just the expense of having it installed, it's the maintenance. I gotta pay somebody to do it. To go up there every couple of weeks and hose it down, the maintenance. Joni said that while the air filter is expensive, it's a huge hassle. It also has some upsides. My neighbors are happier, and the guy coming in for years complaining the smoke was, going into his apartment. Whatever. They're gonna force you to do this shit. But you know what, guys? I don't know a whole lot about being a Italian pizza maker in New York City. You know who does? This guy. I'd like to introduce you to this guy.
Oh, yeah.
Pizzas for the mayor.
Pizzas for the mayor.
The woke-ass idiots who run this city are doing everything in their power to destroy it. We have naked men with their titties bouncing around all over the city yesterday, in public, in front of children. We have the most violent, raging crime rate ever. We are being invaded by illegal immigrants who are being treated way better than our homeless veterans, our teachers, and first responder heroes who were fired, still not compensated, because they didn't take the Fauci injection. Our city schools produce the dumbest kids.
I love this man.
And the woke-ass punks who run New York City are afraid of pizza. The world used to respect New Yorkers as tough, thick-skinned, and gritty. Now we have become pussified.
I love this guy.
You heard of the Boston Tea Party? Well, this is the New York, this is the New York Pizza Party. Give us pizza or give us death.
Let's go.
Give us pizza or give us death.
Fuck you.
Give us pizza.
Let's go.
Or give us death. Give us pizza or give us death.
I love this guy. I love him. Go, go, go.
Every small business. That's what this city keeps doing. Can't have a small business. Can't have pizza. New York City is nothing without pizza.
New York City's nothing without Italians like that guy. Oh my god, I love him so much. Yeah, pizza's in the chat, lads.
The Boston Tea Party, this is the New York Pizza Party.
What are you gonna do? Are you gonna arrest him for throwing pizzas onto a street? I gotta do my thing, man. I love it. Even the fucking pig won't arrest him. Gotta do my thing, man. I love it. I love it so much. I love that guy. I really, really do. And New Yorkers are super tired of this stuff. First of all, that guy's great. But New Yorkers are
You do
sick
know
of
the
this shit.
police are sitting there going like, that's a waste of pizza, man.
I know they wanted that pizza. Indiana Jones ad echoes throughout MTA subway stations. So, the New York City government has partnered with Disney to blast loud Indiana Jones ads.
Why?
Laird Thompson was waiting for the one train to arrive, said intercom announcements should be exclusively for transportation-related matters. Not particularly amused by the new audio advertising that's blaring ads on the announcement system.
Okay, I just heard something funny.
Yeah?
You know when Joe Biden wandered off camera in the middle of the interview on MSNBC?
Yeah.
Apparently it's because he shit himself.
Of course it was. Of course it was.
That would not surprise me, actually.
It wouldn't surprise me
aside,
either. That he shit himself, yeah. I don't enjoy being advertised to or solicited to when I'm at a forced station, Thompson said. It's enough to just view posters, billboards, and digital reader boards. I'd rather hear some information about what's going on in the train station, train system, rather than any ad. The efficiency of the subway is everybody's top priority. But instead, the New York City, this is the problem. This is, we talked about this last night, but this is either fascism or communism, depending on which one you ascribe to. When there is a complete and utter collaboration between the state and private business. Is it either that the state's going to subsume private business, or that's communism, or is the state going to work in tandem completely with private business? That's more fascism, historically. This right now is fascistic in terms of the historical kind of collaboration between private business and the state. The state is blasting propaganda from a private business in their subways.
Yep.
And what is it? You must go see new movie. Well, how's that movie doing?
Yay.
Not well. Lowest rated movie in the Indiana Jones franchise on Rotten Tomatoes.
Why?
Well, they've set it up. I'm not going to go over it, but the whole setup for this movie is, Indiana Jones. First of all, the last one did terribly. The fact that they made a new one is insane after the failure of Crystal Skull. But they've made a new one, and apparently the entire point is to set up a woman to be the new Indiana Jones. And it's not going well. How's that working? It's not the only thing that they're doing, though. Disney can never help itself. Disney is casting, of all freaking people, the non-binary actress Amanda Steinberg, otherwise known as Philosophy Tube.
Nice.
Are you aware of Philosophy Tube?
Yes.
Makes some of the cringiest videos on YouTube. Going to be put in a new Star Wars movie by Disney in a major role. In order to achieve trans equality.
By showing them in a place that no one even fucking gives a fuck about.
Yeah. So, there you go. By the way, also, Thorne, by the way, or Amanda, they say Amanda Steinberg. Thorne, I believe, is their name, actually. Was paid off also by the UK government to shill pro-vaccine information.
Yep.
Never ends, but people are tired of it. The Flash just barely broke even. Couldn't even be saved by Batman. It's just breaking even. And I'm not going to go over the Flash stuff because I haven't seen it, obviously, and there's lots of videos you can watch about the Flash because it sounds terrible. And of course, stars non-binary
Oh my god, that's
abuser.
a real fucking tweet.
What?
The one with the Supreme Court decision, the Erica Marsh one, I couldn't find it, so I thought it was fake. No, it's actually real.
Oh, yeah, okay, good. I'm actually not. I'm only mildly shocked.
Do you remember, who was the guy that Sargon did a debate with in like 2016? He was on a stage, sitting on two couches.
Oh, I don't know.
Yes, and Sargon said to him, "You're actually a white supremacist with a guilty conscience."
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Thomas something, I think the guy's name was.
Oh God.
Yes.
I remember that very well, but I don't remember who it was.
I found it funny because Michael Malice tweeted it.
Oh, nice. Anyway, so Flash sucks. It's terrible. Even Batman can't. They put in just shit. Like the whole. From what I watched a review of it, from I always mess his name up every time. It's Small Platoon, isn't it? I always want to say like Little Platoon, but it's Small Platoon, right? What is it? Is it Little Platoon? No, it is Little Platoon. I always screw it up. I was like, oh, it's not Little Platoon. It's Small Platoon. Little Platoon, who is a very good YouTuber. Check his stuff out. Thank you. I screwed it up because I was like worried about screwing it up, and I screwed it up. I was watching his new video on The Flash, and it sounds abysmal. But of course, we have to go watch it and support it because Ezra Miller, who is a serial abuser and alleged cult leader, allegedly, is a non-binary person. So that's the whole reason to watch it. Here's something interesting, though. Speaking of all this stuff, Larry Fink of BlackRock says he's ashamed to be a part of the ESG political debate.
Which means they're just going to change to a different name.
That's what that means. Thank you for picking up on it, Spoon.
Thank you.
It is not because he's ashamed of what it's doing.
It's because the same people fucking know what it means now.
That people know the term. That's all it is. That is all it is.
And these people will never change until they are removed, until they are deleted.
Remember, it was CRT before, like, in critical race theory, and they're like, oh, critical race theory isn't real.
ESG,
and now it's like,
DEI.
ESG isn't real, DEI isn't real, none of it's real. But it is real, but it's
they
good.
They will never stop. If it's if it goes away, it's under a different fucking name.
They always do this. They say, like,
time.
Every single time it's been the same thing. That's not real. Then it gets exposed as definitively real, and they go, okay, it's real, but it's a good thing. Then it gets criticized too hard, and they go like, okay, well, we'll just change the fucking term. It happens every time. By the way, Jussie Smollett's trying to make a comeback. Jussie Smollett is directing a new movie with his longtime supporter, Vivica A. Fox, as he appeals his conviction for lying about being the victim of a hate crime. Directing a new film called The Lost Holiday. Well, we'll see how that works out for you, Jussie. Je suis.
So you may as well play your last film.
And then before we get to the very last thing, which is we're not gonna watch the rest of that Tim video. Just want to watch the response, and we'll end on that. Is Roseanne Barr had something spicy to say, but I do want to put some context on this because Roseanne.
Oh my God.
Roseanne's already been ultra canceled. Okay, she's been ultra canceled, but then she freaking went on with Oh, I know who this guy is. Theo Vaughn.
Yeah.
And
cool.
I'm too into the mommy
you really
community to know.
play
But
this?
no, I like
Seriously?
Theo Vaughn. I want to play what Roseanne said. Yeah,
Really?
why not? I'm not saying it. Roseanne's saying it.
That's the truth. And
Yeah.
don't you dare say anything against it or you'll be off YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and all the other ones because we have, there's such a thing as the truth and facts and we have to stick to it. And,
It's scary.
Okay. Roseanne is a shit poster. She has
It's
always
very
been a
good.
shit poster for her entire life. Also, Roseanne Barr is Jewish. Okay?
Thomas Smith, that was the guy. Thank you.
Just letting you know, before she says what she's about to say, Roseanne Barr herself is Jewish.
and that is the truth. And nobody died in the Holocaust either. That's the truth.
Oh my god, fucking Theo just went, nah. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It should happen.
I can't believe it. She's obviously joking, but you can't. This is why she's funny, because you can't make jokes like this and she doesn't give a shit.
6 million Jews should die right now.
And yes, the context is correct. Roseanne Barr was making a point about censorship in the media and its outlandish claims. Thank you. She was making a point about censorship.
Because they cause all the problems in the world, but it never happened. But it never happened.
Yeah.
Mandated.
Theo just yeah.
Well, because you're part Jewish, right? Part of your family's Jewish?
I'm all Jewish.
You're all Jewish.
100%.
And a lot of Hollywood is Jewish, yeah? It's like a lot of Hollywood is a Jewish business, really. Well, they started Hollywood.
Poor Theo.
Right. But so was it weird
Just
that...
like rap. Black people started rap.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't go over there and try to get in rap and go, all these black people, go on Saturday Night Live like Dave Chappelle. I'm just saying a lot of black people are in control of rap.
Right.
Hello?
She's not wrong, though.
I know, but it's just...
Roseanne
Well,
Barr
you
is the
went
Uncle
there.
Ruckus of
You tried to
Jewish
get in-
grandmas.
I know, she's the Uncle Ruckus of Jewish grandmas.
Show business, of course it's Jewish. But, and people should be glad that it's Jewish too, because if Jews were not controlling Hollywood, all you'd have was fucking fishing shows.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh, dude.
By the way, people in the chat, by the way, it just depends on the Jews, because there's a whole bunch of conservative Jews in like Israel who hate George Soros.
Oh yeah,
with
who hate
passion.
who hate this stuff. Okay, so what we're gonna end on then is not on the Tim Pool video, but instead on Emma and Sam's response, because it's there's a
He claims
there are
he gave her
legitimately
that joke. Like, fucking, did he?
there's defamatory statements. I think legally actionable defamatory statements in the first 2 minutes of this video. Now, I know we did not finish, because we got sleepy, the entirety of the talk between Emma and Tim, but I think most people have seen it at this point. So, instead, let's watch Emma and Sam Cedars' response. Because it's relatively short, so we can get through it before we, again, fall asleep. And, because, like I said, the beginning is fantastically awful. Could you, while you're getting up the watch together on the screen for me, please spin while I close out my stream, or I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I'm going to use the restroom, and I will be right back. I'll take about, 30 seconds, not even. Be right back.
Yeah.
The funny thing is...
The funny thing is, you two are completely clueless jackasses, and you couldn't debate your way out of paper bag, drunk and fucking stoned.
Is that you're
a duplicitous piece of shit.
Debate with Tim
got you absolutely wrecked like a fucking hemorrhoid through a spike.
is probably going to have derailed both shows.
Yeah.
How the hell? It must be nice being in an echo chamber for once, because the second you step out of it, you get fucking owned really, really badly, and the entire internet's making fun of you because you're a pedophile supporting moron.
It's going to derail his show because he's going to be.
You didn't derail shit. You were the target of stupidity, and you got destroyed by your own idiocy. My God, these people are just deranged and really thick.
Be dealing with this mentally for a long time, and ours because we're not going to do anything other than play that.
I like the way that you have a smile on your face right now. You had two
Oh, you already
smiling
played it.
faces on the show with Tim, as you were smug when he brought up the Nazi thing and he fucking kicked your ass for that. And everywhere else, Sean was running rings around you.
And she looked
Because you
so
have the
sad.
You have the intellectual capacity of a 5-year-old.
She looked like she was about to cry throughout about like 80% of the interview. As soon as
Yes,
there was
because she
debate
was
where it
getting
was.
destroyed.
Real quick, I didn't know you were going to jump right in, but that's fine. I just want to get the super chats here real quick before we head into this last segment.
Yes, because when you're not here, I just speak off the cuff, and my off the
I
cuff
know.
is very, very brutal.
So Michael for 5 says to reinforce Spoon, to reinforce Spoon has a logical point about the USA. If we don't know who or what something is, we don't see it as a threat or opportunity.
Yeah, that's
very true.
Yeah.
Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz for $10. Thank you, man. Says the best kind of steel, Damascus. Demask us. Very good. Lance for 20. Hey, thank you. Says to defend the unmasked Fed boys slightly. They look super shrimpy, and I bet are ultra autistic. I'll be worried about them being set up to take the fall for optics in the future. The Fed has many wind-up toys. Very true. These are like I think you're probably correct on that.
I did a video on this, and I said that I would not be surprised if the next time they have something that can fasten, because they can't be ripped off the mask.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they would pull that shit.
But I also bet the guys they sent out to do this are they're you know
Soy boy gimps.
they're the weakest people they have that can be sacrificed. If they want to sacrifice them or need to sacrifice them, they sacrifice them.
Oh god, yeah.
And they if this guy really gets found out as being a Fed boy, they'll sacrifice him and say that, oh no, actually he was an infiltrator or something. You know they'll do that. A Dutchman for 4 months, member for 4 months, says loved watching all 4 Monicas yesterday. Thank you, man. I'm glad you did. We'll probably do that again at some point. RC the Legend for 2 says I be victim. I so sorry. And DRT is King for 5 says, I've known about the Uyghurs since 2014, but I find foreign policy fun and East Asian politics and the realpolitik more sensible than domestic politics. Yeah, when you're dealing with that is actually true. Domestic politics tend to be a fucking shit show, whereas international politics also a shit show, at least more
It's a shit show with
based
more
in
people.
and also based in more actual rationality compared to like, let's teach kids about poop. And pee as a sexual fetish, you know, like less of that in the international stage. Porch for 5 says, I've said this before, but at times it seems like the push for kids to embrace the BS is just antinatalism with more steps. It is antinatalism, and it's because it's the World Economic Forum. They don't want you to reproduce. Thank you, Porch. I think you're absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Junebug for 2 says, hi, you two. Broke, so this is my only super chat. Junebug, you don't have to do that, but thank you for the $2. Carlos Morongo for 2 says, the right to bear pizza shall not be infringed. Very
What would you just do if all the pizzerias just went like, hey, yeah, we're not going to do any of this, fuck you. What are they going to do, get rid of all of them? They won't do shit.
Yeah.
They're relying on all your compliance. If you just as a mass went, yeah, fuck you, we're not going to do shit.
Yeah,
they won't do
if
shit.
they all, yeah, exactly. Junebug for another 2 says, what the fuck? Social media list grifter working for Disney? Oh yeah, absolutely. Every time. Kizza for £5 says, evening all, Spoon Aiden. What about next Saturday? We all finally do the car stream and the thumbnail being us all in McLaren F1. Any
How the hell
objections?
would you even do that? Okay, because it's a 3-seater.
I mean, I could do that. I don't know anything. What you guys should entertain me with car stuff. If you want to do it on Saturday, I'd be down. Just a car stream.
Or just
I
Saturday?
don't know. You want to do it? How about next? Because we've
Saturday. Yeah, we've done
we've done a lot of streams this week. So let's aim for Saturday after next in July, which would be the 8th. That should be cool. We'll aim for that, okay? Thank you, Kizza. Slosher for 5 Canadian says, Malice was on Dave Landau's show last night, was talking about Roseanne. He claimed he gave her that joke. Did he? Michael Malice did? Or Dave Landau? It wouldn't surprise me either. Hilarious. Rabid Dassy for 5 says, Aiden, just so you know, Spoon was chanting the N-word when you were in the loo. Were you, Spoon? I was gone for all of like 20 seconds. Did you really? Well, I had a pee.
I played the 5th.
Oh, wow. Wow. Anywho, let's watch this. I'm not that concerned about it. I don't think you did. But look at the smug look on their face. Now they're back in their safe space. Because when Emma was on with Tim, and she's going to complain about some of this, when Emma was on with Tim, she looked like she was on the verge of tears.
Yeah, because Tim was kicking the shit out of her.
Yeah. Now, we didn't watch the whole video on the stream, but pretty much everyone's seen clips of it and the whole thing in some form or another at this point. And it went super viral about how owned she was. And then she has to retreat back into her hidey hole and pretend that she didn't get owned. I'm not owned.
Yes,
what was it? What's that wink fucking tweet? As a shrink and turn into a watermelon. Was it?
I have no
can't remember
fucking idea what you're talking about right now.
Don't worry. It's a sus father tweet. Don't worry about it. I'm not. You don't know about sus father and his tweets?
No.
Then you are not a man of culture. I see.
I'm not a man of culture. No.
Doesn't know about sus father. This man. Spoon doesn't know about sus
You don't know
father.
about sports. Shut
He doesn't
your
know
face.
about wink. He doesn't know about wink tweets.
Don't know.
No. It's like I'm not owned.
You don't know
I'm not
anything about
owned.
sports.
I'm not owned. I continue. It says, I continue to insist as I slowly shrink and transform into a corn cob. Sus father, aka Wink, aka Drill. One of the greatest tweets of all time. It's
real conversation.
I love their overreaction.
This is why we never.
I love their overreaction. Did you notice that? Just
It's so cringe.
Not having real conversation. This is
That laughing is so forced.
So fake, dude.
Jesus Christ.
It's so fake.
why we never get invited anywhere.
I know. No, the reason you don't get invited anywhere, Sam Cedar, is because literally everybody in this entire fucking industry knows that you're a spiny, weaselly, two-faced piece of shit. And it's not just because of what you did with Ethan Klein and Steven Crowder. It went back way before that. Nobody trusts you because you have proven yourself to be a lying, backstabbing cunt
When on Patrick
every single time.
On Valuetainment. He
Not
legitimately says the state knows how to spend your money better than you do. It's like, dude, you're a fucking retard.
Here's the thing, Sam. Everybody knows that you talk shit behind everyone's backs. You could not. I'm surprised that Tim let fucking Emma go to his compound because you can't be trusted with the location because you'll just dox him. You've proven yourself to be that person, Sam. Time and time and time again.
Emma either.
No, it's what I'm saying. I'm surprised that Tim let Emma come.
I'm amazed she's
because
still 5
Emma's
years
just gonna.
younger than us. Like, oh my god.
Because
I
Emma's
even
just
know
gonna
a
tell
hair and I look
Sam.
better than you do, honey.
Emma's just gonna tell Sam that sure lighting's better in this than it was on Tim's show. She's just gonna tell Sam, obviously Tim's address, and they're gonna get into that because there's a very. Have you seen that? You haven't seen this yet, Spoon?
No.
We're gonna get into the things about where Tim lives because that's what they're interested in.
You're very exciting right now.
Yeah, because I fucking can't stand these people, and it makes me angry, which makes me excited.
No, I know. I mean, all right. So let's play that clip before you have to go.
I love them just laughing us off like Emma took the W here. Emma, no one believes that. Your audience is lying to themselves, and you're probably paying for some engagement on that.
If you look at the video right now, I guarantee you it's overwhelmingly negative, even on their own fucking
It's
channel.
not. No, it's
not?
their audience. No, but it's because nobody watches Majority Report. That's why.
It's because it's a shit
As
show.
Tim said. That's what Tim said on the show, too. It's like nobody fucking watches Majority Report. Besides lunatics. So yeah, act like you won. That's it.
Hyper-partisan of retards.
And also, what they've been doing? This is now this is the first video, but they've now done 2 or 3 more videos where they clip Tim. Exactly what Tim said they would do. They only started, interestingly, Spoon, they only started doing it a week after the podcast aired. And I would imagine the reason why that happened is because Emma was catching so much shit. So they were basically waiting for the reality of the situation to die down, so that then they could reframe it as an epic own. A week after. Normally they'd be clipping it the next day, but they chose to wait a week before they started clipping. Very interesting.
To give people a teaser before we get into it, because
give us a teaser, Emma.
This is obviously the thing that went viral, where I was probably around an hour and 15 into the 2-hour debate, and
we should say this. Hold on.
Yeah,
you thought thought the thing was going to
try to use your fucking words, Sam.
Be pre-taped. Originally, we thought it was live.
Yeah,
right?
But then he told me it was going to be. They told us he was going to be pre-taped.
Emma, hello. I've been on Tim's show. Tim did not tell you that. Tim's never told anyone that. The show is always live. It's never pre-taped. And remember when I told you that within the first 2 minutes, they were going to start to say things that I thought were legally actionable? Emma, you were never told that. You are lying. You are lying directly. It is not pre-taped. That's why he wants you to show up in person. Emma, you are a liar. Fuck you.
And then when I got there, he said, "Oh, we're gonna do it live," and I was like, "Okay."
Nope, not how it works. Not how it's ever worked. I've been on Tim's show. Fuck off. Anyone who's ever been on Tim's show could tell you that that's wrong. Not just me. Anybody. Actual Justice Warrior who was there and fucked your shit up hardcore. Any single person who's ever been on Tim's show knows it's a live show. This is and also she admits when she was on there that even though she and Sam sit around and talk shit about Tim constantly, that they don't watch his content. They just watch little clips, pull them out of context, but they're going to complain about context.
Oh, no shit.
I'm not being...
tell you that.
Yeah. They're going to complain about I'm not giving context. Meanwhile, they admit they never have watched Tim's show. And right now, by the way, they're not telling the truth. This is legitimately a lie. Emma, of course, knew the show was live. Of course she did. So she's just directly lying. Even Sam, I think, knows that it's a lie. And what I'd like to say is, you might want to be careful, guys, because I don't think you all have a lot of money. Tim does, as you like to bring up and talk about how rich Tim is. Maybe don't make lies that are so easily, fightable in court, Emma. I'm not saying that Tim is gonna sue you, but I sure as fuck wouldn't make up such egregious, blatant lies about Tim Pool if I was previously talking about how rich he was. Huh. Weird.
Okay, I was expecting something like this.
Because they didn't want, any sort of assistance or something like that? What do you think I don't know. I don't know. I think it was really to get in my head about it.
Nope. Show's always live. That's why they want you in person. Emma, you knew this. How do you not know this show's not live?
And
frankly, when you told me it wasn't going to be live, I get the day before, I'm like, ooh, that I would
no, because I thought about honestly recording it on my phone just to make sure they didn't edit anything out. So I was happier for it to be live.
Really? Why'd you embarrass the shit out of yourself? What an interesting contradiction immediately.
Yeah, I don't believe that one for a second.
No. Oh, I thought it was gonna not be live, and I was gonna record it on my phone to find if they fucked with me. Well, you fucked yourself. You made yourself look like a moron, and now see the pivot. See the pivot is the reason why I didn't look good is because I didn't know it was gonna be live.
Yeah, that's
even though I thought I was gonna record it just in case. What, Emma? You absolute dingus. This is I thought it wasn't gonna be live. That's why I sounded so stupid. Oh my god.
Because it meant that there was not the ability for them to hide anything embarrassing that happened. So I don't know what his mentality was when he switched up last minute, but whatever. It's just the kind of mind games that happen.
You were going to be on a beanbag chair or something?
Well, it was a culture war podcast thing, so I thought it was going to be...
Pause for a second, because I want to talk about the beanbag chair thing in a second. Foy Gerhardt, wrong Aiden, read the damn chat. What'd I miss? Defamation requires them lying about this doesn't hold. Yeah, I know. This wasn't IRL. This was this Friday Culture War show that's usually pre-taped. Oh, this is the first one I've seen live. Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. Oh, I forgot that this was on his Culture War thing. But I thought Tim even did the Culture War show live as well. Tim doesn't do the Culture War show usually live? Oh, sorry. I guess I'm It wasn't Timcast IRL. Culture War is usually pre-taped. Oh, all right. I'm wrong. I have. You know what? Mea culpa. I just saying, having been on Tim Pool's show, usually they're all live, but I forgot that this was on his Culture War thing and not on his Timcast IRL. As for what I would say then about the beanbag chair thing is that they kind of made minorly insult Tim's comment. However, I have to admit, that's my bad. That's my bad. Maybe Tim.
Sean was there.
Maybe Tim did tell her then that it wasn't going to be live. All right. Thank you, chat. Everybody in the chat. Because I was like immediately pissed at her saying that. I'm like, come the fuck on. But, well, lame Hayden, yeah, I'm admonished. Well, hey, you know what? Here's the difference. Is that when I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. I don't know what's behind the scene. I don't know if Tim told her it was going to be live or not. But I did get that screwed up. Generally speaking, though.
Either.
Well, I think you should anticipate that if you're going on with Tim Pool's show, you should expect it to be live. Just saying. I don't know.
As if Tim was going to deceptively edit to make you look bad, like really.
Wait, Tim just uploads it. I don't know. We're funding my $2. Oh, sorry guys. I made a minor error. I don't think it's actually a minor error though, because I think that you should probably assume if you're going on with Tim Pool, you should assume it's going to be a live show. Just inherent. But anyway, and I think the reason why, I think we know the reason why Tim wanted this one to be live is because he said that he knew that they were going to clip it, so he wanted the whole thing to be live. He didn't want any deceptive editing, and that would be my guess. So maybe Tim did originally say that it was going to be pre-taped because I forgot that the ones that he's done, because I watched his one with Ollie London on that Culture War and some of the other ones. And I forgot that those are pre-taped.
Maybe it's because he just thought like, we should have a pre-recorder one, and then he realized, oh my god, I'm doing something from Majority Report. No, we should definitely have this live for obvious reasons.
Well, because he probably knew, and here's the thing, that Emma was going to record it.
Or here's an idea.
Well, Emma just admitted she was going to.
Or hold on, it was going to be pre-taped because if he said do it live, she wouldn't go on.
True, and then
I think
that's also a possibility.
I think that's probably the most likely.
And hang on, Spoon, she also admitted that she was going to record it so that she could have a private taping of it if it was pre-taped. She was going to record it on her own part. Right? So she probably their goal then. And I think Tim was because Tim knew they were going to clip, which they did. And Tim was Tim was a step ahead. I think Tim was a step ahead, and he's Emma's going to record this. Emma's going to record it
without her. Yeah.
And try to release it immediately. She's going to release it, the second she gets it, and try to get all the clicks from it, essentially, or whatever she wants to do with it.
Yeah.
And so he switched it up on her. Either one is possible. I'm not inside Tim's head, so I have no idea.
I wouldn't be surprised if it did. That'd be the smarter move.
I don't know. But it's interesting that Emma admits that's what she was going to do. That if it was pre-recorded, she was going to record it so that she could make sure they don't edit it, which it means they could edit it, right? Curious.
Probably.
More in the format of what he'd been doing with the Culture War show, because I checked out and he'd done one with Carrie Lake and Vivek Ramaswamy.
And put him on a beanbag?
Well, I saw the beanbag set on the other side of the room, but this was the normal set.
And those interviews with Carrie Lake.
That's the thing that was confusing, is because that's also why I didn't.
If you don't let them talk, we're going to be here all fucking damn day.
Okay, no, real quick. I'm just saying why I got confused that this wasn't on the regular Tim Pool stream, and why even when I tried to go find it the other day, I was like, where the fuck is it? Is because it's at the regular set, not on the Culture War podcast, which is usually a one-on-one. So it was. I do want to say I think maybe Tim might have pulled her in under some, not entirely I don't know. Something changed, I think. I guarantee Tim wanted her to come on to a discussion, and then but it was not the way that the Culture War usually works. Because the Culture War is usually an independent one-on-one conversation, and that's not what happened. That was a round table. It was a normal Tim Pool show.
Lake and Vivek Ramaswamy didn't have a little research assistant challenging them.
He did not. So that was something he brought in from
because we don't need you. We do with you because you talk shit.
Traditional Timcasts, which is they do have, when they had Lance or Binder on, multiple right-wingers ganging up on.
Now, why do they do that? Why does Tim do that? Does Tim...
Hey, why do they do that, Sam?
All the fucking time, you dumbass.
Sam, Sam, why do they do that? Why do they gang up? Why do they lie? Why did Sam, why was it that H3H3 that the Ethan Klein was supposed to go on to a live conversation with Steven Crowder, and instead your stupid ass face showed up, and it was a big bait and switch. Why did they lie, Sam? I don't know. Why do you?
Him do that to pretend like he's somehow in the center?
That's what he wants to do, I think, clearly.
But that was what my goal was going into this, I wanted to nail him down on a few things. I wanted to see...
The only person who got nailed is you.
If he could expand on why he likes Trump over DeSantis for these incredibly specific reasons, like regarding AI usage, which I...
When the fuck did he mention AI usage? He didn't mention that, and neither did you. You fucking idiot.
No.
Of images, which I find to be pedantic, which is...
Well, she's talking about DeSantis putting out pictures of Trump. She's talking about Trump putting out, or excuse me, about DeSantis putting out pictures of Trump and that were made by AI, and not disclosing immediately that they were made by AI. Now, of course, she's in favor of that because she hates Trump. Because it's dirty. It's literally dirty. But that didn't get brought up in the entire, as far as I mean, I've listened to the entire thing. Its entire. I'm sorry we didn't play all of it here on the stream, but that never got brought up as far as I can recall.
I thought you meant like AI on the economy, not on the
no. She meant fucking DeSantis' grotesque fake Trump images. That she was that she thinks are hilarious and great, and can't understand why Tim might think that they're a problem because guess what? You know what you're against and have been against is disinformation. But like, don't spread misinformation, disinformation. But it's fine when your side does it. Interesting. That's what Tim was interested in. Is that he's not interested in anyone spreading disinformation. You are all the time. That's why you stink.
Just kind of Tim's thing. Other things surrounding his past statements about the 10-year-old who had to get an abortion, and this, which I didn't expect that this would be the
10-year-old who had to get an abortion. We talked about it when we talked about this before. She's just completely misinformed on it and doesn't want to address the fact that about the family relationship there. Why did that happen in the first place? Never wants to address that. Just no, the 10-year-old had to go across state lines because of XYZ reasons. The reality is that should never have happened in the first place. But she was totally misinformed on that issue as well.
Thing that would get him to finally lose it, but I saw him getting more and more emotional as the debate was going on because...
Coming from you, that's pretty funny.
That's very funny because you were getting extremely emotional. Yeah. Tim was laser focusing in on you. You looked on the verge of tears for the vast majority of it because you were getting your fucking ass handed to you. But go ahead and project. It's all you can do, isn't it? He was getting emotional. That's why I wanted to watch this because, like, just look at the cope, look at the seethe.
My also mentality going in was I am going to be as calm as possible because what they want.
Yeah, we have Sam Seether.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a dad joke. Fuck with you guys.
But also, what they want is for you to freak out. Well, guess what you did?
You freaked out.
You freaked the fuck out, and you made everyone on the internet laugh at you, and it was great.
Trigger a leftist and to get a meltdown, and instead we got
that definitely happened.
Tim's meltdown.
Whoopsie.
Tim melted down. What, are you fucking kidding me? You called him a Nazi, and he just looked at you and went, "Are you kidding me?" And then he beat the fuck out of you.
I mean, here's the thing. Here's why they're doing this. Their audience isn't going to watch the actual Tim Pool podcast. So they're just going to listen to their like fucking lies here and anticipate and just expect that this is the truth. Well, we watched more than half of the stream, the actual stream proper, and of course you guys can see it. Everyone's seen it at this point.
I said in a previous video, if RFK were to debate with that fucking whatchamacallit, the discount Fauci lemming, the people who would watch that debate would be on RFK's side already. They would just watch it to watch him skewer the fucking regime lemming, basically get. And the only people who would be on the regime lemming side would be the kind of people, because they would never watch the entire debate. They'll watch like little highly edited clips in the media. That's exactly what they're doing. Exact same formula. We just said, we can just shit talk here because we know that the people in our audience that are going to swallow everything hook, line, and fucking sinker like the jackass morons that they are, they're not going to watch the full fucking clip. So we can just say whatever the fuck we want because they're never going to go to the other side.
No.
It's very simple.
Yes, exactly. And that's what they're doing. They're playing to their base. They're lying to them because they know that their base is not going to watch the whole, 2 hour stream. So they're just going to sit here and make up lies. And that's why I said, like, Tim's not going to sue them. But, like, honestly, Tim might have some bases with just the just fountain of lies. I would say that I think. Now, I was wrong about
that face right there is a good screenshot for how her fucking attitude was for the whole show.
She looked like she was on the verge of tears for the vast majority of the show. Like she legit, and then she can sit here now. She's back here with in her safe space with Sam and act like she was big and strong and stood up for herself. But no, you didn't. You looked terrible. You got completely dismantled.
You defended pedophilia for you.
You sure fucking did, Emma Vigeland.
I'm not in favor of censorship in any way, even if I'm showing fucking blowjobs to 5-year-olds. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
You sure fucking did.
Oh man.
All of it. I love when they become. I love when leftists like this become random libertarians when it comes to like, well, I want
the worst of society.
They're against guns until like, well, guns for me, and then they're against fucking they're against free speech until it's like they're pro censorship until it's like, well, I want to show but we need to show pornography to children because that's a thing that we need to do to make sure that they can be gay.
Happen, by the way, you do not give these people free speech because if you give them freedom, what are they going to do? They're going to promote their fucking ideology.
I mean, the Republicans called it in the 90s, and I thought they were completely nuts. Turns out they were right. You give these people an inch, they take a mile. It's like just let two guys just want to get married. It's fine. Let them go do what they want in the privacy of their own homes. And next thing you know, 30 years later, it's like, I need these people. Like, I require in order to live. Otherwise, you're killing me. If I can't show my penis to a child, then I'm being discriminated against. Good. And that's where they're at now. Yes, you are being discriminated against. Bye. Bye-bye. Go to jail, by the way. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Bye. Go under the jail, actually, for that shit. Fuck you.
Whoopsie. So this was the moment where I knew I just had to sit back and honestly kind of let him go.
And do we want to give people the context for what you're talking about here?
Yeah, I mean the shooter.
How about you play the clip instead of just a fucking picture?
Who was a neo-Nazi with a swastika?
Who knows?
We don't even know if that was the actual shooter, one, because we don't know what the hell happened to his fucking corpse.
It was a random picture from his Odnoklassnika account with no followers.
And secondly, the swastika was at 90 degrees, not 45, so I can guarantee you that was not an actual Nazi.
We don't even know if it was a picture of him, because it was a faceless
photo.
We don't know
what that even was.
I know, and he had all kinds of random-ass photos on that account. You have no idea if that was him just being like, oh, I like this Nazi tattoo, or this, poorly done Nazi tattoo. You have no idea, but you're saying it with conviction anyway because you're a smear merchant.
He could be Hindu with all the
you peddle lies. That's why. You're just claiming he was a Nazi. Tim proved you wrong on that, by the way, and you kept saying it anyway. You got your fucking ass handed to you. Fuck you.
The swastika tattoo.
Oh, and then you try to blame it on Tim, which was the part that he really, owned your ass on.
In Allen, Texas, had posted 4 screenshots of Tim's show on his social media.
Interview with Elijah Schaefer, and I'll just say...
No, but by the way, let's bring back to what you said during the show, Emma. You said he was a fan of the show. Now you've changed your tune. That's interesting. Now she's saying he's posted screenshots. But when she was on Tim's show, she said he was a fan. Posting screenshots makes you a fan? So if I post screenshots of the majority... Right now, am I a fan of the Majority Report, Spoon? Because we're streaming it live? No. Well, I mean, according to Emma, we are all everybody here. Let me know, guys, in the chat. Are we all fans here of the Majority Report?
We're fans of shitting on them.
Are we fans of the Majority Report?
Vote no.
Because it's on screen? I mean, because that's Emma's argument. It's on the screen, so we must be fans. All right, interesting, Emma. Let's see how that goes down for you.
It's not a mystery why a neo-Nazi would be watching, particularly Elijah Schaefer.
Yeah.
Tim Pool can address it
we should go into that a little bit more
tomorrow.
We're just doing the fun part today, but we'll go into some of the issues a little bit more.
This is a low-res scan.
Yeah, so this was the big viral moment, though, and I
Imagine thinking white supremacists watch Tim Pool. Like, that's just
I know.
insane to me.
The fence-sitting beanie man himself. Come on.
Yes.
Everyone, it's like Tim makes fun of it himself.
By the way, the fact that you think that tells me that meme of your ideology, which is everyone to the right of fucking Mao is a Nazi, is literally true because you make it true because you're that fucking stupid.
Like, Tim makes fun of himself for that. Like, he's milquetoast as fuck.
We'll just go. Well, it speaks for itself.
Race specifically.
Does it?
No, he's a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter.
Right, but Tim called it a false flag and then corrected himself the next day and then said he thought.
By the way, I don't think Tim should have corrected himself, and I don't think. I also don't think Sean is correct. We don't know. We know he was a Hispanic and he might have been a white supremacist, but that neo-Nazi tattoo or whatever it was, the tattoo of the swastika. We have no clue if that's his tattoo. That's never been confirmed by any agency whatsoever. So stop that shit. The swastika.
That was the Hindu version. That wasn't even the neo-Nazi one.
If you read into his actual writings that he posted on his Odnoklassnika account, he hated everyone, including white people, by the way. He was just a crazy person. If you read his Odnoklassnika writings, which I did, subjected myself to, he hated everyone. He was a lunatic.
Pause it. Let me just say I remember this moment and I was like, why does this guy keep saying he is a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter?
Because that's what he was, you fucking idiot.
I mean, like, I don't even know if he's a neo-Nazi, but he was definitely Hispanic. We know that for sure. And he certainly had some fucking weird ass shit to say. I think calling him a neo-Nazi is a little bit.
The reason why we mentioned Hispanic is because we all laughed when people call him a neo-Nazi because he was Hispanic.
Well, he is Hispanic. Whether or not he was a neo-Nazi is a subject of what I'm saying is whether or not he was a neo-Nazi is a subject of debate because he seemed to just fucking hate everybody. But he was definitively Hispanic, Sam. Also, really quick, only 79% of people said they would not. They're not fans of the majority report just because it's on screen. Weird that not all fans of majority report just because it's on the screen. That is bizarre, isn't it?
Half their audience thinks that's a complete paradox.
Yes.
Right. That you can't have. But
we should go back a little when I first bring it up to him.
I just thought that was
it's a fine.
I thought that was an interesting sort of tick.
Okay.
That he really wanted what he would perceive as the race or the ethnicity to be mentioned about that.
Because it is kind of important. If he was a white guy, you would have reported on that. You didn't report because you didn't report on his race because he was Hispanic. But if it was a white guy, you would have said white. You would have said 1,000 times. If he was a black guy with a swastika, you would never have said that. We don't even know about the swastika tattoo, but like you would never report on it. The reason why Sean reported on it is because it's kind of bizarre.
And kind of funny.
It's a Hispanic guy that you're claiming is a white supremacist who is, by your definition, by many people's definitions, not white. That's why he said it. Ding dong. I hate performative stupidity, man. Oh, why would he say that? Why does him being Hispanic have to do with anything? You know what it has to do with everything, you fucking morons. I know you're dumb, but you're not that dumb. Come on.
I thought that was an interesting tick that occurred to me.
Yeah, very obvious too.
And all you can do is laugh and say,
no, it's because you get
some guy posted one thing one time, and that's the only argument you have.
Did you go to the time codes that were in that episode? Because I did. I ran this down, and one of them was a clip of Elijah Schaffer, and like weirdly for this like neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter, it's Elijah saying that we shouldn't be emphasizing race specifically.
No, shut up, Emma. You have what? We don't know. We don't know. Maybe he did, but we have no idea if he did or not.
Even if that was him, that's not a Nazi tattoo.
Here's the thing: if he did, you know that would have been on the news. The picture of his dead body with a swastika tattoo would have been plastered.
There's a reason why they didn't show us, because anyone who knows swastikas would go, that's not even the right swastika. You know the way that we see fake hate crimes all the time and the Nazis at the wrong fucking angle? It would be the exact same fucking thing.
It's not that, Spin.
Yes, it is.
I mean, that's part of it. But these people are so stupid, they wouldn't know the difference. They would have, if he had
but the audience will know.
No, they wouldn't. if that was
the
actually
people,
his
no. The people who would know it's bullshit and could call it out all over the fucking media, they would know. I would be one of the first ones in line to say that's not a fucking real tattoo.
If that was actually his body, and he did have something that appeared to be a swastika, even though you and I know it's at the wrong angle, they would have it would still would to this day. It would be every single day you'd wake up to another picture of the Nazi who killed people in Texas. But why is it not? And I'm telling you the reason why it's not is because that wasn't on his corpse. That's just my guess. I don't think that was his tattoo.
Or
I don't think
him.
because again, he's browner than the person in that picture. I'll put it that way. That guy's skin tone in the picture that he posted is far paler than the guy who committed the atrocity was. I don't think it's him. There's no face. Doesn't look like him. I don't think it's him. But he had a swastika tattoo. How do you know that?
No, people
know
saying the average person. I'm not saying the average person. I'm saying that the people who could see this and could identify it, they would go apeshit with it all fucking over the place.
Yeah, obviously.
I'm not saying the average person could spot it. The people who could spot that it's fake, they would be the ones who launch the counterattack, and anyone who would look at it and go, that's not the real one, they would go, oh yeah, good point.
But why have we not seen photos of the corpse that have this SS
that's
tattoo?
not him.
Because it's not him. And also, yes, let's just ignore the swastika, right? And its orientation. There's also an SS tattoo on the photo. And we have seen no photos of the body of the shooter.
Of course we haven't.
So, to me, that's indicative that it's... Other than the fact that, again, guys has different skin tone. I don't think it's him.
No, he's a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter.
I'll say. Sorry, go ahead.
Then, Osama bin Laden.
Yeah.
Mm.
Interesting.
Right, but Tim called it a false flag and then corrected himself the next day and then said he thought it was funny after a mass shooting.
He didn't call it funny. Oh my god. We went over this before, but let Tim explain, yeah.
I think that someone told you to say this and you don't actually know what you're talking about.
Yep.
I think that it's not shocking.
Well, they're laughing, but the reality is that that's what happened. Sam's laughing because he probably did tell her to say this. Did you hear that response? His immediate, like extreme reaction. That's because he did.
Him trying to laugh.
I'm sorry, in my opinion, Sam, that sounds a little bit damning to me that you did tell her to say this. Your insane reaction to that seems damning to me.
That you think that.
Okay, you're not saying anything anymore.
But like I screen grab because I do YouTube clips, so I will screen grab a time code so I know where to go later. So like when I saw that, I knew, or I had a feeling, because obviously he's dead. So, or was he captured or was he killed?
I think he was killed.
Yeah, so he's dead, so he can't tell us. But like I think people,
you know what's really funny about this too is that like neither one of them know and I'll be honest, I don't know I don't recall the details of this at all. I don't know this.
So you're about to shit on them, Sam, for not recalling the details while admitting that you don't remember the details, and you're about to get a whole bunch of details wrong, I would assume.
Story. I was more or less hearing it for the first time, but
that's what somebody.
Okay, well, I know all the details, so let's hear it, Sam. I know all the details of this shit. I went to his old Classnik account. Let's go.
Who told Emma to say all this?
Yes.
Well, yes. but I also, it strikes me, it also sounds like I also told these two guys what to say because they don't know any of the details either.
No, that's not implied even a little bit. How did they even come to that conclusion? What? Because they don't remember every single detail? That means that Sam told Sean what to think? Sam, you absolute loon. No, it's obvious that you sent in, and I wouldn't have thought it was that obvious, that you sent in Emma with instructions on how to respond to this specific story and call Tim someone who is fostering a community of neo-Nazis. I thought that was kind of an extreme claim. I don't think it's an extreme claim now, after hearing your response to it, where you immediately laugh like a maniac. Because now I think you did do it. That's just my opinion, but now I think you did. Before I would have thought, yeah, that might probably not be true. Now I think you did do it.
But I just want to say, the lighting in this studio, like, no offense to the compound, but it's horrible, and we're super grayed out. Like, you don't get a ton of color on your face. For Tim to be actually...
She's complaining that she doesn't look cute. Okay. Cool, Emma. No, you looked terrible, and you looked depressed, and you looked like you were crying for the vast majority of it. But guess what? That's how everybody else looks in the studio. And yes, it is a little grayed out. I would admit. The white balance is a little... whatever. I'm not speaking about just me personally. I'm saying for everybody who's been on Tim's show. Have you ever watched the show? He hasn't turned the saturation up. You guys turn the saturation up. It's very obvious you turn the saturation up. I can see it from the video. Tim doesn't do that. You want like beauty filters and shit. Tim doesn't do that shit. Whatever, get over it.
Actually getting red on this camera lighting
so
setup.
Blue.
Yes, I just want to know how he looked more red in person than even on camera.
Also,
I've met Tim multiple times. Just like, I bet he's actually turning red, but they turned that's why they turned the saturation down, so you can't see him turning red. No, I don't think that's why. Just to make it more, I don't know why they color balance the way they do. I can guarantee you're doing the color balancing the way that you are, and the slight blur that is very obvious on the videos is to make yourselves look more attractive. Whereas the lighting on Tim's show is more harsh. It's true. Lighting on Tim's show is more harsh. Lighting on yours is very, and you don't have anyone on your show ever. You never have anybody else on your show. Lighting is set that way to make you and Sam look better. You don't have anybody else on your show. Tim's got a big round table. He just wants to have good lighting, I would imagine.
We'll get into this tomorrow, but I will say I watched the time codes from what that shooter memorialized in his social media page. Sean's wrong. It's not what. It's not.
Oh, he just wanted to characterize one of them.
Okay, well, let's get.
Clearly, that's representative.
We'll talk about that in depth tomorrow.
There we go.
Oh, of course.
Or I had a feeling because obviously he's dead. So, or was he captured or was he killed?
I think he was killed.
Yeah, so he's dead. So he can't tell us, but. Like, I think people screenshot, because this is why I do it, and you can find them in my phone, moments in things so that they can go back and reference that clip. And I ran down both of those time codes. Neither one...
I get it, but look, man, this is the majority report.
Neither one what?
Yeah, but it is a nasty smear. Like, you're doing it on purpose without running down the content.
It's not a political statement. It's not a political argument.
You're like, he watched an episode of her show. I'm sorry, of his show. Like, that's...
There was that one guy who posted Sam Cedar a whole bunch, remember? The guy who killed all those people at the bar in Ohio?
I don't remember that case specifically.
Why did that guy watch Sam Cedar so much?
Why did Gavin?
Why do you guys appeal to mass shooters?
Positive?
I mean, it's a good question, isn't it? It's a good question. And it was never... I want to hear what Sam has to say about this, because, of course, he's terrified of this question. Because, again, it's fine when they inspire mass shooters. That's fine when they do it. It was everything. It's always fine when they do it. But also, them saying that... Oh, we'll get to that later on what Sean's wrong about. I highly doubt Sean's wrong. Whatever you think about Actual Justice Warrior, I quite like his work. He is very often incorrect. His mind is a vault on this kind of stuff, particularly as it pertains to criminal justice, this is what, when it comes to criminal justice stuff, Actual Justice Warrior knows what he's talking about. And I also have seen the Odin the Class Nigga account, so I don't know what they're talking about, how they're going to disprove something about it, but as far as I could tell, it was just it was a couple of screenshots of Tim's videos. It was not like anything other than that. So on this account that nobody else followed, which was on a Russian social media website from an American, which is all of that is very suspicious and weird. No talk of how that's weird, and no one's talking about how that's weird, but whatever. Anywho.
Is that a lie?
I don't know anything about that. I think he's just...
If someone has that information, send it to us. I'd be curious about it, because I would find that rather disturbing, that if anything I said would in any way encourage that kind of thing, I would be rather disturbing about it. We would spend...
Sam, the guy said that he was a fan of yours. You just don't care. That's the problem. You only care when it's useful to your politic. Because you're an ideologue. So you don't give a shit. You don't care about the deaths of people. All you care about is your politic. And it's really sickening, my dude.
And probably a show talking about it.
We wouldn't call it a psyop.
Now,
by the way, if I got a message or something, if I heard that somebody who was like watched my content, and first of all, I'd be like, well, disavow. And they said like, oh, I was inspired into violence. I don't know how you get inspired into violence by watching really boring scientific videos, but whatever. And someone said that, though. I would say, well, fuck that person. Disavow. I don't know how they could have gotten that opinion from a bunch of videos that's nothing but me reading social science content and data. But I would be horrified by that. Instead, just deny, as Sam Cedar always does. He's such a disingenuous little slimy dirtbag.
He's saying it as if it's a fact. I wonder if it is a fact, because
but this is
why
a
would
fact.
he say? I mean, I can.
You stated it as a fact that Tim Pool inspired this person. You also stated as a fact, Emma, that Tim Pool's audience is full of Nazis. So, what goes around comes around, assholes. Oh, I stated it as a fact. He stated it in response to you saying that it was a fact that somebody claimed that somebody watched Tim Pool and then committed a crime. What the fuck? You're so disingenuous. You're such a bunch of lying pieces of shit.
And understand.
Yes.
Let me put it this way: there seems like there's a lot of motivation that he has in this moment to knowingly lie about something that would be of material harm to me and my business. It would create some form of like damage, you might say. I'm curious about that, if that is a blatant lie, because he's saying it as if it's absolute fact. This doesn't even be speculation or conjecture or opinion in any way.
Yep. Interesting.
Anyways, go ahead.
Cedar a whole bunch, remember? The guy who killed all those people at the bar in Ohio?
He didn't say it's conjecture or speculation. You said that about him, Emma. You said that it was not conjecture or speculation, that Tim inspired this guy to go shoot up a bunch of people in a mall. Okay? You didn't say that it's conjecture. So how can you bring this up as a contradiction? If you claim that Tim is guilty of this, or in this case, that Sean Fitzgerald is guilty of this, then you are as guilty of it as he is.
I don't remember.
And he only brought that up in response to your claim. So it's not a real. This is the ridiculous thing. You said Tim is responsible for for inspiring a mass murderer to kill people, and then in response, Sean said, "Well, people have said that they've watched Majority Report and killed people." It was not attacking you. It was in response to your claim. That's how this works. You started it, you dumb bint.
For that case specifically.
Why did that guy watch Sam Cedar so much?
Why did Gavin?
Why do you guys appeal to mass shooters? Why do mass shooters
There's a qualitative
talk about
difference.
Sam Cedar being so inspirational to them?
Why did Gavin?
Why is Emma Vigeland inspiring mass shooters?
Why did Gavin?
Why are you
She thinks it's just funny.
okay with porn being shown to children? Look, if you want to play a game of nonsense statements for political brownie points, feel free to do so. But I'll say it again.
Tim, I didn't mean to upset you.
This is exactly why Sam is not welcome on my show. But it's not something that I just one day was like, you know what? No, it's because I had serious conversations with networks and other high-profile individuals.
And by the way, Sam's laughing about this, but he knows this is true. Sam is blacklisted because he is such a piece of shit. He is blacklisted. He can laugh all he wants, but he knows it's true. He is blacklisted because he's such a piece of shit. No one will work with him.
Can you name the high-profile individuals?
Yes. That's their business. But I absolutely love how the response is, they're scared of Sam. It's like, no, they despise him. He's a bad faith actor who does exactly what you just did. We're having a conversation about scientific research, data, my position on what I like about DeSantis, and then you go, your show's for neo-Nazis. It's like, okay, dude, are you stupid?
I'm just stating facts.
Have you okay, this is like lowbrow. This is why you guys have 170 Dave Rubin videos. Do you think the average person cares about Dave Rubin?
No, I'm
no,
just
but
trying
you
to
guys
combat
get
it.
clicks by doing it.
It's
hey,
fun.
how about you guys run a video about
Pause it. Now, here's what I don't understand. How can what we do not interest the average person, but we do it because it's going to get us
clicks,
which are...
I'll tell you why, Sam. Because what you do does not interest the average person. You are clickbaiters. You put people's names into titles, and that's all you have to worry about. And then you talk shit about them. You're essentially doing drama, and you have for years, by the way, Sam. You essentially are relying on drama clicks. That's how you interest the average person. Just kind of click on something. Like, oh, I didn't know this about. Oh, what's this? I know the name Dave Rubin. You just put his name in your title. So you put Tim Pool melts down in all caps. By the way, Tim Pool does that too, to a certain degree. Like to point that out. Usually not about guests on his own show, though. to be fair, Tim Pool does it as well. We all do it to a certain degree. But you have been proven to be disingenuous. Sam, it's why you're not invited anywhere. It's why no one will work with you, Sam. And you know that. Stop lying. You know that no one will work with you. I know no one will work with you. I've been around the block enough to know that no one will work with you, Sam Cedar, because you are such a disingenuous, dishonest piece of shit.
Basically a sign that somebody's interested.
It also was contradictory, like earlier in the show when he was saying how like no one likes our show, but that we are kind of big, and I was trying to say,
don't sell yourself. Don't sell yourself tall on that, Emma. You are not big. Your show gets, look at your views. Holy fuck. For the number of subs you have versus your view count. God damn. And I know I can't talk much, but my channel is being actively suppressed. Your channel is being actively supported and pushed by the algorithm because you're leftists. Yeah, okay, whatever.
that, well, you guys make so much more money than us, so you have more resources, but we don't at the same time, even though we're equivalent in subscriber count. It was a lot of
Why do you think you make less money, Emma? It's because everyone knows you're liars. The support that you have is because YouTube pushes your channel, but people don't actually like it. They just, you have more subscribers, you get more viewers, people click on it instantaneously, and they're like, what is this? They don't know what it is. You don't have perennial viewers. You know what Tim has? He has perennial viewers. He has people who are sitting there willing to support his channel for years, willing to give him money to produce his content. You don't have that because all of your support is artificial. That's why. While you cry about Tim Pool, your support is artificial because you're promoted by the YouTube algorithm because you are leftists, while crying that leftists are unpromoted. Very funny.
Contradictory information here.
And, you know, sorry, and we've been quite clear on why we did all of those Ruben things. In addition to many of them being about the things that he said.
So some people in the chat said they buy subs. I have no idea if that's true or not. They've been around for a very long time. I think it's more likely that they just accumulated a bunch of subs every time because they are promoted constantly by the algorithm. And it's people who just subscribe and then never watch a video. That's why their view counts are absolutely abysmal.
And it really not being about Dave Rubin himself as much as what he's espousing in that moment. One of the things that we set out to do quite explicitly was when Dave Rubin was pretending to be a liberal and on the left, or that
Dave Rubin is a liberal. Come the fuck on. They just hate him now because he has a couple of. This is the thing, you can't ever win with these people. Because if you're on the conservative sides of things, right, and you have a couple of opinions that disagree with the conservatives, they'll still consider you conservative. You're still part of the club. You're fine. Meanwhile, if you say one thing that pisses off the left, one thing you disagree with, now you're a fake liberal. Now you're a fake leftist. You're faking it, and you must be expunged from the church. They did it with Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin's a perfect example. Dave Rubin is not a conservative. He's a gay guy who has largely center-left positions, but he's not left enough for them. So he has to be castigated and thrown out of the church.
The left him and he was still there was to make sure that as he was rolling out his book, there was no way a reporter could do a feature on him without finding out the truth behind what he was trying to project as a public relations image. Mm-hmm. And there's someone else who really hates that we do that too. And in this instance, he was turning beet red because you were basically calling him out. And
where was the evidence? Where was the evidence of Tim turning beet red? Tim's a yellowman, okay? He's not going to turn beet red. He's going to beet yellow because there's yellow beets, by the way. Did you know that? Spoon, are you awake?
You said yellow beets?
You know there are yellow beets?
Should I know what that means?
No, I mean like beets, like the thing that grows in the ground, the vegetable.
Oh, that beets, yeah, okay.
They come in multiple colors.
Like, what the fuck?
Well, Sam said that Tim was turning beet red, and I didn't notice that. I didn't see that, and it's all based on Emma's.
Tim was turning beet red.
he's saying Tim was turning beet red, and Emma's saying that was she.
Shut
You
off. No, he
you can't see, no. Emma's thing is you can't see it because of his lighting, and I said in response, no, Tim wasn't turning beet red. He was turning beet yellow because he's a yellow man.
He's Asian.
Yeah. By the way, yellow beets, delicious. Red beets, I love beets. I love all beets of all colors. I really genuinely do. I love beets.
He didn't like it.
Yeah.
And can I just make a point about the Rubin stuff? Like we like you said, we talk about Dave Rubin so much because he's a cartoon sort of embodiment of libertarian positions. Tim Pool talked about Jussie Smollett so much because something Tim Pool wants to emphasize is that racism isn't real.
Right.
But let's get to the meltdown.
Racism isn't real,
meltdown.
and I have proven it.
I know.
Because
Racism doesn't.
Because my version of what racism is makes way more sense.
Can you stay awake for another like 10 minutes to get through this?
No.
You really, Spoon? We couldn't get through
ahead.
the other thing. We couldn't get through the other thing. Let's go.
Here, this is what everyone's here waiting for.
We're going. We're finishing.
But you guys get clicks by doing it. Hey, how about you guys run a video about how Tim Pool got into an argument with a pro-lifer about how
It's literally what you're doing right now, Emma. That's
I know.
literally
I know.
what you're doing, you fucking stupid bitch.
he's in favor of pro-choice policy.
No, but see, it's fine when they do it.
You didn't run that, did you? Because you guys are grifters. This is what you do. I can invite you on for a real conversation, and what do you...
I like the way that you think this is the bit where you
Tim-
triggered him. But
No,
it's
Tim
also
destroyed you.
It's also the point where he's the most honest and just fucking points out what the fucking stupid you are.
That's the thing. Like, what? Because you triggered him in that.
Self-awareness, none.
Here's the thing: you triggered him in that you got him to drop his Tim is a really laid back guy. I've known it's not like Tim and I are friends or some shit, but I've talked to Tim Pool for years, only about business because that's how he is. Tim only talks about business. Tim is an extremely straight when it comes to his job. He is all business all the time. Tim doesn't want to be your friend. Tim wants to talk business. That's just how he is. And it's not just me. Talk to anybody who knows Tim. Like Tim, ask Jeremy from the Quartering, right? Tim's business. Tim is all business all the time. That's how he is. And by the way, I appreciate that mindset. You know what? Also, Emma, you want to know why Tim Pool's more successful than you? Because that's how he is. Because he is business-minded. He doesn't care, about his ideology and about doing this stupid drama shit, which you care about. Tim, in fact, openly hates the drama shit. He did bring you on here because it was funny, which was kind of quote-unquote drama shit. But no, Tim is a very... But if you... And Emma even said this, I think, when she first came on the show and it started, she was like, oh, you've been so nice to me. You're so laid back. Yeah, Tim really is. He's a very laid back, chill dude. I'll just tell real quick. The first time I was at a convention, I think it was Minds IRL. Yeah, it must have been Minds IRL in 2018 or 19. I can't remember which. And Tim was going to be at Minds. And he just messaged... He messaged me on Twitter, and I think, and asked me if I was going to be at Minds, and I said, yeah. And then he just sent me his cell phone number, immediately. I don't think it's his main cell phone, but it was his burner or whatever number. Immediately, just here you go. And it just sent me a cell phone. And he said, where are you guys getting lunch? Send him where we're getting lunch. Tim shows up, hangs out, doesn't stay for lunch, just comes by. We were right near the convention center. Comes by, says hi, and fucked off. Tim is a really laid back dude. This was before his the massive success of Timcast IRL. Tim's just a laid back, chill dude. The idea that you think he's this nefarious spider, spinning all these webs is so insane to me. Tim is just such a normal person, in my experience at least. He's just a normal guy.
You do? Your show's for neo-Nazis. This is why you guys don't get invited places.
I do love that. Your stats are neo-Nazis. That's why you don't get invited places. And it's why. It's why you don't get invited places. And it's why this clip went viral. Because it's why you don't get invited places. Tim's right.
Because you're not having real conversations.
I don't really care about getting invited places.
Yeah, right. So go live in your grifter echo chamber where you guys can play songs with bad audio and then say, whoopsie.
I'm sorry, that audio thing really upset you.
I do think that Tim overfocused on the audio issue. I understand why it pissed him off. But what are they doing right now? They're back in their echo chamber. And they did, by the way, play edited clips of Tim's song to try and make him look like he was a bad singer. Tim's got a good voice. Like, I mean, whether or not you like his style of music, it reminds me of the shit that I like. It's like post-emo shit. It's my kind of style. But I don't like listen to Tim Pool's music on a daily basis. I've like, oh, that's a cool song. But they did. They played fake versions of his song to try and make his voice sound fucked up. And then call everybody else fake news. But that's what you do at Majority Report, isn't it?
Wait, have you ever
What
covered the
upsets
Gavin?
me is when I talk about Ron DeSantis making fake things to trick people, and that's what you guys do. It's kind of like, how about that?
We do AI images?
You played edited audio of Tim. Yeah, of his song. You did.
When you run audio that sounds bad to make a nonsensical video where you're like, Tim Pool sounds like Nickelback. It's
I'll
like
get the super
what
chats,
you're
don't worry,
doing
Pizza.
is just trying to generate rage drama. It is internet blood sports level garbage.
Okay.
That's what it is.
I think I just said it's funny to his face, which was, that was.
It's not funny when he makes fun of you, though. So, oh my god, look at Sam's face. So he's gonna come. It's not funny when he makes fun of you. Then it's a fucking nightmare, isn't it? Then it's horrible.
Part of it. Well, people might say, Emma, that's a little more smug than you tend to be on your program, and like that was.
Emma, you're always smug, so no, it's about what I expect from you.
I will say it was a deliberate choice. I saw him getting a little bit more upset, and I knew that if I just stuck with.
You don't want to play the parts where you look like you were about to cry when he totally destroyed you because you were wrong on facts. You were wrong on statistics that you were trying to cite and didn't have the information on. You want to play those parts of the video where you were about to cry, where you looked on the verge of tears? Oh, don't want to play that part. Oh, weird. Huh.
My smiling and just let him go, that would upset him even more that he didn't get a reaction out of me.
There was something else too that stuck out, as you said, as he was talking, that I had issue with. I mean, this idea that well, first off, he's so obsessed about that song thing, and you opened up the show by apologizing that his feelings were hurt, but made it clear that we don't have the ability to in any way change his.
Yes, you do.
This
you
is the
fucking stupid retard.
It's called
Anyone can do that with
Audacity.
audio.
It doesn't even need Audacity's free software. That I can't believe that they're sticking by this. We don't have any capacity to alter audio.
I could do it in 10 minutes with a download.
Any of us could do it in 10 minutes.
For God's sakes.
The idea that they're still sticking with this absurd lie is, why? Just admit to it. Just say, yeah, we did it because you suck, Tim Pool. Just do that.
Aiden, if you want to make me stay for 10 minutes, not an hour, this is new.
His song and his whole reason, again, this is his whole reason why he's explaining why I don't get invited places is because of something that he claims that you did as he invited you there. It's a
no, Sam. There's a plethora of reasons you don't get invited anywhere. It's just part of it.
Very odd tact that he's taking here to justify this stuff. But he also, I wonder if he even.
Sam, do you realize that you're basically Emma's safety blanket?
Yeah, he's there to comfort her because everyone knows she did a terrible job and embarrassed herself.
Because outside of this place, she gets fucking wrecked.
Yeah. Outside of this little hug box, she's been destroyed all over the internet for her absolutely atrocious and embarrassing performance. But come back to Sam, and Sam's going to tell you did a good job. Sam, who is blacklisted from the rest of the fucking internet discourse because he is such a piece of shit. So, well, Emma, I hope you like the Majority Report because you will never work anywhere ever again.
Even his entire support of Trump is based upon his showing that he gets really offended about any alteration.
I want to punch this guy. I want to punch him so fucking badly.
Yeah, just because everybody.
Yeah, because what the fuck are you smoking? Fucking duplicitous faggot.
It's
hippie.
funny because here he's admitting that he's mad about an alteration, but we didn't do an alteration. We wouldn't even know how. But he's mad about our alteration. Okay, so thanks for admitting that. By the way, we all knew you did it. We wouldn't have any idea. What a weird lie. What a weird lie.
I can't watch this guy without wanting to kick his ass.
I know. What a strange, bizarre lie. We would have no idea how to edit audio when we have our sitting here in front of our $500 mics in our studio. We don't know how to edit audio. Oh, please. Come up with like even a slightly believable lie.
To audio so that he can justify why he was so mad about the fake audio change that he thinks that we did on the song.
That stuff. Well, we will play that tomorrow too, where he was
they're gonna do it again.
Really uncomfortable trying to say why he likes Trump more than DeSantis, or why he likes DeSantis in some ways more than Trump. That is one thing that I wanted to get him on, and I think I did. But the thing,
remember, he's claimed all you were going to do was clip him, and what have you been doing? Clipping.
About him is he's really good at what do you call it, gish galloping. The
I don't think you know what gish galloping means. Yeah, you don't know what gish galloping means.
Oh my god.
The tactic of throwing a ton of information at you and moving on to the next subject where you have to...
No, that's called you didn't know anything about the topics being discussed.
He didn't do that with you once.
He didn't do that to you at all, Emma. What happened is you didn't know anything. You're a liar. Everything you have in your head is lies, and you got called on your lies, and you couldn't respond because he preemptively responded to your lies. It's not a gish gallop. I've been gish gallop by plenty of people. Maybe you have been too, Spoon. What Tim did to you was not a gish gallop. That's just called the truth. I know you're not familiar with that. It seems like a gish. Here's the thing. It seems like a gish gallop to Emma because she's never been exposed to the truth. She's lived in her echo chamber for so long that someone just telling her the truth seems like a gish gallop to her.
To immediately react. But
no, it's called being educated on facts that you're purporting to be an expert in. It's not a gish gallop. But go ahead.
Even regardless, there were a few really, really notable things that we'll break down tomorrow that he was unable to, I think, get me off of certain topics, like especially when I kept returning. I said, what specifically about DeSantis? What specifically about DeSantis? What specifically about Trump? Because his whole thing is...
I can guarantee you, gun to your head, if you give me a single reason why Biden is a better president than Trump, you wouldn't be able to answer it.
And by the way, and yeah, if you feel like as if you're being gish galloped, let's just try to. I'm trying to see things from Emma's perspective, which she's a crazy person, but still, Emma, if you feel like you're being gish galloped, what you should do is say, "Can we cool the jets? Let's go by these points one by one," which you did actually try to do, but you weren't gish galloped.
Also, I will say, Tim's answer when he was asked about why does he support DeSantis, it wasn't good. It was shit.
No, it wasn't.
It was really, really
No,
bad.
I bet.
And all he should have said was basically the cultural issues, but basically stick to just like the parental rights and the LGBT, because this is clearly a problem with mental health in young people. You just need to say that.
Yeah, it's just
simple as that.
It wasn't a great response. I agree 100%. But
Yes.
but they're
you
gonna.
should have just said that. Is that
Here's the thing: whether whether Tim supports Trump or DeSantis, they're gonna shit on him for it because they hate they hate both of them. They're gonna be like, "Wow, I can't believe this guy supports Trump." Wow,
I
I
think
can't
anyone that
believe
doesn't
this guy
support them is
supports
a
DeSantis.
fascist. Which, like, oh, for God's sake.
They think everyone who supports anything besides what they support is a fascist. Dear God.
Is he'll throw out a question for you, then as you answer, it'll either be an insane hypothetical that he throws back, or
no, that's not what happened.
Such as
That's not what happened. So stop trying to misrepresent it. We watched it. He asked you a question. You weren't able to answer it. The hypothetical questions were because you started to complicate things. And so Tim moved many of the questions to hypotheticals because you moved them into the abstract. Tim asks a question about, there's a news article or a news topic. Tim asks an abstract question about the general idea. You presented an idea in response, Emma, and then Tim presents you with an alternative hypothesis. You said you couldn't comprehend hypotheses. You said you couldn't comprehend hypotheticals, excuse me. You proved, Emma, that you are an NPC who has no individual thought. The reason why it upset you and the reason why you're here on your show, in your safe space, talking about it with your co-host, is because he's not going to present you with a hypothetical because you can't comprehend. And by the way, I think she probably can to some degree, but she's never really thought about any of her ideas. She's just going off of talking points, right? So she doesn't have any real opinions. She just has talking points. So she got wrecked. And Emma, you got destroyed in that debate. You got obliterated.
Or an immediate deluge of information or switching of the subject so that you're never able to get your footing.
No, you should know about the subjects. You're entering into a political discussion that you're supposed to be informed on, that you claim to be informed on, so you should be aware of it. You should be informed, but you're not. You're admitting tacitly here that you don't have any fucking clue what the fuck you spend every single day talking about.
Down, and that is, something I anticipated, but it is just it's an interesting debate topic.
I would also say
tactic.
The thing that doesn't seem to
no, it's called. You have to.
Aiden, let's finish for God's sake.
Yeah, you got to know what you're talking about if you're gonna do a political debate. That's all. I fucked up on that a long time ago.
Understand is that we don't care about Tim having a couple of policies that align with ours.
Yeah.
I don't. Here's the thing that doesn't seem to understand.
Of course not, because that doesn't drive controversy, you fucking moron.
And you can see this in terms of his whole thing. This
Well, that doesn't let you hate him. That doesn't get you clicks, does it?
is why you don't get invited anywhere. We don't give a shit about being invited anywhere.
Yes.
Of course not, because when you do, you get your ass kicked.
Yeah, you do actually care, by the way.
Worst thing in the world is me finding out I have to travel somewhere for work.
Well, we know about that, Sam. You've chosen not to. You lied about it too.
When you went on Patrick Davis, he kicked the fuck out of you.
Well,
made
he
you look
lied
like
to
a peon.
He lied to Tim Pool. He said that he couldn't go on because of COVID restrictions.
Yeah. In order to get
And
on
I don't wanna
Crowder's show,
go-
you had to be tricked.
You had to be, Crowder had to be
trick him.
tricked.
Yeah.
You had to trick Crowder into having you on, and you lied to Tim Pool that you couldn't go on his show because of COVID restrictions. So you're just a liar. You're a liar. That's why no one wants you on. You're the biggest liars in terms of mainstream, and I'm using mainstream
I
quite
don't
broadly
know
here.
anyone who likes this
Leftist.
guy. Everyone I know who's spoken about Sam just thinks he's a fucking moron.
He's a slug.
Yeah, he's a
You're-
slime
you're-
ball.
You are such a piece of shit, Sam Cedar.
And this and that. And for him, this is all some type of weird parasocial sort of existence.
He wanted me to be impressed by the skate park, by the compound, and I did want to get invited there. I wanted to do that show, but I wanted to make sure it was the only time I did the show.
Very curious.
Oh, stop.
No, that's very interesting. He wanted you to be impressed by the skate park. Now, okay, here's the thing. When I went to go see Dimple, and this is the thing, when you usually go on a show, it's at night, So, but she went for this Culture War episode. They aired it really early in the day, so it was noon. Emma, he wanted you to be impressed by the skate park. He was trying to be a gracious host. By the way, and just this is not okay. I've met Tim Pool a couple of times. I've been to his compound. When I came to the house, right? What did I do? I was like, well, thank you for having me. I brought some bottles of local West Virginia wine, right? It's like, oh, thank you for inviting me, because that's how, in my mind, that's how normal people react. And then he shows me around, right? Shows me around. Now here's, the pool table. Here's the lounge and whatever. Here's the bathroom. That kind of stuff. It was dark though. It was the middle. It was winter, so it was dark really early. But still, Emma, he was being polite to you. He was being nice. And by the way, speaking again from my personal experience, Tim's like that with everybody. He's like, just hang out, man. Yeah, here we go. And he's playing my literal favorite band is playing on the TV, which is Metric. Maybe not my favorite, but really up there. It's the point where I can't differentiate favorite band. Metric is playing. And I'm like, oh, Tim, you like Metric? He's like, yeah, I love them. I'm like, yeah, great. Okay, we have a similar favorite band. Tim is a very laid back, chill guy. He's just sitting there playing billiards. And I bring him the wine. I'm like, hey, it's a gift, local West Virginia wine. He's like, I don't drink. I'm like, that's cool, but keep it in the thing, keep it around. People want local West Virginia wine. Tim is such a laid back guy.
I can't believe this. She thinks it's an ulterior motive that he showed her his that they showed her
Someone
around
in the
the
chat
skate
said a good
park.
point.
Hmm?
Is it Aid? You're not the best judge of character. You think Adam and Sitch are your friends.
Maybe.
Oh,
But,
that's a good shot, and it's true.
Maybe, but like, yeah, he's just a,
Everyone
he's just-
still has a go at you for thinking that, by the way.
yeah, whatever.
They're not wrong, you know.
I don't think. I think we're friendly.
Uh-huh.
We'll see. We'll see. I think we
Everyone,
are.
every time you go on that show, everyone tells you as soon as you get off, why do you keep going on that show? They're an asshole to you. No one has ever said,
Yeah.
oh, look, they're nice to you. Everyone gives you shit because they're a jackass to you.
That's okay. Anywho,
Maybe you're just a
finish
glutton
the-
for punishment.
No, I don't think that. I like
Uh-huh.
Adam and Sitch. That's all I'm gonna say. I like those guys. I think they're amusing. I like their show.
Sargon's better.
Yes, I love Sargon. Sargon, I like the low tiers much better. Absolutely.
Yeah, because they like him to say,
I don't
like,
care
Adam
about.
especially downright abuses you. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, probably to a certain degree, but it is what it is.
Saddam and
Getting
H.
invited
Let's finish this. We got come on.
back. That's the difference, and that's what he thinks. So many people are going to be impressed and want to get invited back. I wasn't impressed.
No, they're not. No, people want to be.
Oh my god,
back 'cause
Aiden,
it's-
I let him finish, for God's sake. It's 1 o'clock in
Hang
the
on.
morning.
Okay, just for a second. People want to be invited back because it's a massive show, not because they're impressed by his compound. You dumb bitch.
If this guy was putting out
'Cause they like
weekly
Tim making.
videos on anti-abortion, anti-abortionists, and spent even a fraction of the time he did with Jesse Smollett, and that was just one event, right, that took place in time.
Yeah.
On the supposed, issues that we agree with.
He's pro-choice and no one gives a fuck about abortion. It's tiresome.
Who cares about this?
And didn't platform, fascists. Didn't platform.
Oh,
Who's the
fuck off.
platform?
As soon
Who's
as you
the-
say fascist,
who's the
I
fascist?
just tune out. I don't care anymore. Like,
Who's
it's
the,
just
who's the
so
fascist?
fucking
Who's the fascist?
boring.
Who's Sam Cedar? Name the fascist that Tim Pool has platformed. Name them. Name them.
There is
Who's
no
the
fascist.
You can't name him? Let's see. Let's see.
Form
Can you name
thugs.
him?
Jack Posobiec, are you kidding me? Filled in for this guy?
Right.
Jack Posobiec
It's
is a fascist.
Okay, stop. No, I'm done. I'm out. I don't care.
Jack Poso is a fucking fascist. You're a lunatic, Sam Cedar. This is why you don't get invited anywhere.
Listen, he's a right winger, and that he has a couple of positions that may be founded in some type of libertarian ideology.
No, you just can't accept that people disagree with you and aren't like extreme conservatives. Tim Pool is like a center libertarian guy, okay?
You said the state can spend your own money better than you can. How are you less fascist than him? Seriously.
Well, no, because he wants the state to own private business. He said this many times. It's literally fascist. It's literal fascism. You want to join between the state and private business. It's either fascism or communism. Depends on the form in which it occurs in, but it's one or the other. It's either communism or fascism. I know you'd like to call yourself a communist, but you wouldn't want people to say that about you because then you get in trouble. Let's just call
a
yourself a communist.
socialist shithead.
Yeah.
I don't feel it necessary because the story of Tim is not about one tiny aspect of him. We don't, and I'm not trying to do a complete expose.
No shit.
On Tim Pool.
You're not even trying to like basically describe him in any minor way. Yeah. No shit.
Care.
Yeah, you do.
I don't care.
I mean, you do care a lot, but you don't care about the truth. You care a lot about Tim Pool embarrassing your
You
co-host.
prefer focusing on Dave Rubin.
Yeah, you give a huge amount of shit about the fact that Tim Pool massively embarrassed your co-host, but you certainly don't care about telling the truth about Tim Pool. That's for real. No cap.
We're trying to say to people who listen to him that when he platforms a fascist, or when
What about when he platforms your co-host?
Yeah, that's actually closer to fascism, actually.
Yeah.
forms some right winger and basically says exactly like Dave Rubin did to Stéphane Molyneux.
Yep.
Stéphane Molyneux is the fascist. The Canadian.
The Canadian empty egg carton man is the fascist. I've known Stefan Molyneux, interpersonally, not for a long time, but I used to know Stefan. The fuck you talking about? God, I hate being on the internet for so long and knowing everybody.
You're a centrist. Mm-hmm. That he is lying to.
Just because you.
Aiden, let him fucking finish for God's sake.
Can't even talk. I'm sorry, just you can't talk to someone and okay. What a lunatic.
To
You
his
talk
audience.
To somebody.
And they should understand the ideology that he's promoting because.
Okay, can I just say what
Oh,
person?
you're supposed to let him talk.
Okay, I'm just one thing I say.
Wink, wink. I'm winking.
What fucking person would watch Tim and then watch you and listen to you and think you have a better interpretation of who he has on his show, rather than listening to the person he has on his show?
And listen to their own opinion.
Yes,
rather
exactly.
Than you
What
lying
fucking
about their
stupid
opinion.
shit are you talking about?
Exactly. It's like Tim has them on to explain their own opinions. You just sit here in your little fucking hug box and lie about what
You're
other people
too
say.
stupid to listen to someone. I need to tell you what you really need to think about
For
them. What
fuck's sake.
fucking moron do you think you are?
For fuck's sake.
Arrogant,
Spoon,
entitled opinion of yourself.
I
you
really
fucking
can't.
retard.
For Spoon, if at any point in time, and I mean this to be honest as well, if we ever approach anything like this kind of fucking heinous relationship,
Please kill us.
But of what Sam and fucking Emma are, kill me. I
Yes,
would
you can
never
cuss me the
want to
fuck out on them
become
day.
this goddamn fucking biased.
It's just
Just
stupid.
disgustingly fake. Like again, so I got something wrong earlier tonight, and I said, "Oh, I'm wrong about that." They would never admit to being wrong about anything, and that's the problem. They can never admit to being wrong because it's part of their ideology.
This is a level of retard.
Like a minute left.
And
minute
both
left.
these guys, there is a layer that lives underneath that sort of pokes its head up, and you don't quite see it because it's submerged. Our job, as far as we consider it, is to expose the submerged part of what they're doing.
No, just stop noticing.
Not exposing shit.
Your gig is to be
Besides
grifting
yourselves.
faggots. Fuck off.
Let me tell you what, Sam. The only thing you're exposing is your own whole ass. You and Emma exposed your whole fucking ass. Your whole ass got exposed on Tim Pool. That both of you are pieces of shit. That's the only thing that you've exposed. Other than that, you're basically just a drama fucking channel. That's all you are. That's all you are. You do not talk about real political issues. And Emma to go in there and say, like, well, excuse me, Sam and I don't talk about
Your only
these things. We don't talk
solution
about politics.
for every problem is to give more power to the state.
Exactly.
And then you
Well,
call
yeah,
everyone else fascist. It's kind of ironic, actually.
Yeah, I really would like the state to have more power over corporations. I really like corporations and the government to get along on more things. Okay, and then you call everyone a fascist. Good job, Sam. You're a
now
fascist.
we're going to solve the problem with health in the United States for a lot of fat fucking people.
I'd
we're going
I'd
to
love for-
nationalize the health service. Like, are you fucking insane?
I'd love for private health organizations to combine with the government. Ooh, I love it. I love when they work together to put together a vaccine, for example.
You see,
just an
this
example.
this is why I don't want to do this kind of shit, because this to me is not actual politics. Like, this to me is just like
No,
a
it is
fantasy
drama.
of a 13-year-old shithead who knows nothing about politics. And I've noticed most of the news is like this. If I watch CNN or MSNBC, like
It's this.
yeah, it's like this shit. It's like
They're just crying and complaining, and they're not actually talking about real issues. Like this. Look, Spoon and I, you and I have a good laugh about things, but I think that we do try to hit the actual issues. Like we
this is
try
how
to cover
our
like
mark is, because there's no real discussions in a democracy, at least not in the current day. Like this is why I said to Aiden, if we listen to Molbug compared to the modern day, it's like, my God, it's the only adult in the room and everyone else is like a 5-year-old. The level of intellectual depth it's not even remotely close.
Yeah, we make fun of losers like this every once in a while, but the vast majority of I think if you look at the vast majority of our streams, we just kind of cover the news, and unfortunately, much of the news is horrific. But we just cover like things that have happened.
Really stupid.
This stuff, yeah, their level of hate. I'll tell you. Here's the end of the day. At the end of the day, here's what this is: Sam Cedar and Emma Vigland are insanely jealous of Tim Pool.
They're also very stupid people.
And yes, they're very stupid. Let's
And
finish this up real quick.
I
so
don't
get
like
the super
saying
chats.
that of people who disagree with me politically, But there comes a
No,
point
yeah.
where I just have to go like, you're not saying anything. You're just expressing talking points on how you think you want the world to run. You don't actually address any fucking problems, because again, your only solution is, oh, give more power to the government. But the government is also really corrupt, and lobbyists have a massive fucking problem. Do you have any way of addressing that? No. So I don't want to listen to anything you have to say about politics, because you guys are never addressing any of the fucking problems. You just throw money at it. You're not fucking addressing any root cause of any problem. This is why no one listens to you, because you're fucking stupid.
Precisely, and I do want to address it. Is that like, yeah, I don't like hate these people in any way or whatever.
I
just think they're stupid, and
that's why
I'm sure that the people could respond to. Actually, I would find it difficult. I would love to actually see someone respond to one of our streams and just call us stupid the way that we're reacting to their stream.
That is
right?
Super Bear. Let's just sum them up really well.
Super Bear for 5 says, "Gosh, this world is a problem. What if everything was free?"
That is
Big brain political commentator.
What they think.
It really is. It said, what about fucking space communism in my magical fantasy world? Anywho, let's finish this, and then I'll hit the rest of super chats, because sorry, I didn't mean to prioritize that one. But thank you. Thank you, Super Bear. We'll get through this real quick, and then I'll read the rest of super chats, and then we're going to head out, because it's very late.
And part of that is by watching the part that's above the sea, that pops its head out. And we start to give outlines of what is submerged. That's the point of what we do. Not that, like, we're not being fair.
You don't do that even a little bit. You just make shit up.
Tim, you don't really know me. You never talk about my skate park.
Yeah.
You never talk about that one time I got.
But you lie about him. That's different. You actively lie about him. Even Emma can't look at Sam right now because she knows that it's a lie.
Into a fight with a.
Look, did you see that? Notice how she has to look away? She actually has to divert her. Oh, you activated my body language sensors. She has to look away because she knows that what Sam's saying right now is a lie.
Abortionist. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
she can't look
it's
at
what
him.
you emphasize for the most part, and what your audience is taking away from it, and that's super clear to us.
Yeah, and Tim, like he said, he was both pro-choice, I believe, and pro-medic, single-payer Medicare for
Yeah,
all.
right, but that's not actionable in his politics ever.
Exactly. Somebody
Okay, so he's just lying about what he says, of course.
who's thought that thing through is like, okay, so the government provides abortions now, no questions asked. Go ahead and talk about that on your show, Tim.
He was saying I tried to get him on universal health care, and he was saying something about like it being through tax credits and stuff like that. I was like, no, I want or tax cuts. We'll go through it, but I want more taxation.
I don't care what you want. You're not responding to. You just said you can't understand what Tim's position is. You are so partisan. You're so into your fucking bubble.
Okay.
You literally can't understand someone else's position
Can someone
as being leftist in some ways that's not as leftist as you.
Can someone explain this, because I've never been able to understand this? How in the fucking hell do you have a bunch of politicians who are all massively funded by lobbyists? The entire fucking gig is fundraising, not even write the policies, the lobbyists fucking do that. And you retarded fuckwits somehow think that if you got more money through taxation, they will become more benevolent spenders with other people's money. How do you think that even fucking works? Like you have to be the dumbest fucking retard to think that is a viable solution.
Because
you're just stupid. You're just dumb.
Because at the end of the day, Spoon, they want to be in charge of the money. That's what it is. I think so. I think they're Machiavellians.
I can't abide by people who are this dumb. I just like whenever I hear people talk about this kind of shit, I just want to go,
give the government money, they'll give it
go
back
away.
to me.
You're just dumb.
Surely the government would never lie to me. The government is good. Okay. Wow. Okay. All right.
Right. That kind of thing. Yeah. It was an interesting experience, and
it was an interesting experience, Emma. It was interesting to experience you getting absolutely destroyed by Tim Pool. I'm surprised it's allowed on YouTube, because I would consider it pseudo-pornographic.
Yeah, I was about to say it. It was fun seeing you get publicly fisted for the first time in your life.
Wow, it was great. Okay, so
from
just
both
to read
ends,
the rest
from
of
Sean and Tim. You basically got spit roasted by two dudes. Congratulations. Hey, at least a threesome. You can claim you're part of the LGBT community now.
Here we go. As on the Kiss Up for £5 says 8th July we can introduce the Top Gear episode tonight. Aiden goes Folk. Okay, 8th of July we can introduce a Top Gear episode tonight. Aiden goes full kawaii. Spoon Simpson, Gordon Murray, and Kizza rages on British Leyland. There you go. That would be fun. DRT is King for Two says, Aiden, have you seen the full Signed as Solarian vid? Yeah, I have. I don't know if it's something other than what's in the game, but thank you, DRT. Common People for £2 says, yo, Aiden, hit me with that ooh woo. There you go. Kizza for £5 says, speaking of details, Sam, have you admitted to lying about Kyle Rittenhouse and apologized for it yet? No, and in fact, I think Rittenhouse was considering suing him for it. I doubt that you considered what you did was wrong on this. There's a reason why Rittenhouse probably didn't go forward with that lawsuit, and I would assume it's probably because Sam doesn't have any fucking money. Alex Cares for 10 says, thank you so much for valuetainment at work on the drive home from it. Hey, thank you for listening. I really hope that one day you have a subject that would merit adding me to the conversation. Spoon knows how I am. Alex, yeah, at some point we gotta get you on, man. Michael for 2 says, he looked like crap on TC and now I see the bags. Oh yeah, or she looked like crap, sorry, yeah. Well, I looked like crap on TC. But I always look like crap. I am very Welsh and I have a small skull and they have very droopy eyes. I was born with them. They always look like I've never had any sleep.
No, Zeke, I will not.
I've just never looked like I've had any sleep in my entire life. Michael 42 says, search them and it's all no, Spoon, I look like that from the age of 13, dude. Not even 9. You look at pictures of me from when I'm 9 and it's like, ooh. It's just genetic. Michael 42 says, search them, and it's all Tim Pool's crap for now. Oh yeah, on Majority Report, all they do is talk about Tim Pool. They're obsessed with him. And
Why is the chat wanting me to say that phrase? No.
Say that word. Say that word.
No.
Do it. Spin.
No.
Do it. Say it.
I will not bow to the whims of democracy. No. Why does the chat want me to say this one fucking word? What is wrong with all of you people? No. Everyone is making me want to say something. If every one of you tell me to do something, I'm not going to do it just out of protest. I swear to God, woman, I will beat you with a pickaxe.
Say it.
No.
Hanase.
No.
Hanase.
If you keep passing me with this, I will speak in Garrett's
Say
voice.
it. Do it. Say
No.
woo.
I will speak in Garrett's voice. No.
Say woo.
No.
Say woo.
No.
Say woo.
No.
Say ooh.
No.
Why won't you say it? Are you afraid?
Because I'm being pressured and peer pressure.
Why don't you say woo? We say oh whoa.
Fuck you.
Say ooh woo.
No. No.
Do it.
No. I'm not gonna do what the crowd tells me. I'm very stubborn. So we're monarchists, for God's sakes. We don't care what the fuck the crowd has to think.
Whatever. All right. Well, Spoon has.
How's people calling me a weeb? How dare you?
Spoon has refused to uphold his duty and say the word.
My duty? When the fuck is this my duty?
Well, say the word.
No.
No, you're supposed to say the word.
Yeah.
No, say it.
This chat and Aiden needs holy water. I agree.
Go ahead and say it.
I won't say it.
He's not brave enough. Well, I see
I'm not
that
a conformist.
Now that we have reached the end of the night, it's very late. It's 1:30 in the morning here.
Yes.
Spoon has proven himself to not be brave enough to say ooh, and therefore we'll have to say goodnight to y'all.
Aiden bows to the whims of the mob, and I don't.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Of course
I have no
you don't.
idea. なんでもないのよ。
Too busy being bent over.
I don't understand. わからないけど、なんでもない。I don't understand. So, with that all in mind.
I'm not saying it.
Just try it once.
No.
It'll feel good. Just try it once. Just once. Just say it. Ooh,
God,
ooh.
you sound so gay right now.
Do it just once. Just
Stop.
once. Say it. Say it.
No.
Say it.
No.
Ooh.
No.
Soul on the Lich for 20 ARS says Spoon saying ooh was peak content. He didn't say it though.
I'm not gonna say
Thank you. Thank you, Solon. He's not gonna say it.
No, I'm
Spoon,
not.
come on.
No.
Ooh.
No.
Just say ooh.
No.
Just say ooh.
No.
All right, Spoon, I'm about to end the stream.
Good.
Before we end the stream, are you gonna say anything?
No.
All
I'm
right,
not gonna say it.
Spoon. Okay, Spoon gay confirmed. All right. Good night, everybody.
Homosexual.
And we will see you all on Wednesday next week, unless something like really extreme happens in the interim.
Like the Supreme
Good night,
Court
everybody.
gets set on fire.
It's very late. We've done 2 streams 2 nights in a row.
Uh-huh.
And see you all next week. Goodbye.